Okay, yeah, we need to get underway, everyone, because it's 10 o'clock. Right. Yeah. Welcome along, everyone, to today's council meeting. It's a really packed agenda. Oh, sorry, thank you, Andrew. Microphone, and just a reminder to everyone else to use microphones when speaking today. Yeah, it's a really packed agenda today, so we are going to have a little bit of a longer council meeting today too. So we'll make sure we have regular breaks and let me know how you're going if we need an adjournment at any point as well, because it will be a longer than normal council meeting. I'll begin with karakia today. Tue ke ronga, tue ke raro, tue ke waho, tue ke roto, tue ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, homie, huie, taia ki e. Thank you. Okay, so we have no apologies, and hopefully we have, oh yes, we have welcome to Councillor Michael Laws, who's also online today, and full presence of councillors. We do have a public forum today, so we have Petia Marasti who's going to speak today. Oh yeah, there you go, Petia, welcome. And yep, you've got a mic there and you are familiar with using that. Thank you.
Kia ora katoa. May was the 12th month in a row to break temperature records. We are now at 1.63 degrees above pre-industrial average and climbing. Summer in the Northern Hemisphere has hardly started, but the world is already experiencing record heat waves. India has experienced record temperature heights of up to 52 degrees and minimum nighttime temperatures of more than 35 degrees. The same is happening in the US, where the now usual heat dome is settling in and where the fire season is already in full swing. In Mexico, it is so hot that monkeys are literally falling dead from the trees. And apparently, human tourists in Greece can't cope with the heat either. 6 of them are already presumed dead in the Greek islands after only a few days of heat waves. But don't worry, everything is normal, or so it seems, considering the lack of reaction to these news. For the people suffering most while being the least responsible of this crisis, in Zambia, a country that normally exports food to neighboring nations, this year the drought is so bad that famine is looming for millions, while the hydroelectricity production has been halved due to the lack of water. So what are the world scientists saying about the situation when asked of the records? Well, they express their fears and frustration. 77% of them think that we will get past 2.5 degrees, and 42% think that we'll get past 3 degrees of warming. I hope that you understand that these temperatures will destroy everything worth caring for. To quote one of them, we live in an age of fools. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, isn't either one to pull back his punches. He recently said, in the case of climate, we are not the dinosaurs, we are the meteor. We are not only in danger, we are the danger. But we are also the solution. In the same speech, he called for a global ban on fossil fuel advertisements. Why? Because we are the ones burning the fossil fuels. The real crime of the fossil fuel companies isn't the extraction. This crime is shared with their consumers. The real crime is the lobbying and the misinformation they've pushed for decades to stop the transition to sustainability. And the customers are the ones who have paid for these campaigns of lies. In New Zealand, 70% of consumption-based emissions are caused by households. We have already talked about the easiest action you can do as individuals and support as councillors, which is to boycott fossil fuels. Now that was the easy part. One of the next steps is to reduce your waste. It is a vast topic that we won't fully cover today, but we want to make you aware of a leading program started by the town of Roubaix in France. They are creating waste-free communities by training 100 volunteer households each year in tactics and knowledge to reduce their waste. Now, of course, we have great organizations such as Wastebuster, who are doing similar work in Wanaka. But the difference is that in Roubaix, it is an official effort to reduce waste. The results are monitored and the learnings are passed on to local government policies, while a waste reduction ecosystem is growing around that program. We will send you more information about it, and we encourage you to help create a similar program in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Any questions today? No questions? Elliot, were you raising your hand? No? Oh, yes?
I'm just wondering on the issue of waste minimisation and stuff in the region. Any thoughts on the waste minimisation levy being expanded to pay for things that aren't necessarily directly waste minimisation efforts, and if there was any role for the regional council there in your eyes?
Well, I definitely think that levies are a good thing. Polluters should pay. So I am supportive of that. But I think that these programs as well, it's not just about giving levies, but as well about giving options for people to reduce their waste. So even if there is a levy, they don't need to pay more because they produce less waste.
Thank you, Pierre, once again for coming and speaking in public forum. And I mentioned to you as well that we have our annual report on climate collaboration and also our draft strategic climate action plan on our agenda today. So thanks for coming along.
Thank you for that. And we'll be looking online at everything that's talking about today.
Thanks. Right, so on to the confirmation of agenda, and just think because we have the LTP recommendation for adoption today, it makes sense to bring the resolutions from the Finance Committee forward to before then. So I would like to move, I think Trudy's actually probably got better wording than what I'm about to say, but that 11 is brought forward to after 8, which is the actions. That's okay, yeah, okay, well, okay, fine. Richard will do it after 7, which is all the minutes, including the recommendations of committees. So we'll do 11.1 through to 3. Trudy, what have we got there? Should we put that?
So, just one moment.
Just make sure we've captured that. And then I'll take a second to. Lloyd's happy to second.
So it's this here.
Yeah. Leave that. It's item,
Let's do it
all 11s.
Let's do 11. Yeah. And it's recommendations.
That's right. Yep, that's right. We've got me moved, Lloyd seconded, all in favour, aye, against, carried, thank you. Any declarations of interest for today?
I have an interest in the Otago.
Mike, sorry.
Please, if you are interested in the Otago Catchment Community Paper, so I'll sit back at the table on that paper.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Presentations, none of them today. Confirmation of minutes there. So we've got 3 sets there, which we can probably do at once. Confirming minutes of 20th of March, 8th of May and 22nd of May. Somebody care to move those unless there's anything somebody needed to raise about accuracy?
Happy to move them.
Thanks, Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Somerville. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, so now we have the recommendations, which are towards the end, which are those of committees. And the first one then is 11.1, Regional Leadership Committee. Somebody care to move those? Councillor Weir, seconded councillor Scott. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Next one, 11.2, Environmental Implementation Committee. We move. Councillor Scott, seconded councillor Weir. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. On to the Finance Committee then, on the 28th and 29th of May. Somebody would like to move those. Councillor Mepham, seconded. Councillor Forbes, all in favour? Aye. Against?
Yes, against. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like that recorded?
Yes,
Councillor
please.
Gallagher, yeah. It is, yep, thank you. No, that's fine. Just one, yep, cool. Okay, I'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against? Carried. Oh, we've done that. Carried then. Sorry. We've got that. I'll do it twice, but I've got you
Mine's the
twice
same.
saying
Thank
no. Yep, thank you. Awesome. So then moving forward to the actions table, which is on page 23. Most of these are either not due or complete. We've got a couple there. Yeah, one that's around farm planning, the meeting date was the 20th of 3rd of 24. And we're on hold, paused, due to some changes in central government policy, derivation of that, so that makes sense. And then, so the next one around that we have done this, but the reporting on the vegetable production, we need to be continuing. Have we got more of these that we need to do? And do we need to have that still in the actions? Thanks.
So at this stage, that requirement to produce those reports still stands.
Okay, fine. So has anyone got any other matters out of actions that they needed to talk about? No? Okay, so the actions are all fine then.
Sorry, I
Councillor
hate to go
Wilson.
back to the minutes, but I am looking on page 18 of 414, and I thought we'd already done this minute, but I see that my name and Councillor McCall's are bolded because they were meant to have been swapped over, but they haven't been.
Oh,
I do apologize.
okay, thanks.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good, Councillor Wilson, thank
If
you.
that can
That's
just be
great.
noted in.
You have already
Yeah.
mentioned that
Yeah.
on record, so yep, thank you. Yep, we do need to do that, thank you. We're on to 9.1, Trudy's recording that. Chairperson's report. So yeah, there's a few items there. But yeah, I really did want to mention that it's been an extremely busy year for our council, and I think it's been a really productive year. I really wanted to thank Richard for his work as Chief Executive of the council, approaching 1 year of service in the Chief Executive's role. You and all of your incredibly committed staff have made a big impact over this last year. And yeah, we've got a number of items at the end of our financial year that mark the huge and significant amount of work that has come through the council. And we'll have a chance to talk about that further as we get through the agenda and also through committees. But yeah, massive thank you to you, Richard, but also to your whole team. Thank you as well to councillors for your commitment through what has probably been one of our most significant workloads as a council over this last financial year. It takes a huge amount of personal time and commitment, and I know that's what we put our hands up for when we put our hands up to be councillors, and what a huge privilege that is to represent our communities. So thank you for all the work that you've been doing in your communities, connecting with our huge diversity of communities. And yeah, we've got representation review later on to speak about as well. So yeah, a lot of papers of relevance to the work that we do today. Yeah, so keep positively connecting. It's sometimes tough and challenging, and through the LTP, definitely brought home the cost of living issues that many are facing, and a lot of stress in the community. So we as local government engaging and being constructive and getting on with good and essential work is really important. But making sure we're connecting with community and with each other is really crucial too. So coming, to the LTP, we'll be coming on to that in the agenda, but I just wanted to publicly note in my chair's report that it is a significant day today, and I'll have a chance to talk about some of the commitments people have made, and particularly thank community for their involvement, but I want to write that there in my report as well. So there is a Matariki national event happening as well on Friday morning, very early in our region, and an absolutely spectacular part of that up the top of Treble Cone, and I'll be attending that. So that I'm feeling really honoured to have been invited to do that. But that's a big thing for our region as well, to be hosting a national event. It's great to be able to mark that. But I hope that everyone else gets a chance to have a nice weekend and enjoy all those great things that Matariki is about connections, about thinking about our past and thinking about the future ahead as well. Sometimes it's about recognising that through planting and growth, and bit of greenery in the middle of winter is always pretty nice as well. And I've talked to a few councillors who are going to be out and about planting a few trees, whether it's on their own farm or whether it's at community events. Or doing anything at all as at Matariki, like sharing food with people that you care about. That's what it's all about. So I think that's pretty awesome in the middle of winter as well. Now, finally, while I'm speaking, and I'll hand over to others who may like to ask questions in a minute, I did want to formally mark the significant contribution of Dr. Gavin Palmer, who is our General Manager of Operations. Yesterday I was privileged to attend a wee morning tea with some staff and with Gavin, and I know that marking these things isn't Gavin's most favourite thing, but it is really important to mark 20 years of service to the council in your leadership capacity. So it'll be Gavin's final day with ORC on the 27th of June, and Gavin has held a broad array of leadership roles within ORC. He has also led many significant projects over his time with ORC, and all of us have probably been involved in at least some of those. The more recent ones are around the shovel ready and before the deluge work that's been collated from around New Zealand, but we have projects in Otago as well. But what about what we can see as lasting projects throughout the region, such as the leaf flood protection works, which have made a significant impact in Dunedin, but right throughout the region. So Queenstown as well, the shot over training works are extremely significant engineering achievement and significantly enhanced resilience in that area. And a huge array of other projects as well on sometimes smaller waterways, but ones that have had huge impacts in community, like Stony Creek in Wanaka, around Makarora as well, even up the Young when we had a new lake form, which is not called Lake Palmer, but in my head it is. It was a huge event, and Gavin spent a lot of time up there around that one. So yeah, it's the enduring projects, but actually, Gavin has been involved in, not just engineering and hazards. He's led the public transport, team, science, biosecurity, biodiversity, environmental implementation. So, huge, impact across our council in a number of areas, with his leadership capacity, particularly his ability to be a strong strategic leader. But yeah, so he's also been regarded nationally in particularly that climate change or hazards space, and with his engineering technical capabilities as well. He's been selected in 2016 as part of a 10-member technical advisory group to government on how New Zealand could be better prepared for climate change. And also a very highly regarded member of the prominent River Managers Special Interest Group, which is probably one of the strongest special interest groups, are the groupings of leaders from regional councils across the country. So a collaborative effort of national leaders. And so, yeah, the work like Before the Deluge, and that is a big part of the work that those guys do together. Collaboration's been a theme actually throughout, early on with the Milton 2060 program, and bringing together both Clutha and Otago councils, as well as community and other stakeholders, to build a strategic plan for how we're going to deal with hazards in that area, has been another big important part of what Gavin's done. So thank you very much, Gavin, for everything that you have done for our council. And I know I've said some of this to you already. And also, yeah, Gavin's got heaps on his radar, I think, of things that he wants to do. He's got an exciting period coming up where he'll have a bit of time for some of the things, hopefully, that he enjoys the most. And that is great to have that. And then a lot of time ahead with some, no doubt, exciting projects still for you in the areas where you have that fantastic technical expertise. And I just wish you really well on behalf of the council for all of those things ahead. And thank you for everything you've given, not just to ORC, but to our region. Thank you. Now, I know, oh yeah, we do. I know Gavin isn't a person for lots and lots of people coming forth with positive praise. But if anyone did particularly want to say something at this point, they're welcome to. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I'd just like just like to ditto everything that Chair Gretchen has said. I mean, it's easy to say that, you know, Gavin, in fact, Gretchen and myself and Gavin and the previous Chair, Stephen, all started at a similar time on this council and on this journey. And it's interesting to simply say that Gavin's been involved or is responsible for certain projects, but in fact, they were massive and are massive challenges. You know, you think of, for example, the potential for the shot over to influence the flooding of Queenstown and the solution and the construction of the Delta Wall. You think of South Dunedin, I get back, 10, 15 years ago, and how are we going to move forward on South Dunedin? And I think we can all see as a council that we are step by step moving forward in relation to the Leith, for example. The huge risk that was identified and, systematically, step by step, the Leith was addressed and Gavin has played, a huge part in that. I would say the key attribute from my perspective in relation to Gavin is his strategic and his methodical approach to difficult challenges. Some of them are contentious, but I think, as a general statement, very successful. So a big thank you, Gavin, and all the best for the future.
Thank you. Councillor Noon.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Gavin's been a hard-working, dedicated executive manager and has proven he's stood the test of time over 20 years, which is no mean feat in a political environment and a local government environment. And I think that the huge amount of institutional knowledge that Gavin has and knowing how methodical he is, I'm sure he has prepared for this tomorrow by way of ensuring that the people around him have that knowledge to take forward. So a big thank you from me, Gavin. Well done and all the best.
Thanks, everyone. That's probably enough at the moment, given that, yeah, it's not Gavin's massivest, biggest cup of tea. So thank you very much, though, Gavin. It's important that we have a chance to be able to say those things publicly. So thank you very much. If you did want to say anything, you can, but I know that, yeah.
Thank
Thank you. Yeah.
I was hiding in the corner. But you made eye contact. Yes, I'd just like to say it's been a real privilege to serve the Otago Regional Council, this council and its predecessors in the community. I have greatly valued the strategic decisions that you have made that have enabled work programs that are thoroughly enjoyable and meaningful and challenging, and I've really relished all of that. And I wish you well for the rest of the training.
Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, I have my report there as well, and there's some events that we've attended. I just want to note up front as well that there is a couple of incoming letters either from ministers or from actually one's from Treasury. So yeah, there's been a report in the ODT on the South Dunedin one, and yeah, that was reported, but we have been informed along the way by the DCC around the engagement that they have had with both previous government and with this government around opportunities for investment potentially, and yeah, so this is a reflection on an approach from the previous government to the DCC, and as we're a partner in the South Dunedin program together, then the letter comes to us as well, but it's really a DCC led initiative, and yeah, so times have government's changed, and there is a decline there in terms of that program around investment in purchasing houses there, but DCC are engaged with the government at the moment, and when the Finance and Expenditure Committee inquiry reports in September, then perhaps there'll be a little bit more information around what priorities might be for investment in these areas. So yeah, that's there. I just wanted to point that out, and yeah, there's some other reports there too around initiative meetings or initiatives that I've been involved in. It was great to meet with Joseph Mooney, who initiated a chat around transport planning in Queenstown Lakes, and that was really just coming up to speed with what we're doing as our program, and thinking about further along the track as well with what's needed in Queenstown to keep traffic moving, and yeah, what we're doing around public transport. That was great. And another thing that I wanted to talk about was the interagency media stand-up around civil defence, which was also reported, but just a fantastic opportunity to come together in what felt very much like a real scenario with other key regional I suppose partners in an emergency, and work with the actual people on an actual mock event, so that we can build relationships and be as prepared as we possibly can be for something like an AF8 earthquake So that was great to be involved there, and organised by our civil defence and emergency management staff. Any questions at all? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, just 2 points. I was very pleased to see the work that was happening, the real scenario of an alpine fault.
Yeah.
So thank you, and thank you for giving us the rest of that. And the one above, the bus hub safety meeting. So there's a second meeting to establish a collaborative group in the safety and central Dunedin area. As a council, should we expect some feedback at some point in terms of any changes in the bus hub? In relation to, there was obviously an event that occurred. I assume there will be changes of some, there'll be some changes. I don't know if that's a fair assumption, but is the concept of having a bus hub still a good idea?
Yeah, so I guess what this is about, and it's been reported, is that Dunedin City Council and the Otago Regional Council and Police have come together 2 times to meet and are looking at establishing terms of reference for what would be an overarching group that would be bigger than that grouping, and would probably have project strands around a number of matters to do with safety, probably in a city Dunedin rather than just the bus hub, although obviously the bus hub is a real focus, and rebuilding and building, I guess, community trust and something which is an essential part of our bus network is really important. So that would be a strand of work of part of that. I don't know if the CE Saunders would like to say something as well.
Yep, so I can put a bit more. So we'll certainly be looking at it, Brian. I think the concept of the hub is still supported in terms of providing an optimal public transport network that people can use easily. I think that we do need to have a look at how it's set up, how it's staffed, what sort of support is around the hub and around that space. The concept of a bus hub within effectively a busy public space is something that needs to be looked at. So we've committed with all of the groups to making sure that we were open to reviewing it. And then in answer to your question, yes, this or the Public and Active Transport Committee would be kept up to date with any changes that might be made as a result of that review, so that you're well aware of what's been looked at and what the outcome of that might be.
And we can expect some changes.
It's too early to say. We haven't started that review yet. So, I mean, we've already, in response, increased the level of security in there, which is supported by also an increased police presence. That's been put in the for the medium term until we've had a closer look at it and had the right expertise and the right input from bus users and police and other agencies who might have ideas. So too early for me to say with 100% certainty that there will be changes, but we're certainly committed to that process. And if there are things that come out of it that will make a difference, then we would look to implement those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Wilson.
Really good. I'm interested, and I'm sure it's happened, but I think it's nice good to highlight. There's a couple of matters there with the NCTA and the Choice Committee on Transport in Queenstown. We've got a busy space with transport planning, with the GET Committee and the Queenstown and the Dunedin Connections Project memberships, and we've got Councillor Forbes as the deputy chair of the Otago Regional and Transport Committee, also in Queenstown. Just wondering how those are interfacing when you're having those meetings and those other parties rather than just being chair, how they're being connected on to what, and how consistent it is.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. This was an invitation from Joseph Mooney, so yeah. But I think that's a really good point of how we can be more coordinated in terms of all of those strands of transport. That's right. I think we need to put a bit of thought about how we can effectively report back as well from each of our each of our roles, I suppose, so that we've got big agendas, haven't we? We've got heaps of papers and we've all got our own individual roles as well. So how we have the space to be able to inform each other as well as best as we can. I think we do need to have a think about that, Councillor Wilson, that's right. I've tried here to give links to, for example, my role as the chair of the Joint Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee and also Mayoral Forum, but yeah, they're just links. Time to give really good updates is important. Yep. Yep. Councillor Malcolm.
The letter from Treasury
Yeah.
regarding the South Dunedin future program. So we haven't received money through that mechanism. So what does that actually mean to the current work program that we have in place with South Dunedin?
Do you want to cover that one?
Yeah, okay, so no impact on the work program. This was a proposal that through conversations that the Dunedin City Council, and they kept us informed as partners in that program it had with the previous government. And then obviously the business case that had gone up to Treasury made its way to the new government who wanted to have a discussion about it. The upshot of that is that of the funding that's been set aside, none will be allocated directly. But in terms of the program, which will, I think there's another report coming from Jonathan at a committee meeting in the next round, that will provide an update of where that's at in terms of the community engagement and the options that have been put forward. And then there's still conversations to have down the track around what are the next steps and where might that funding come from. So this decision has no impact on the program as it stands. It was just an opportunity that arose under the previous government that hasn't unfortunately resulted in funding this time. But obviously those conversations will carry on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Callagher.
On green.
Oh,
Just on the Joseph Mooney meeting,
Yeah.
I think he has been delegated as the quasi Dunedin
yeah.
representative. Is that something you'll look to do on a sort of regular formal basis?
Yes, that's right. And we're still cognizant of our council would really like to meet with MPs from right across the region. So we were just talking about that. Richard and I as well about making sure that happens in the near future. So yeah, we've been sounding out MPs as well to their interest in that, and he was certainly really keen on that, and did flag that actually that's right. He is also covering the Dunedin area too. So yep, it'll be awesome to do that, and he's keen too. Yep, so we're making that happen. Thanks. Any other questions? Thanks for the full ability to report through that today. Appreciate it. We are moving we need to just do the recommendation there to note. Is there a recommendation? Yeah, there it is. Noting the report. Who would like to move that? Councillor Sunville, seconded. Councillor McCall, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. 9.2 CE's report.
Thanks, Gretchen. So my report again follows a fairly similar format. I don't think there's anything in there tonight. Just to take questions on it. The two major projects being reported on remain on track. And financial performance, just noting that while the surplus is reasonably significant to the end of May, the forecast to year end does have it reducing to the same number that we forecast at the end of Q3. And that's just around phasing of our budgets and how much expenditure happens in this last few months. So that is still on track, and obviously we'll report on those year end results at the appropriate time. And we had a discussion last month about the service level outcomes. So they're in there again, and we are now showing 9 being off track and 5 at risk. Those again, there's a number of reports coming to today's council meeting which satisfy some of those measures, and a number of those that are red, we have made significant progress. We just haven't delivered them by the 30th of June as required by the measure and the way that audit look at those at the end of the year. So happy to answer any questions on those as well.
Councillor Metham.
Yeah, Richard, just one question, observation. The overall passenger satisfaction with Dunedin public transport has been green for pretty much most of the year, and then in May it suddenly turns to red. The target rate was 97%, and I just want to sort of make the point that it's important to have realistic targets in our annual plan milestones. So that's the other thing I want to say about that. Thanks.
And so, yeah, good point. And it is difficult when we've got a measure that's reliant on an annual survey. It sort of sits there until we undertake the survey, and then and that gets a result. So whether it should be green all the way through, or whether it should just be, to be determined and then rated at the end. The other thing we're looking at too is that a lot of these measures are hard measures that in the way we word them with audit. So we put in 90, in this case, 97%. And if we get 96, it's red.
Yeah.
And we are looking at that intermediate step that says, well, what might be just under that measure that might make it amber, but still not at the level we set. So it's just about how we set those measures up within the plan. And obviously that comes through in the long-term plan as well. And Mike's been doing a lot of work with managers on how we might set those up. So there's that sort of intermediate step as well.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give an update on that. So Gretchen just raised a question in there. There is one that under the emergency management on page 51 where they weren't reported in time for this round, unfortunately, but I have had a conversation with Matt, who's away at the National Civil Defence exercise in Wellington. So the one I think that is of most the one that we should be looking at carefully is that top one around staffing that did dip into orange in April, and it would still be orange in May, having that conversation with Matt and his team. So we have a number of staff who are available to support the Emergency Coordinating Centre in the event of an emergency. The Civil Defence team have developed a new training matrix, which requires all staff to go through a certain amount of training before they're classified as, fully competent to work. We're putting a number of staff through that at the moment. So while we don't meet the minimum numbers required, and I think we're about a dozen short, we have got overall numbers who are available and know how to operate in that environment. They just haven't completed all their training. So we just need to get through that and make sure that they are all trained and that we have got capacity to support in the event of an emergency where we need to stand up that coordination centre. So that top one is still orange, and the team are working through. There's half a dozen put through training in the last month, and that will continue.
Yep, Councillor.
Yeah, just so further to that, and that was one of the questions that I had to pose was, so if we can you just confirm to me that if we do have an emergency or flood emergency, whatever emergency at the moment that we're designed to or supposed to be looking after, can we perform to our public expectations, knowing that we've got, I think, $4.2 million that we're rating for in that?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Yeah, so there's 47 staff who are fully trained under that new system, and there's a number of others who have operated in the environment through COVID when we stood it up, or others who are capable as well. So yes, we are able to fulfil our obligations.
Yeah, and the comment that you have in there is around availability and willingness to attend. So do we have within our, knowing that staff are coming into an environment where one of our key roles is civil defence emergency management, is that part of the job description when they come on, that they may be part of those, may need to perform part of those duties?
Yeah, and I think the willingness to attend is more around the balance with other workloads. So they are incredible. Obviously, as we know, we've had an incredibly busy year. It's certainly not a willingness to be involved in the civil defence program. What we need to do, and what the ELT and the management group have discussed, is creating the space that when there is training on, they are able to go and attend that, because they don't have. It's that prioritisation. So making this a priority, and that's the discussion we've had with Matt and his team, and then as an ELT and as a management group, and ensuring that those staff do feel that they are supported to go and undertake that training and not being held back because of the other workloads they've got on. So we're definitely in that space.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Cool. Look, I may have missed it, but just looking at the different colours in terms of status of different activities. In the comment column, you often put, if it's red, when you're expecting to complete a certain activity, but not all the time. Like, it would be useful, certainly for me, to know that when something slips into red, that it doesn't sort of slip into this, disappear into this crevasse. And it's in this whole, typically in project management speak, you would say, this is 6 months behind or 2 months behind. And you've done that sometimes in the narrative. But for example, the Integrated Planning Framework Managed Urban Growth, it's on page 49. It doesn't actually say, so it'll just slip into red and something to give us confidence that there's an end.
So in that, we'll look at that consistent commentary to ensure that if there is a shift, what the result of that is and when you can expect it.
I would have some status, how far behind or what the exact date, expected completion date is in a column.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes, so under our critical milestone tasks on page 39, we had a report that was due 9 months ago, which is the Maori Economy Report completed by IRC and iwi. And we've got a comment that it's must be ready by the 16th of June. Has that happened?
So no, that is still at the time of the, I can give an update. So at the time of writing, that was the status. So there has been a request for, and Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, we've had a request. It's an extension that means it will not be specifically considered as part of the Section 32 work. Or Anita, I might send over to Anita on this side. I think the details wrong.
So iwi have requested and staff have agreed that they'll provide that report in conjunction with their clause 4A consultation, so it can still be factored into the Section 32. Just we don't have it earlier, so that'll come in by the 16th of August. I think that period closes, so it's imminent.
And Anita, we're briefing on the a summary of the clause 4A feedback, and can include an update on that work, which will be submitted as part of that as well. So we can make sure there's a summary comes to this table.
Councillor Wilson.
Just the understanding the rigour of the Section 32, and it's a relatively last part of the plan. When you do a Section 32, which I think is a cost benefit analysis of the policies or the cost, am I correct on that, or to a high level?
It's a report on the efficiency and effectiveness of the policies to achieve the objectives.
Not against cost.
Cost is one of the factors that's considered.
Thank you. So there has been some interesting discussion around this table about some of the policies being suggested.
So sorry, I'm just going to pause up. So that's not within scope of this paper. We're tracking the progress of the plan. And I don't want us to get into a detailed discussion about the content of the land and water plan.
No, I'm not. Sorry, sorry.
Just making that point.
Sorry, it's a question for you anyway, as CE. Sorry. When we are doing that analysis, if anything comes up in that, what is the rigour that makes us consider that policy actually, or that rule, or that isn't cost effective? What is that circle back to us as government, or is there none?
So I can't answer that because it's not what I'm prepared for. But we can bring that back next time we have a specific discussion. I know there's a number of those workshops coming up.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Weir, have you got something?
But further, I don't know if you're having a whole. I see you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are.
Just kind of out of left field, but I was actually just wondering under the service measures and targets under biodiversity and biosecurity on page 51. I'm just wondering about the percentage of data from the biodiversity monitoring network that's captured quarterly. The targets more than 95% of data capture achieved. I'm just wondering, and it has been yellow for a while, but I'm more just wondering what that actually means, and 95% of what?
So at the end of the day, because we have had some discussions about this in terms, there's a biodiversity monitoring plan that is established at the start, and I can find you the details for that. And then our measure is to ensure that we actually deliver that data that we plan to monitor. So I can't tell you exactly what's in there. This is more about if we set a plan, are we delivering that plan during the year? And this relates to the amount of data we capture in that biodiversity space. So I can get the team to share a copy of that in terms of what it is that is in that plan and then how they are tracking. It would come through the Science and Policy Committee as an update during the year.
So more like we've got a list of measurements we're taking, and 95% of the ones we're claimed. So yeah, cool. That's what I was wondering. Cheers.
No further questions by the looks of it, so somebody care to move we note this report? Councillor Ware, seconded Councillor Forbes, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. We are on to 10.1 now, which is the long-term plan 24-34 adoption paper. Welcome to Nick and Mike. Sarah. So yeah, this is a big moment for the council with the LTP, a 10-year plan with significant influence in the first 3 years, intensive work programs there. So how we'll probably do this paper is that we'll have an intro from Mike and Nick, and then I think we will go through one by one on the recommendations that are there before us, but I think probably number 7 there would be the opportunity for the biggest the biggest opportunity for adding in debate as well, which is the adoption bit. But obviously I'll be taking one by one, and there's the usual opportunity for questions and debate. So I'm going to hand it over. Would you like to start, Nick, or?
I'll just add just a little bit further to what you said, and then Mike can sort of take you through the paper and where things are at. But as you said, going through the recommendations, we do need to go through them in order. There is the requirement that things like the revenue and financing policy are adopted before the LTP is adopted. So that's why those resolutions are that way. And that's why the actual adoption of the LTP is basically at the end of those resolutions or recommendations. But Mike can take you through, obviously the paper outlines where we've got to in the whole process, but the key for you having been through this process is where we've got to from the deliberations, which were at the end of last month, at the end of May, and those recommendations that you approved at the start of this meeting that have now been reflected in the final document and where we've landed. And then from here, the key thing is that audit has still been going through their checks and balances. We do have a delegation in there to make any minor amendments, which is always useful at this point, because from here, once you adopt it, the final document goes to them and they do all of their final checks and balances, stamp the document, and then they issue their audit opinion. We received an email last night just from audit, although they don't obviously issue their audit opinion until they've cited the final adopted document and been through it. But at this point, they're not envisaging that there's anything that they're seeing in the document that where we've got it to that would result in them qualifying their audit opinion. But they will be including in their audit opinion those 2 matters of emphasis that were in the audit opinion for the consultation document. So those were around the quantum and if you like the doability of the infrastructure program, because it's large and subject to weather events and different things. And just a matter of emphasis around Waka Kotahi funding, and that, like all councils, we're reliant on that. But that doesn't qualify the audit opinion, it just emphasises those matters. I'll probably throw to Mike for the detail.
Thanks. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going to say. Thanks. Look, morning, council. It's a well traversed process, so I wasn't going to speak to the purpose of the paper. I think same page on that one. It's been 12 months of us talking to you about process, and that has really jumped on the two key bits that I was going to draw to your attention. Your deliberation process, your consideration of the community's feedback, that is summarised nicely for you and for the community in the plan from page 7. And you can see your decisions flowing through there, nicely packaged by our comms team. And the second point I was going to talk, process point I was going to talk, which Nick has talked you through, is the Deloitte final step. And yeah, really just underlining what Nick is saying. You know, they've worked on with staff on a number of corrections, I would call them. Certainly not substantive matters in terms of there's no impact on our forecasts, no impact on our plan delivery, and no impact on our the way we describe our narrative in the plan. It's but things that we are working through and including in the plan between now and then handing the final audit report over. And it's at that point that we actually have our final plan that we can deposit with Wellington and on our website, and have hard copies printed and delivered to you all and to our key partners and staff. There we go. So I'll hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're all okay with what the process is today. You've explained that really clearly, and if there's any questions around process and what we need to do today, now's the time to ask them. No, we got on that. Yeah, I've got some comments, but I'm going to leave them until later on in the meeting as part of the debate. So, right, are there any general questions then at this point? Otherwise, we're going to go into one by one recommendations. Councillor Methven.
It's probably just clarification around the approval of the rates remission postponement policy and the development contributions and financial contributions policy. I had a look through those. I was trying to see what changes had been made to those policies. I couldn't see any. Is there anything that you could add to that, Nick?
Yeah, those two policies were brought back. We brought draft versions of that to you, would have been last year. So they were there. And then alongside the revenue and financing policy, we got external legal review done on all three of those policies. So the key thing that changed, not to the RFP, but to those other two, was they noted that we didn't have a section in each of those just around the preamble to the Tutoria Whenua Maori Act, which is a requirement in the Local Government Act. It got added as whatever section 3A. So we did have it in the RFP, didn't have it in the other two. So they pointed that out. So we added, you'll see there's a section added. We didn't provide the marked up versions, but the other things that were in those two policies that changed, the rates remission policy, I don't think there was anything else other than a couple of typos they noticed. In the financial contributions and development contributions, we did add a little bit more detail on the two regional plans that do permit financial contributions. We just had to detail, put a little bit more, and we've added some bullet points on under what circumstances they are. So they're just the key things that are back in the plan, but very summarised. So that was really the only things that they pointed out. Nothing substantive in what we were proposing, or for example, what our rates, remissions or postponements were. So it was really just administrative.
So no material change.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Weir.
Just two quick questions, well, maybe quick. Just wondering if you might be able to illustrate what sort of criteria would need to be met for the financial hardship postponement or rebates. So obviously it sort of goes into the circumstances, but I'm just wondering in terms of numbers, like what would be expected, like what would the threshold be for expecting to get some postponement or rebates?
Yeah, Sarah might know. We actually don't get very many people ever apply for it. But what we state there is that we consider it on a case by case basis. But it's quite rare that people come to us. The most common thing is not using that. Most people are interested in the in the government rebate. So that's applied for a lot. But I actually can't think in the time I've been here of actually having a hardship application come to me.
Just an answer to that, we try not to put financial limits on it because we do want to look at it on a case by case basis. It is, as Nick said, it's pretty rare. We actually have one that came in this week that I haven't looked at yet, but yeah, so it is pretty rare for us. I don't think we don't have any other postponements that we currently have apart from this one that's just being submitted.
And then secondly, just on the final average rate increase that we got to 16.3 in the paper I see. But under 14 it talks about the Wanaka PT business case being included in year 2 to allow a Wanaka optimization business case in year 1. My understanding was we were scrapping a trial in favour of a business case instead, but I'm just wondering what the optimization business case is compared to the other business case in year 2.
Yeah, I talked to Lorraine about her understanding of the timing, because originally when I'd done those calculations for you on the day and said what the percentage was going to be, I think I had 16.4 rather than 16.3, because I'd assumed that was going to be in year 1. But Lorraine said when she'd talked to you about it, her take on it was, yes, you were keen on the business case, but she'd sort of highlighted that there was the optimization work that was happening of it or planned to happen, and once that lands, that'll allow her to scope the actual business case better. She thought it was better to put it in year 2 because she thinks that's more likely where it will land. But we've got it in there in the event that that say the optimization work is done and you know more. If it actually we can come back to you and say, hey, we're ready to go, and we could bring it forward to and initiate it in year 1. It's not a material amount, so it's not really going to be a big issue if we did that. But we think it'll be more likely, hopefully early in year 2.
Councillor No.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Paragraph 21, Nick and Mike, you talk about the deficits are as on year 1, 3 and 6 are as near as damn it, balancing the books. In your conversations with audit, I'm not suggesting we should be higher than what those figures tell us, but did audit indicate where their threshold of acceptance is, just as a matter of understanding their thought process about, okay, they accept 1% deficit, year 1, 3 and 6. But if we had a 5% deficit in 1, 3 and 6, would their advice be a little bit different?
Well, they've got the same information as what you've got. It's not actually up to them to say you can or can't have a deficit and how you balance it, because the Act states that you can have an unbalanced budget so long as you understand the reasons why and you're comfortable with that. In those years where we don't, if you look at the prudence graph that we've got, effectively, we're very, very close. You know, we're at like, instead of being at 100%, we might be at 99. I think the biggest difference might be a little bit over $1 million. And when you're talking about, you know, $120, $130 million worth of expenditure, obviously it's very small around the margins. What we're seeing this LTP is those years there, although we've got a few more years where it's very small. What we had like in the previous LTP was a very big deficit in year 1, and then deficit got progressively smaller, and by year 3 or 4 we were basically back to balance. Whereas although it's saying yes, we're not balanced in those years, very, very small amounts, and I think we've made a lot of progress to get our budgeting to the point where we're looking to, or you as councillors are looking to balance that, rather than go into year 1, you know, without the, if you like, the rates increase being in there to get us to where we are. And then the other thing that audit is focused on is you've still got to account for, this is the planned deficits or surpluses that we've got. The other one we've got to watch out for is the unplanned that happen, you know, as you get into the year, which is what they've sort of always highlighted in their, you know, their audit reviews of our annual reports and our actual year-end results. We've had a lot of that over the last 5 years as well.
Thank you. I think just listening to some of the commentary that I've been copied, that's a critical thing a point they made is obviously we're planning for this, but we've had significant unbudgeted expenditure over the last few years that has led to significant deficits at year end. So it's also about setting it properly and then really managing it carefully throughout the financial year.
Thank you. Cheers.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, Cole, just in relation to the remissions policy, it's possibly a silly question, but it starts off talking about remission of penalties. And then later the policy starts talking about over and above penalties. It's about postponement of rates per se or hardship. Yeah, have I understood that correctly? It starts off talking about penalties, but in the end, postponement might be not just penalties, but for the rates, everything.
Yeah, that's right, because it needs to outline all the things that we could potentially do. So strictly speaking, once we charge a rate, you know, and charge a penalty, which we've done via the rates resolution, unless we've got a policy of that we can remit that, you know, we should, in theory, you would go, well, no, you just have to pay. So this allows us to have some discretion around what we do. So the biggest thing is, yeah, you start with penalties, because quite often penalties can just be, you know, a simple, you know, error by somebody. And what we've got here is the ability to go to people, well, acknowledge that the one-off mistake, we can look at that and reverse those penalties. Then you get into the things where there is actually reasons why there might be particular people, like, and the biggest one is, you know, like sports organisations or community halls and those sort of things, that we've got a policy here that we can provide remission so they don't have to pay all their rates, which is in line with what other councils are doing.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that.
Councillor Wall.
Thanks. I'm just looking at 10.1.3, that development contributions and financial contributions policy. You had noted already that a regional council can charge financial contributions if there are regional plans, if there's provision there. Is that something historically that we've done? Has that been a source of income at any point?
No, as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been. And we note either in that policy or in the LTP itself that we don't have any plans to use that. But if you did want to use it, you know, you have to have the policy to have the ability to. But historically, no, we haven't.
Thanks.
Looks like we've come to the end of general questions, which means that we're into the recommendations. So number one is, perhaps we could display these, that would be good. Number one, we can all read there, says adopt the revenue and financing policy. as included in the OIC's long-term plan, which is appended. Somebody care to move this? And actually, are there any questions specifically related to this one, first of all? No, okay, somebody care to move that? Councillor Ware's moving it, somebody want to second it? Councillor Forbes, is there any debate on this? Appears to be none, so I will put it, all in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Would you like your vote against recorded? Councillor Kelleher and Councillor Laws?
Yes, please.
Sure. Okay,
And in case you have to ask that question again, yes to every time I vote no to that question. Thank you.
okay, and you,
Fine,
Councillor
thank you.
Kelleher? Sure, okay. Next one then is approving the fees and charges schedule. Yeah, sure, go with your question.
I'm sorry, I have to apologise to the submitters. During this debate, on the long-term plan, we had some submissions, I believe, and I'm sure I didn't bring them, about the charges schedule. When we charge for mileage and for fees for people to leave an office to go to do a monitoring check. And I think there were some submissions to standardise that. In the COVID fog that I was in, I didn't follow that up. But am I correct that so that wherever you are, if you're based a long way from an office or the office from which the staff member has to leave to go to your site, then that is the fee. We're not on a Otago-wide fee for both time and travel. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. So currently the way the fees and charges policy is the mileage to get to that site and then start again. And you did raise the question, and I don't know whether it was in submissions or came through verbal submissions at one of our catch-ups. So it was definitely raised through that process. So in reality, what staff do is plan their day and share out that mileage effectively over the day, so so if you're travelling from Dunedin and doing a series of visits down in the Catlins, the first site doesn't cop 2 hours of travel and then everyone else has 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So they do work to ensure that there is fairness to that system, noting that the way the policy is written, if it was applied exactly, the first and last visits in any particular day would cop significant travel fees, and the ones in between wouldn't. So they're very conscious of using time wisely, particularly in those regulatory spaces where they're doing multiple visits. It was raised about whether we could have just a standard rate which covered it, and we could look at that through annual plans where we look at fees and charges as well. But in reality, it's sort of being dealt with in a pragmatic way that does recover the costs we're entitled to under the RMA, but doesn't place them unfairly on one property or the other, depending on where you happen to land in the order of visits for that day.
Yeah, and I just want to raise it. I do have a problem that our offices are in certain parts of Otago and not in others, and therefore there is a bias cost, which I think is worthy of discussion. It's too late to do it now, but because it wasn't raised, and it definitely was raised at some stage in one of the meetings I was at, and I had a number of phone calls about it. So I just wanted to, because we didn't articulate it, raise it here now, and I hope that we will pursue it at a later stage. Obviously, today is too late to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other questions then? No questions. Somebody care to move this one then? Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Ware. Any debate? No debate. Put it then, all in favour. Oh, sorry, was there some debate? Oh, sorry, I'll let you go. Thanks.
Cool. I'd just like to say that I think the point that Councillor Wilson raised was a very valid point, and that's something that we should be looking at in the future. To make sure that there's fairness across the region in terms of their fees and charges. Thank you.
Thanks for leaving your comments there to the debate, and sorry I missed you. Yeah. So we'll put it then, all in favour. Aye. Against?
No.
Carried, thank you, and recording the names as requested. Okay, we're up to 3, approving the financial policies, and there is an A and B there. Rates, remission and postponement policy, and development contributions and financial contributions policy, which were appended as well. Yes, any questions then? There's a couple there, Councillor Malcolm, then Councillor Scott.
Under remission of rates on Mary freehold land, we list whole heap of objectives to that policy, and one of them is facilitating any wish of the owners to develop the land for economic use. At what stage, once land has been developed for economic use, do we stop the remission of those rates?
So normally when we look at Mary freehold land, we do a reassessment. It depends on the type of land, but it's normally every 3 years that we do a reassessment on that land. And when we do that reassessment, we go back through and ask those questions around, are they using it for economic benefit? Is it likely in the future that they will be? And if it is likely, then we might put it on an annual review as opposed to the 3-yearly cycle.
Councillor Scott, was it you next? Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, is there more? Sorry, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, so and so is this remission policy done on the title of the total title of the land, or just the specific part of the land, Waihi Tapu and the likes? Is it on specific segments of that land or on the whole land title?
It's normally done, it does depend. Like, I don't actually think we've got one that is split where there's different titles that are used on different uses. They are using the whole valuation unit and the titles that are on there, and that is normally done because those units are held based on the use of what that actually property is. So sometimes they might own 3 sections of property, but they are already on 3 different valuation units because of their different purposes.
Yeah, good, Councillor Malcolm. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Scott.
Cool. My question, I mean, what's been happening in this process is that you've got recommendations and people say yay or people say nay. For the last 2 recommendations, there's been a number of nays. I would invite those that are saying nay to please explain why they're saying.
This is a question.
Yeah, it's a question. Yeah, I'm allowed to ask it.
It's a clarification of the report, rather than you can't really question your colleagues on how they choose to participate in debate.
I'm simply going to invite them to please explain in the debate.
You can speak about that in debate yourself if you like. Yep.
Okay. Well,
I'll just check if there's any other questions, and then we can come to you, Councillor Scott. No worries.
Apologies.
Yep. There may not be, but sorry to interrupt if that's the case. Councillor, where are you? Oh, you're happy to move. Okay, and then we'll get a seconder, then we're in debate.
Cool.
Oh yeah, Councillor McCall is going to second, thank you. And I'll just check that the person that moved didn't want to go first. Yep, so over to you, Councillor Scott.
I'll just repeat myself. The last 2 recommendations, the majority said yes and the number said no. And one of the councillors said that in fact they're going to say no for all of them. And if that is the case for this recommendation number 3, where it's basically 2 policies, rates, remission and development contributions, I'd just like to invite anybody that's going to say nay to please explain why they're saying nay on this particular recommendation. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to enter debate? Is not, so we yep, obviously you're welcome to have a right of reply as well at any point. Of course, if you want to raise your hand for that too, but it doesn't appear like anyone does at this point. So yeah, I'll just put that then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Carried, thank you. On to the next
Won't be
one.
explaining.
Yeah, moving on from that.
I just,
Count-
I was no to that one, if you could record that, please.
Oh, sorry,
Thank you.
councillor Malcolm, I missed that voice, so thanks for pointing that out. And if anyone wants to call for a division as well, that's always an opportunity too. Okay, so we're up to 4 there, which is notes the final funding needs analysis. Document appended to this report, which supports the revenue and financing policy. Any questions on that? No. Somebody care to move it? Councillor Forbes, seconded. Councillor Noon. Councillor Forbes, do you want to talk to that?
No.
No. Anyone else wants to talk to this one? No. Okay, we'll put in all in favour. Aye. Against.
No.
Only one against on this. Seems okay, thank you. Next one, 5 resolves that having considered the matters in section 100(2) of the Local Government Act, it's financially prudent to have annual operating deficits in years 1 and 3 to 6 of the long-term plan, and there were some questions around this earlier.
Happy to move.
Yep, okay, moving and seconding councillor Noon. Did you want to speak, councillor Malcolm?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Or you
Yeah.
can reserve your right.
Yeah.
Yep, councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The question, when we discussed it before, and Nick gave a full response, and then the CE mentioned about the risk of adding projects through the financial year. And I suppose that would be just my point here and now, is that we must resist the temptation to add projects through the year unless there's a really, really good reason, and that reason may be, some subsidy that's popped out of nowhere from a third party that means that we've got to stump up with equal funding or something along those lines. But I just want to stress the point that let's not let the ink dry on this 10-year plan, and then a month or two down the track that we add some additional expenditure, which will have that impact through the year, impacting on our all the good work that's gone into this process over the last 12 months. But clearly adding projects, in my view, would be really inappropriate unless there's a really, really, really good reason. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Noon. Councillor Methon.
And just to add to this too, the reason for these deficits, as noted in this paper, the timing of targeted rate increases relating to flood drainage and river management activity. That's an explanation that should go with this. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else before I come to councillor Malcolm, if you'd like to speak? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, again, probably from our audit and risk and the reinforcement from Deloitte's, our auditor, that it is absolutely critical to make sure that we have a balanced budget. But really, where we're showing here deficits in those particular years, they gave me a real degree of comfort that because of the reasons that we were using those deficits, they, as auditors, they would be happy. And the scenario that we put is simply that we were having capital expenditure, and rather than rating all that on 1 year, we were spreading that rate and cost over a number of years to make it less of a burden to our ratepayers. So prudently using that money in a good way and using our opportunity to spread those rates and take the burden away. So very comfortable with the way our finance team has structured those particular years in question. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we've come to the end of debate then, and we will put that motion. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
2 against, and we'll record those names. Thank you. Carried. Number 6. Which is, authorising the ORC chairperson and chief executive to sign the audit representation letter on behalf of council. A question?
No.
Oh, you're moving. Thanks, councillor Metham. Trudy.
Catch up.
I'll look for a seconder anyway, and then we'll come back to letting you, councillor Scott.
Okay, so that was councillor.
Metham moved and councillor Scott is seconding. Thank you. I don't think there was any questions. Don't anticipate any debate, but there might be. Oh, councillor Wilson.
Just because it's the only time we can mention the audit representation letter, and we discussed it at Audit and Risk yesterday, but the costs of these audits and the value that they're adding, I think have got out of kilter, and I understand local government New Zealand have got a remit for that to be worked through as a cost saving with this government, and I hope that we will be supporting it. It is a substantial cost and increasing, and that we really need to be understanding how we use audit processes to ensure that we are delivering things well for our ratepayers, but not burdening them with costs which do not necessarily add value or find anything wrong. And to that end, I just wanted to mention it, that we should be supporting the remit that's going to local government New Zealand.
Thanks, councillor Wilson. Certainly a theme that is strong in the local government sector. Yep. Anyone else on that before we put it? Oh, okay, we'll put it then. All in we've already got a move to go. Yep. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Carried. 2 against recorded. And we are up to the substantive 7. Just like Trudy catch up again. Councillor Wilson, is it procedural?
No, it's a question.
Okay, yeah. You're welcome to kick off the questioning, councillor Wilson.
Can I just understand what would happen if we did not adopt this today, please?
I think we had it further in the paper in the options, but effectively, well, it depends on what your reasons were. But the next paper that we've got coming up, for example, is rates resolution. So we can't strike any rates unless we've got an annual plan or an LTP that flows into then an adopted rates resolution. So although we don't adopt our rates until September, effectively we until this process has gone through, we couldn't actually strike any rates for next year. So we'd have no rating income. So the other thing would be, the question would be, well, on 1 July, then where does that leave us with, do we actually have a mandate for doing the work that we do? But the biggest issue around it is the ability, and why you have an annual plan and a long-term plan, is to strike rates.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, councillor Wilson. So 7's up there, and we know what we're doing with this one. It is the adoption of the Otago Regional Council long-term plan, which is appended to the report and was in a separate location for councillors, and diligently will have seen it there. Are there any questions further to that? Don't appear to be. I'm wondering whether or not it might be appropriate for Councillor Malcolm on Metham to think about moving. No. Councillor Metham's happy to move, and Councillor Weir is happy to second. Thank you, which then means that if you would like to speak, Councillor Metham, you may do so.
Look, I just want to acknowledge the process that's gone through the development of this long-term plan. I have mentioned it before in other meetings. There's been a lot of contribution from all councillors. There's been significant contribution from the staff of the Otago Regional Council, and there's been good leadership through this whole project, Richard. We've worked together well on this. It's a plan for the next 10 years, predominantly the next 3. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
No worries. Councillor Wilson's next.
In light of the question I asked, one never wants to impose rates increases on our communities without ensuring they add value and deliver a better environmental with statutory requirements of our council. I'm not happy with the rates rise. I'm not happy that we've pushed out some things to get a saving on what was projected rather than cutting costs. However, it isn't a perfect process. Is it better than where we were? Yes. We've done major things in the last year that some of us have been pushing for the last 4, and having a part review of how we rate has been a vast improvement. We've got more work to do. I think the area that we have is our Achilles heel is the engagement with the community and them understanding what we do and the breadth of what we do and what has been imposed on us by government over the last quite substantial changes in the last 6 years, 7 years, and continuing. Those are things that we should be talking about in our community. It is easy to say no, and I challenge those that will be saying no, that this isn't the stage to say no. It wasn't during the debate on the long-term plan and putting up alternative ideas. It is part of our process. We just need to make sure, and I think the challenge is that while we adopt this for 10 years, that we set really clear indicators that we want to come within budget or under, and that's striving for better. And we will see that in our annual report next year, and ongoing, but also what we might do out with the community to ensure that we can minimise costs and during the annual plan process get some more savings. I am glad that we've strengthened our remissions policy. There are people hurting out there, and I just have to acknowledge that coming in such a high increase is not easy. But it came out from low base many years ago. It's been increasingly getting higher, and I think we're now in a space where we're actually delivering and generally much better value. So as better as it is, it's we keep on striving to get better. We will never be perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Who would like to go next? Councillor Weir and then Forbes.
Look, yeah, I think obviously with any long-term plan, there's wins and losses depending on how you're looking at things. But I think this long-term plan really is something to celebrate. Like every single other local government body in the country, we've had to increase rates. But I think to an extent that it's less than the increases we've seen in a number of other bodies, and it seems as if the factors of having those increases aren't really aspirational work programs that councils are putting in, more the things that councils haven't done for years and decades prior. And so I think to have a long-term plan where we can deliver on a community desire to have a $2 million large-scale biodiversity fund to deliver some moderate increases to the bus services in Dunedin, to transform the bus network in Queenstown, and to continue to deliver some of the work programs that the community has been asking for a long time that have only started in the past few years, is really something to celebrate in that long-term plan. And I look forward to seeing where it goes from here. Cool.
Thank you, Councillor Paul.
Thank you. I've got a mic not working now too. Sorry about that. Is yours working yet, Gary? No, you've got mic's not working.
Yours. The left is never right.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so I'll just talk loud. That's easy for me.
Councillor Nelson. Sorry, that's sorry. Amanda's going to share. That makes sense. Thanks.
Thanks,
Amanda. Thank you. Anyway.
Okay. it's been a really long journey into this plan, and we've all had to struggle with and think about cost of living crisis, cost of farming crisis, all sorts of things going on. But top of mind for many of us is the increasing demands from a changing climate and from a degrading environment on many measures. I know, not on every measure. And we face increasing demands for the science that our staff provide, for the studies that we provide, for the mapping, and then you only have to look at tomorrow's paper in environmental policy to see the sorts of work that is going on. This work costs money, and I can promise you that scientists are not the best paid people in the world, and certainly not ours. So we've done a lot internally to make sure that our costs, our internal costs, are efficient. We've reviewed it. We know we're efficient. We are doing reasonably well in that way. But we face these increasing demands from changing environment, degradation, climate change, and from our communities. As they become more aware of this, they want more from us. And we heard this loud and clear. While people are really worried about cost of living, that also they really care about their environment, and they look to us to provide the frameworks for them to be able to improve it. And this means they want the science we can invest in. They also want devolution of environmental management, and for this to be at least partly funded from us. And I've seen over this past couple of years and this work on this plan, us be highly responsive to that. So I'm actually pleased with where we've landed. And it costs more. Yes, it costs more. Want us to do the work? We can only do it when we're funded. And I'm not even starting here, although there is a whole other piece about government demands, but that's not the piece I'm going to talk about today. I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Forbes. Councillor Stoll.
I actually sympathise with those people that have concerns about the rate increases. If we keep this on into the future, it's not sustainable. And what we're projecting here is a significant increase in year one, and for it to taper off in year 2 and 3. And I hope that at the end of the day that that's what we stick to. At the end of the day, we said to our community, do you want us to invest in PT? And the answer is yes. Do you want us to invest in the environment? And the answer is yes. We've got significant work yet to do in terms of biodiversity, water quality, and climate change. At the end of the day, our investment in our environment needs to be a priority, and it needs to be considered in the same conversations that we have in relation to our economy, education, health, and while we've got challenges economically, we still need to be moving forward and getting gains in the environment. Thank you.
Anyone who hasn't spoken who wants to speak? Oh, thanks, Councillor Laws. You can be after Councillor Noon. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, well, look, I like to think that we can get over the line with audit with our final report. I'd also like to, I suppose, take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank every submitter that rocked up either with a written submission and what they all rocked up with written submissions, but then also on top of that, quite a number presented in person as well. A cross section of submitters across the region, which really helped to inform us to, I suppose, help guide us through this process. I'd like to think the main theme for me that came through was that, and my good friend Brian on my left has alluded to the ratepayers wanting us to do more, and Alexa has also mentioned that whether it's in the environmental space or the passenger transport space, but I take it that they want us to do more for less, and that's balancing up the people who came along and told us that you need to control these rate increases to a level that is lower than where we're at. And I suppose my point here is that in year 2, I'd like to think from the 1st of July 2024 that we focus, and this is a suppose, a direction to the CE, that we focus on ensuring that it's a single digit rate increase for year 2 rather than a double digit where it currently sits. I want to take the opportunity here just to make a comment about my good friend on the other side of the table, Councillor Tim, who wrote an opinion piece relatively recently, and you might ask, what's this got to do with the LTP? But he honed in on the LTP about the process we've been through, and he also alluded to the land water plan process, which is a big contributor to our financial well-being going forward because it requires a lot of investment, etc. And he made a comment, in his opinion, about 5 councillors around the table that didn't actually use the word don't care so much about restoration, but he certainly indicated that 7 councillors around the table had a stronger environmental focus. And I suppose my message for Tim, as Councillor Tim, is that that's his opinion. I don't agree with him. I think that the people that those 5 councillors represent around this table, who were described as farmers and irrigators, are also people that really care about the environment. Sorry, it goes to the heart of something I feel pretty strong about. And all I'm trying to say, that hurts. And I just like to think that it's fine talking the talk, but you need to walk the talk as well. And for me, every landowner, big or small, they have an interest in restoration. They have a strong interest in the environment. And I suppose a little bit tongue in cheek here, Councillor Tim, but I'd like to lure you out to the property that I've had an influence over for a long period of time, but is now my son's hands. But I would like to lure you out to have a look for yourself. I'm more than happy to show you around and show you where our focus is going forward. And I can give you plenty of other examples across the region where some really, really good environmental work is happening, and not because of this council, but these people care about the environment. Sorry to be a little bit emotional there, Madam Chair, but it goes to the heart.
For that,
Yeah, but it goes to the heart of why we sit around this table, and we all come from different backgrounds, and we have different thought processes, and we come here and not necessarily agree with everybody around the table at the time, but we make a contribution on behalf of our ratepayers and our constituents. And yeah, so I just want to share those thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Councillor Meetham, you'll have a right of reply because you moved, so it's not yet. No, you'll have your right of reply where you can address any points that were raised in debate or anything else you'd like to. There may well be others who want to speak, and I said that Councillor Laws was next.
I'm happy for Councillor Meetham to go first if he wants to.
No, he's going to go when he's meant to, which is in the right of reply. Thanks, Councillor Laws.
I was just trying to be.
If you're not ready, we can.
No, I'm ready. But I was just trying to. That was an interesting debate. Madam Chair, I don't think I voted for an Otago Regional Council annual or long-term plan for the last 3 years. And this has always been for the same reason. That this organisation seems curiously misaligned from the community that it purports to serve, that it doesn't possess an ability to test its effectiveness on an annual basis, that it prioritises capital spending that makes no sense, including a headquarters, and it doesn't seem to perform adequately its basic responsibilities, especially in pest management. But this year, in the midst of probably the worst economic and financial conditions since at least 2007, and very possibly since the early 1990s, the Otago Regional Council has particularly distinguished itself with its disregard for the region and its complete indifference to the financial circumstance of most of its ratepayers. Over the last 3 years, the Otago Regional Council has inflicted 70% rates rise over the last 3 years upon all its ratepayers in this region. And over the next 3 years, it intends to inflict an additional 39% rates rise, which is an extraordinary appetite for local government to have for other people's money. This long-term plan and its 16% plus average rate rise does not have the excuse of other councils, particularly territorial authorities, around the need to address long-standing and neglected infrastructural concerns, especially around water, sewage, bridges, roads and the like. This council is not responsible for such things and doesn't really have a significant capital expenditure program, except in gifting itself the super-duper headquarters building that's just down the road from where you're currently sitting, and increasing its staff numbers apparently to fill that building. Indeed, it's staff numbers that particularly concern me, and I've raised it to those who say you had your chance. Oh boy, I raised this for the last 3 years. But now we are going to have 350 full-time equivalent staff when we could do the job for 300, which was proven by the fact that we're meeting all our targets over the last 12 months, with staff vacancies unfulfilled and around the 300 market. We're going to increase 50 more staff. For what? We also provide a monopoly service. Now, a monopoly service means that we can't actually test ourselves how effective and efficient we are. But when we tried to do so, as a result of a motion that I passed the last long-term plan, we then compared ourselves with other regional council monopolies and their inefficiencies as well, and deemed that we were no worse than them. And let's also talk to the issue of community feedback. Again, an issue I raised early on in this process and said this is inadequate. Boy, have I been proven right about that. 400 submissions. 400 submissions received to a long-term plan that's meant to last for 10 years, but won't, it'll only last for the next 3. And there's been a substantial confirmation of the disengagement of our community from the regional council and its consultation process. And why is that? Simple. Nobody out there really believes, and it's just been proven again with this long-term plan, that they and their submissions are going to have any influence upon the decisions that are made around this governance table. For those reasons, Madam Chair, I cannot possibly support this long-term plan.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Sunderland.
Thank you. The long-term plan that we are, I hope, about to approve contains a lot of very important work, and we've heard some of description of that from some previous speakers. Our existing work, plus some new initiatives around improving the public transport network in Dunedin, Queenstown, and in other places too, and that environmental work. And that work is for the protection of the environment, and that leads to the or contributes to the well-being of our people. And so that work is very, very important to be done. And so I'm concentrating talking about the work there rather than how we pay for it, because that work is essential. Thanks.
Is there anyone else that wants to say it? Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. Yep, I am fundamentally opposed to this long-term plan. And as I've said in previous years too, this council has grown far too quickly. It is reaching a level that is too substantial in my mind for the service that it provides. It doesn't need to be the replacement for central government to continue affecting what the previous government was attempting to do. Year on year, we are increasing our rates, and once we increase them from this table, our ratepayers have to fund them, no matter what. They have to pay it, and we have all sorts of powers to ensure that they do. In this LTP, as we always do, we have 3 numbers. The first ones we consulted at 18.6, we're at 16.3. We've only really tweaked them ever so slightly from the consultation. The consultation is only 400 submissions out of a couple of 100,000 ratepayers. I think what we heard online that needed to be changed every day because it was so negative was far more actually acknowledging of what our ratepayers thought of what was happening and what was being put in front of them. So the only number we can rely on here as being in any way factual is the 16.3. After that, I bet you next year it will be something higher again, and the year after be something higher again. It's become habitual of this council to keep increasing at unpalatable levels, and in previous terms, it was always a cup of tea or a minute amount that per ratepayer we would be seeing increase. But now these are big numbers, and we as councillors, in representing our ratepayers, it's our job to say no if we don't believe in it. And I don't believe in it, that what we are moving towards is achieving any more than what we would be achieving if we had a lesser number here. I think the organisation has grown to the level it needs to be at. I do not support the regionalisation of some of the costs, especially around public transport, so that people in some areas who will never use public transport are now funding them to a greater level. I will never support the new building that is currently being created. I don't support the ongoing increase of staff numbers. My apologies in the previous meeting where I was too unwell to be able to speak to my proposal to limit staff at 325. I do believe as councillors there's a level that we've missed in these discussions. I want to give credit to the staff that they've gone through a very comprehensive process, but then they are I suppose fighting for what is done currently and what to do into the future, as anyone does with a budget that you are preparing and presenting to those who will approve it. It's our job to say yes or no, and as directors of Otago, be directors for the overall organisation in the best interests of the company or the organisation or the council, but also represent our ratepayers. And so the number of approaches that I've been receiving from very concerned ratepayers, way more this year than previous years. It is very, very tough out there. And yeah, we need to arrest this ongoing increase in cost for this to operate this council, and that is why I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callagher. Anyone else then? I've got a few. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nicole.
Thank you, Chair. I'll let Kevin go last. First of all, next. First of all, I just want to pay tribute to the process we've been to. So I'm a first-time councillor, but it's been a rigorous progress from the beginning. It's been over 12 months in the development. And I just think we need to recognise the time that the staff have put into presenting to us and discussing our options and ways forward, and also the time that the council as a whole put into, going to all the strategic planning, all the workshops, and all the committee meetings to get to the stage where we are now. And in fact, the decision, we've been through the process and we've come to agreement across the board at our deliberations meetings. There's parts of the long-term plan that perhaps, we may not be individually in favour of all of it, but at the end of the day, we got to a long-term plan that's the consensus of the council through the deliberations. Now, I think it's really important that we also mention it's not just the people who come and submitted to us, it's all the people that turned up and come to the drop-in sessions. It's all the people that we talk to in the street. It's all the people that have an opinion. So we have to really appreciate that. We have to understand that there are some financial challenges out there. across the whole spectrum of society. So that, but in saying that, we've also got pretty clear indication that a wee bit like Councillor Noon was saying, that at the end of the day, we've got to walk the talk and talk the walk, or walk the talk. It's at the end of the day, the people have come to us and actually say, yes, we do care about our environment, and we do want to invest in our environment. That comes through really strongly. And there's people who said, you know, they do want the public transport and they're happy to pay for it. There's people who have come out and said, yes, we are really happy with how you're looking at how we do our rating for flood and drainage management, how we're changing our, you know, our rating models around to be a wee bit more nuanced or a bit more flexible. So I think it's really important that we respect the people who have come to us and given us their opinions. I think it's important that I always see the budget, I always see the process, the long-term plan or our budget at 16.3%. It's not a target, it's a limit. I see it very much as a limit. It's a limit that we've come to, but it's now come to this is the amount that we've got today. But from today till the end of the year, it's up to us as a whole organisation to continue to look at ways that we can continue to deliver value to our ratepayers. And I believe that we can do that, but I believe that it's something that will happen during the year rather than you can't just sit back and say the increase is too high, it needs to be lower. The increase needs to be what it needs to be to deliver what we're saying that we're going to deliver. And if over time we can get some savings, well, that should be passed on coming through. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I think at the end of the day, it's up to us now. It's up to us now to deliver our long-term plan and initially our first annual plan, and to deliver it well so that our communities and people see value for their investment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nicole. Councillor Malcolm, do you want to go?
Yep.
Yep.
Look, it is a year-long process, but look, I just need to really thank the staff, Nick and your team, and I don't want to start naming them because I'll miss some out, but you know, there's a fellow sitting beside you, Sean and Co. Look, I just think what we get given back, they've presented what we've needed. They've done it in a very clear form, and it's been absolutely spot on timing wise. So thanks to the staff. It is a pressure time, but the result that we've got, the presentation and the work right through has been exceptional. Invest in our environment, I've just heard, and respect what our people are saying to us. That's a really interesting comment. So if I have a look at my long-term plan, which I did take a wee bit to read it because I think it's quite important to have a read. So if we look at investing, what we actually are investing in, which I think is quite critical, we've got a general rate increase of 2.78%. And again, this gets glossed over by the ODT. So that's our general operational stuff. And I think, why not focus on that for just a wee bit? So we've gone from 32,502,000 to 33,403. So that's just in our general operational stuff. So we've actually kept a lid pretty much on things that we're doing. So, we need to actually, because we told our CEO to go away and shuffle things around and see if there was savings and see where we could do some things. So in that part there, we need to actually highlight that when we go out. And if ORC, the ODT doesn't want to ORC with our huge and really competent communication team, we need to put that out there somewhere. Pretty damn simple. But let's have a look at this stuff about listening to our people and investing in our environment. Well, what we've actually done in our climate change and resilience and our environmental work, where all that good stuff happens, we've gone from $48,531,000 to $48,917,000, which is a 0.8% increase. So of that 16.3 increase, 0.8% of it is for doing the doing that we should be doing. The rest of it goes on, there's a bit more yak. And I don't want to demean the work that we've just had on our engagement workshop this morning of what's coming, but we're spending another $5 million on engagement. This year, our engagement budget has gone up $5 million. Our transport budget, yes, I think there probably will be some environmental gains, but that's legally mandated anyway, because we have to change to electric buses. We're not allowed any more diesel buses, so it's mandated, and so it's being done. So to increase the services in Dunedin and Queenstown, we're increasing the rate, the demand on our ratepayers without increasing fares for the people that use all the buses. We're increasing it by $6 million. But to make that a wee bit more, we listen to our ratepayers, and to make that a wee bit more palatable for Queenstown and Dunedin, what we decided to do was scoop $3 million of that right across Otago. So it becomes a part of our general rate. So little old Tapanui and little old Napara are now paying 20% of the bus rate. So that's pretty damn cool, because they'll get an environmental impact by having less mandated by more people in Dunedin buses. I suppose we will. But to me, that just doesn't add up at all. We've been through this whole process, and we've voted at Finance Committee, and this is the power of democracy, is that we voted and we've passed everything going through. So now really we're just signing off a long-term plan that, in fact, all the resolutions were passed at Finance Committee. We should be just saying, well, and my take on democracy, the little bits I tried to put in, I've either won or lost. So now the final plan comes together, and it's just merely a tick off of those things. So generally, my take on that would be democracy. I would be voting for this plan because that's been the will of the majority, and I should be saying tick go. But I read in the Otago Daily, and I just take up Councillor Noon's position that we've been divided, and I'm now told that I'm only looking after the farming community and irrigation interests. And I find that, I actually probably should be very much like that Waikato councillor that used some really big expletives. And in fact, if you heard the expletives I used when I read that beside my wife, and the actions I took then, I had to apologise to my wife, because that's the biggest insult I've ever had in my life. And the reality is, so I will be voting against this plan, because the environmentalists here are putting no more money into environmental fix-ups than we had the previous year. There's the figures, 0.8%. You're putting into buses and you're putting into yapping. You're not actually doing the work that we're meant to be doing. And I've had this for 4 years about people of the other people in the 7 that have been here for many years saying, we don't do anything. Well, here was your chance, and you're simply not doing it. So I will be voting against it, and I don't expect the people in the Para to be paying for a bus rate to service Dunedin and Queenstown.
Thank you. I have a couple of things, well, maybe more than a couple of things that I might like to say at this point as well before we go back to the right of reply. Yeah, this adoption of the plan isn't just a formality. It is about a shared vision, and that's what we achieved through starting with a strategy and working that up, and also consulting on that with community. It's about all of us. It's about all of us having participated in a process to date. And us, I'm talking about our region as well. We're local government. We actually are about our ratepayers, about our region, about our people. We need to be weaving that shared vision through this document. It's a shame to hear some of the comments around the table today, because we are at the end of what has been a really, really big process for our council, and all of us have had a chance to feed into that all the way along. First, then, I'd like to say a huge thank you to everyone who did take the time to share their thoughts and feedback, and we've heard all the range of opportunities where that has happened. So yeah, whether you did come along in person to many drop-in sessions right throughout Otago, you might have submitted through the 400 written responses, you might have come and talked to somebody, a local councillor, and we've fed that through as well. You may have participated in hearings in Dunedin or Queenstown, and that input has been invaluable. We have heard your voices on the very real cost of living pressures and your strong support for essential services like public transport and the community-led initiatives. We've heard that the quantum hasn't changed on environmental funding, but hey, are we targeting? Are we actually looking at efficiency then? And hey, with the same amount of money, can we target things that are more effective? That's something to think about as well. And are we backing our communities and the fact that they've actually voted with their feet with the massive surge in environmental work that is going on and has been spoken about so passionately today? It's important work. And what are we? We're local government. We need to be supporting our communities with what they want to do and what will truly make the difference. And we all believe that that groundswell in people getting out there and doing things themselves is what's going to make a difference. And it's also really efficient and effective because of all of the volunteer hours that we harness with a little bit of our support. So, yep, that's awesome. Also, people have voted with their feet in getting on buses, record numbers, and we've got plans to increase that. Hey, I want to thank the ORC staff team. Massively hard workload to get us to this point. It's probably been the most intensive long-term plan we've ever experienced at the ORC due to the quality of the work that has gone in. Been a monumental task, and your dedication is really appreciated. And I do want to thank Richard, took this on as and his leadership's been really important in weaving this right throughout the organisation, and to Nick Donnelly and to Mike Rossler, who are sitting here before us today and have given significant amount of their time, not just normal work hours, a lot of extra hours as well. Thank you. Also to our councillors for dedicating significant time and effort in the development of this LTP. The journey began with a new strategic focus for ORC, developed alongside our mana whenua partners and consulted with the entire community. The vision for our environment and communities to be healthy and connected, ki uta ki tai, from the mountains to the sea. So it guides the proposals in this plan, and the vision captures the essence of Otago's natural and productive environments and the vital connections that do sustain our communities. The plan focuses on 6 areas: partnership, communities, environment, resilience, climate and transport. Each is crucial and each has a place in this plan. I really wanted to issue a real special thanks as well to Councillor Kevin Malcolm at this point. He deserves special individual thanks for his leadership through what has been an absolutely, please don't interrupt because it is important at this point that we do that. He put his hand up to lead us through this. He's allowed to say whatever he likes at this point. That's right. We don't need to comment on that. But he's put a lot of his time and effort into building this LTP. I just want to recognise that. Yeah, it has been really intensive. So yeah, we do need to openly talk about rates. We know that the changes are significant and thanks Councillor Malcolm as well for talking about the general rate there. That's a really important point to make. In terms of the total rates revenue at the 16.1 in year 1, 13.8 in year 2 and 8.7 in year 3. We are very mindful of the challenges that communities face with cost of living. We're very aware also of the need to be prudent in paying off debt incurred in maintaining the public transport system following the challenges of COVID and the additional costs that occurred then. And yeah, we also know it's essential to continue building that public transport network. I've already spoken about record patronage figures in Dunedin and Queenstown. And it's not just about that, because we're planning to increase services in new areas as well. And we really hope that that will be well received in the other towns. We were planning to go there. And yeah, hopefully people will be able to get on those buses and support those trials and services. It's also about, and it hasn't been touched on too much, but building resilience and strong infrastructure strategy. It's key for the future of Otago's communities. We're committed to strengthening our connections with communities and discussing the changing hazard landscape and how we plan for our futures here in Otago. Infrastructure and investment in that and flood infrastructure is also really important. And it won't have gone unnoticed that councils across New Zealand are currently facing significant pressure. Rates increases, as we've already heard in debate today, are being seen across the country. According to data complied by local government New Zealand, these pressures are largely driven by a combination of unfunded mandates, so new obligations on councils, and people have spoken already about some of the reasons for that, and also escalating costs. Indeed, inflation and rising operational costs have exacerbated the situation. Simply put, I guess, maintaining current service levels even costs more. And it's not a glossy LTP. We went into it saying that that isn't what we wanted. It's about repaying debt. It's about maintaining good service across the spectrum, essential work like buses, especially in a time of cost of living issues. It's really important we have that essential service. It's supporting communities to do the work that they really want to be doing, caring for our local environments, and front-footing some priority hazards infrastructure investment before it's too late, so before the deluge. So yeah, I'm particularly pleased with how our strategic vision is reflected through the plan and the connection of people. So yeah, I think it's really important that we're trying to connect people too. That's one of our visions, and we're doing that through public transport, the way people can move around the region, and also about supporting people in community-led large-scale environmental projects. Those connections are really important. They're way more important than just the environmental, say, work that you can see. They're about communities coming together, and that's really important for our resilience. Like if you have a civil defence emergency, it's about those connections, it's about those existing groups, it's about community. So yeah, in closing, the adoption of the Otago Regional Council's long-term plan is momentous. It's not about being glossy, it's about our commitment to a healthy and connected Otago, and it's a huge thanks to everyone that's been on this journey. Democracy is important, like we've all said as well. People have differing views, and that's all good. It's the chance to debate it now, and yeah, I think that's been really good from my perspective too. Sorry about the length of that. Thanks for bearing with me. Councillor Mevan.
Thanks, Gretchen. Look, I'd like to talk to the motion or finish that, but before I do, I'd like to respond to Andrew, Councillor Moon, and Kevin in regards to the opinion that appeared in the ODP. Just to add some context around that, it was in response to a question that we did have around the ORC being captured. It was a comment that had been made by the Resource Management Minister, and I responded to that with 800 words and not just a sentence or two. And the reason I did that is because I actually take a great deal of pride in being on this council. I think that in the first half of this triennium, we've actually achieved a lot working together. And so that annoyed me, that comment that we had been captured. And so I wrote those 800 words, which were actually also subject to editing. And so the full context probably didn't come through in the paper. But I would like to apologise to those councillors who I may have offended in that. There was absolutely no intention to do that at all. And I will apologise because I see the need for us to continue to work together as a council. So that's that. In terms of this motion, look, I think most of it's been said, Gretchen. You've alluded to the 16% increase. Look, there have been some substantial increases for some ratepayers off a very low base. And there have also been some substantial decreases for a lot of ratepayers as well. So there's been a reallocation across the region. There has also been the introduction of a new catchment management rate, which is more around the environmental management, and so that needs to be acknowledged. And the other thing that also has been mentioned is that we must not forget the impact of COVID and what that did to our public transport deficit. And so 10% or just perhaps of the increase, the average increase of 16% is related to paying back that deficit. So generally, I think we've managed to keep the costs of rates within a reasonable limit. And the other thing is, yes, we are in difficult economic times at the moment, but this is a manufactured recession as a response to inflation. So yeah, so thank you, and thanks to everyone that's been involved in this.
Thank you. I think we might have a division then. We've got the mover and the seconder recorded.
Yes.
Thanks.
Councillor Forbes,
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher,
No.
Councillor Laws,
No.
Councillor Malcolm,
No.
Councillor McCall,
Yes.
Councillor Methven,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
Yes.
Councillor Scott,
Yes.
Councillor Somerville,
Yes.
Councillor Weir,
Yes.
Councillor Wilson,
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
So that is 9 in favour, 3 against, motion carried.
Thank you. We've still got number 8 as well. Thanks, Trudy, on the next mission. We'll just display that, but everyone knows what that one is. It's the delegating the authority to the council's chief executive in consultation with the council. External auditor and finance committee chair and co-chair to make any necessary alterations of minor effect or correct and minor editorial errors.
Happy to move.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
I won't know that you've done that. Can you add a bit after 2034 and subsequently inform all councillors?
So I'm just checking what changes.
So are you looking for a list of any editorial, or just as in we provide you the final document?
Well, I'd like to know what changes you've made, and that's what this delegation of authority is giving you.
Yes, we can provide you a list. There are, in terms of the one that you've got in the agenda, there's also a whole lot of editorials still going on around commas and grammar and spelling. So are you looking for every individual change, or just those that would be determined to be the content of the plan?
I don't know what minor means. So that's the reason I'm asking the question. Is minor content or is minor, as you've just explained, grammar?
Track, right?
Just,
It's not minor.
Yeah, there's nothing around the content, nothing's going to change around where you've landed with the rates increase or anything. But as we go through, whether audit will come up with any final, whether you've got typos like grammar, or it might just be as final checks that, a number might be transposed, things like that, we'll make those changes if there's any effectively administration or typos.
Yeah, I don't want to give the impression we're happy to, Michael. If I commit to something, because there are a number of changes that are editorial. So I just don't want to commit to providing something that there's already been changes being made, which are editorial in nature since the draft was attached to the agenda. So you will obviously be provided with the updated document, and there will be no substantive changes made because we don't have delegation to do that. I just don't want to commit to a full list of changes. I'm just trying to get
No, I understand. Listen, I think we can help each other, Richard. You're saying I don't want to go through every comma and I don't want you to provide me that. But if a number changes or something like that, I do expect to be informed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
If we find anything that's bigger, or the auditors point something out as Nick said, we could easily come back, no doubt.
We have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But we're not anticipating any of those. But yeah, once you've done it as well, you can come back and say, yep, it's done now.
I've dealt with auditors before at this level. They do tend to change things, or they do seek to rewrite sometimes entire paragraphs.
Thanks. Okay. Sorry, someone else had their hand up, I saw as well. Any other questions on this particular one? Don't think so. Does somebody want to move it then?
Happy to move.
Yep. Seconded, councillor Weir. We'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks. Okay, well, sorry, we've come to the end of all of those resolutions and it's now 25 past 12, so it's good time to have a break. That makes sense? Yep, great. Thanks very much, everyone, and thanks staff once again for tremendous effort.
I'll move to adjourn.
Oh, we made to move to adjourn. Thanks, councillor Cole, seconded councillor Noon, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Yeah, we'll put a timeline on lunch. When do we need to be back? 1. Yeah, 1. We'll be back from lunch. Anyone online? Thank you. So we kick off. Underway, how are we doing?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to our meeting today, and to those who are rejoining us online. We're up to paper 10.2 rates report and rates resolution. Sarah, did you want to introduce this one?
Yes, I can introduce this paper. So this has the rates that we need to collect that were outlined in the long-term plan. It also details out in the actual rates resolution, the difference to the L2P that you've already approved is it details out the rate in the dollar that will actually be charged to each property. So that is obviously calculated by the properties and the basis, whether that's capital value, a fixed charge or land value that are in that rateable area, and then the amount that we need to collect. So that is what's detailed out in each of the tables for each of the rate types. Other than that, there are some examples of standard properties that are in each region. So there should be a residential, in some cases a commercial for if there's a transport, and also a farming property for Clutha and Waitaki that details out what would be the likely rates for a property of standard capital values. But other than that, I'll just open it up for any questions.
Are there any questions, Councillor Ware?
Yeah, sorry. Part of the question, probably, so I'm just pulling it out now, but it was on the differentials for the transport targeted rate. And just that list of land use categories that come under the different differentials. I'm just wondering, like, theoretically, could these be split, not this LTV obviously, but could you, for example, take out residential vacant and add it to the other differential, or add its own differential to that category?
Theoretically, yes, you could. Yeah, correct.
But, well, yeah, theoretically you could, but you can't do it for this year's rate. Because that would necessitate a change back to the revenue and financing policy, where we've stated how all of this has been done for this year.
Yeah, thanks for stating that publicly. I think Councillor Ware was aware of that, but it's good to have that stated. Yeah. Any other questions? Somebody care to move the recommendations then? Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Ware. Councillor Noon, did you want to say anything? Councillor Ware? You do want to speak? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think all the stuff that we're looking at here, you know, it's stuff that we've already approved through the long-term plan process. A lot of work's gone into that. And we've reached a good outcome. I'm I guess slightly disappointed, because I do think earlier in the LTP process I asked, like at the very start of the LTP process, asked about the possibility of second homes being applied at a different differential, and was told that that wasn't a theoretical possibility, and we've just established it is. So I guess I'm just there may have been
point of clarification then, sorry.
Yeah, can I just clarify? So in paragraph 27, they are the land use of what that property's being used for. So if I theoretically, if I own two houses, I may have one that's a single use and one, like two that are single uses, one that's rented out to somebody and one I'm living in myself. So it's not like if I owned two properties, they have a different land use. They would have the same land use if they're being used as residential. So the land use is how the property is being used, not who is using that property.
Yeah, no, and I understand that differential or whatever. Just think that's maybe a conversation worth having ahead of the next LTP. That's definitely something that I'd like to have. But focusing on today, yeah, I mean, a lot of work's been gone into this current motion. Looks great, so thank you, so. Just
Thanks, councillor Ware. Does anyone else want to speak to this? Appears not at this point. So yeah, just reiterating the amount of work that's gone on, and we've spoken about that in the previous paper. But yeah, this is clearly identifying the allocation of rates. So thank you for this paper and all the work that's gone into achieving this today. We have the mover and the seconder. I'm going to put it now. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
And recorded. Yep. Recorded. Councillor Laws, no doubt.
Yep.
Thank you. It is carried. Thanks, everyone. We're on to the 10.3. Thank you very much, Sarah and Nick. Otago Catchment Communities Proposal. This is a paper authored by Libby Caldwell.
Can you please note that I'm saying that?
No, it's all.
Oh, sure, yeah. Councillor McCall is just leaving the room. Or going to sit in the public gallery, pulling his chair back. He'd indicated earlier he was to do that. Thank you. Okay, who would like to introduce this paper?
I'm happy to. I just wanted to introduce Pip Eckhoff. This is her first time at council, so some of you may not know Pip. She's the team leader of our catchments team in the environmental implementation team.
Thanks, Libby, and great to see you, Pip. That's awesome. Brian's just indicating that he wanted to say something. Do you need to say that now, Brian, or can we wait for Libby to do an intro on the paper? Sure. Thanks. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of this paper is to consider some further funding being provided to Otago catchment communities. They've had a previous underspend, and so it's looking to reallocate that underspend to OCC. And they've provided a business case for us to assess, which is attached to the paper. And there's three options provided within this paper, which I can go through if you want me to, otherwise I can take it as read and you can.
I think maybe just quickly go over the options, Libby.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a really packed agenda and also really packed week. I'm sure that people have read the options, but it's good to just refresh people and go over them real quick.
Absolutely. So the first option in the paper, which is on page 139, I think, everyone's document, is to provide funding over the next 3 years of $508,000. And this is more than we've provided for in the draft long-term plan. So that is one option, and there's a table in there which has pros and cons to proceeding with that option. The second option is around providing an upfront payment of $234,000, which is what is requested in their business case, and that is almost the value of the underspend, and that would be paid out in this current financial year. And that would mean that there is no differences between with the long-term plan in the future. And then the third option is that we don't allocate the underspend and retain the $234,000 as savings for obviously other activity within ORC. So those are the three options that have been provided for some decisions today.
Perfect, thank you. Brian had his hand up first, and then we've
I've
got
a question.
Oh, sorry. Yep, sure.
Just a question.
Brian's the representative on the OCC, so.
Madam Chair, I would like to speak to it, and then there may be questions.
Okay, so we might go with it. Oh, you want to speak to introduce? We've had the paper introduced. Is yours a point of debate or?
I had understood, Madam Chair, that I had the opportunity. It's the representative from the OCC that I had an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, no,
So can I just ask this question just about the financing?
Okay.
That's all it is. So the $234,000, if we keep that in the system, whatever option we use, how will that affect the indication CE that you gave us in your financials in your report, where I think you were coming back to a 730 surplus? So where have you accounted for that?
So at the moment, it would be budgeted as a surplus. I don't think you would have forecast to spend this when it has.
No, we haven't forecast to spend that.
So it effectively come off that projected surplus.
Good, but still, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Cole, thank you, Madam Chair. I have got a few things to say. I'll try to make them as quickly as I can, but I think it's important to set the scene. This is, OCC is an important entity. It's been my pleasure to be the OLC governance rep on the OCC, and when I cannot attend a meeting, Councillor Kate Wilson is able to attend it on Council's behalf. And of course, Councillor Lloyd McCall is also on the OCC committee as an independent and plays an instrumental and foundational role. The OCC has been established for connecting and supporting catchment groups within Otago to support improved environmental outcomes with a particular focus on freshwater quality. The OCC is assisting in building community environmental capacity, and it is in a unique position to do so as its many members live and are active in these communities. Over the past 4 years, OCC has expanded its member base from 11 to 18 groups and sub-catchment groups from 15 to 28. OCC coordinators are also supporting 7 groups towards membership. Significant work has occurred at the OCC establishing systems as a credible organisation. It is not straightforward and it has taken time. Time delays in establishing an incorporated society, co-funding and achieving optimum funding types all contribute to some degree to the 234k unspent in the 23-24 year. For the record, the OCC just didn't get on and spend the 234. It did the responsible thing and was very transparent to the OSC on this matter. However, the OCC now has a genuine need for these funds and is requesting this 234 over 3 years to provide an additional 0.5 full-time equivalent to enhance coordination and facilitation. That is to complement and enable the other 2 OCC reps to provide best value that is for them to focus on the ground improvements. This 0.5 facilitation right also coincides with reduction in government funding and the spillover responsibilities associated with that. An additional 0.5 FTE would be a very positive step in my view. I also make the point that the 234k has been previously budgeted by the ORC and is over and above the 430 budget allocation. Finally, I note that catchment groups are an important part of the current environmental and political jigsaw. The OCC is developing nicely and is also an important and unique part of that jigsaw. I ask fellow councillors to support option 2. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. I'll just check if there's any other questions at this point, and then we'll move an option and we'll debate it from there as well. So it looks like we've got a few questions. We'll go with Councillor Wilson, then Malcolm.
I'm not too sure who this question is for. I'm intrigued that there seems to be an issue here, but there's no reasons or causes for the reason in here, as in why there has been that inability to take up and use the funding. And I'm just wondering why that is, because I think it's really key that that is spelled out in determining the decision here.
So just to clarify the question, that
It's
is
why have OCC had an underspend and why has it been difficult? Potentially, I appreciate the reasons of setting up as one part of that, but the environment and the very changing environment and the running out of energy because everyone is wanting a piece of everyone's time in this is also a big part of why there hasn't been an advice. And I think it's really important to be put in and understood around the table. And I'm just wondering, am I correct that that's one of the issues? And just wondering why it's not referenced in the.
I think that is correct, but the question is probably better for OCC to answer around why that hasn't been underspent. I don't have all of the detail around that.
So I think the best response, I agree, that's a question for OCC. If we refer to their letter on page 152, as discussed at the March meeting, OCC has underspent our OCC funding stream by approximately 330k. Primary reason for the underspend is time delay in establishment of the incorporated society and the MPI co-funding. And the MPI funding delay stalled our ability to get financial support directly to catchment groups for our 3 funding streams. seed and small funding could not be open for the first 8 months of operation. Our direct group funding was not open for the first 12 months of operation. So that was effectively the reason why they couldn't draw or deliver the program with which we'd agreed to provide a grant from ORC. That's, I think they've set that out very transparently in their letter to us.
Thanks, Richard. You're right, Kate, then.
Yeah, I'll do some
Okay.
second debate.
Kevin, I think you were next. Yeah. We've got other hands up if you want to come back.
I suppose the question is, OCC is certainly being accepted within the community is doing a really good job. But are we confident that we are not actually duplicating any of the role that OCC is doing by with ORC staff? Have we made sure that we're not doubling up anywhere?
Yes, we have regular contact with OCC staff to ensure that our work programs align, but they're not duplicating.
Thank you. And if sorry, just to follow up on that, under legal expenses, I'm not just sure who to ask this for. So are we currently paying for catchment groups to be and to become incorporated societies, or just updating their current positions? It's a figure of $35,000.
ORC are not funding that unless that might be a question. I don't know if Brian knows the answer to whether OCC provide funding for groups to become incorporated societies. I know they provide support. I'm just not sure right now off the top of my head whether they provide money to do that.
So they are providing a grant for, it says in that comment section, so incorporated society rules update. So there'll be all incorporated societies will have to go through a process now to comply with the new rules. And there's cost involved in that. So my reading of that is that there is part of those fees to be supported through the OCC budget. And then the member groups will provide the remainder of that. So there is some support for that process.
Yeah, thank you. That's good.
Councillor Sunderland.
Thanks. Look, I'm just having a little trouble understanding the differences, the financial implications of the differences between those first two options. I understand they would both allow for the appointment of a 0.5 position for 3 years. Just outline the implications of those differences between those first two options. And I know the first one says in the paper would commit further spending later on, whereas option B wouldn't.
Yes, so the differences are that we can't carry forward the budget from this current year into future years. So if we were to spend the budget within this financial year, we've already allocated for that. Whereas if we are to give them money over the next 3 years on a yearly basis, that is over and above what we've allowed for in the long-term plan. So it would be an overspend in that area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. And so it is workable to present it that the whole, that 234,000 in the first year, but that would be spent over the 3 still.
Yes, so OCC provided that as an option to us, and we will ensure that there's mechanisms in place to for it to be spent in the way that it was intended.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. I'm relatively happy with option 1 and very happy with option 2, but there's something that may actually even be out of scope with this paper, but I'm kind of wondering what the integration between OCC and the catchment areas, the FMUs, is, and that is affecting my thinking around this, and I kind of need to know an answer to that.
So is that around the ICM work?
How does the ICMs and how does the catchment community working with the ICMs?
So we have a representative from OCC on our integrated catchment management working group, and so they are a standing member on that working group. And then within each of as we develop each of our catchment action plans, there will be invites put out to the wider community around who would like to be part of the individual groups to create the catchment action plans. And if OCC were to put their names forward, they would be considered alongside any other.
And does that have any impact on the funding? That work?
Not as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure what the arrangement is between OCC and their member and whether they're paid to be part of the working group. That's for them to decide, and I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that.
Yeah, I know it's sort of out of scope of this, but I kind of needed to get my head around it. But thank you. Thanks.
Well, can I respond?
Yeah,
No,
Brian, yeah.
Well, I know that we currently have 2 on-the-ground coordinators, and what we're endeavouring to do is get a 0.5 overarching in terms of the coordinators. It's just they have a certain time allocation, and part of that is also to attend the meetings that you outlined.
Those facilitators don't attend the meetings. It's a member of the board, I believe,
Okay.
that does attend the meetings.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillor Weir?
Yeah, just 2 quick questions. First of all, I was wondering if you could maybe just explain to us and probably more the public why this process ended up coming here rather than say like through the LTP and the reasons for that, and then also if staff have a preferred option out of the 3.
Yeah, so I would just let me get on the process and we didn't put it through the LTP because it was a submission that was, well, it wasn't a formal submission received as part of the LTP. It was a conversation happening outside because of the funding that we'd held over. It had been an ongoing conversation. So bringing it to this table where there is an option that doesn't rely on the LTP anyway, it was just felt that it was a cleaner process. The second one, we've just, if the council was of a mind to support the request, my recommendation is that you pay it out this year out of the surplus and the underspend that exists for OCC. And we maintain a positive relationship over the next 3 years to ensure it's spent in the way that that has been intended through the annual report, and that's a perfectly reasonable way to do that.
Councillor No.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I think it's a question for Libby. In paragraph 11, it refers to, the second sentence refers to the second part of the second sentence. There has been no detailed analysis assessing the extent of any positive environmental outcomes as a result of the work. The objective for OCC is to improve water quality, protection and care of the environment. Does their business case that's submitted with this report help appease that aspect?
I think there is an opportunity to analyse the work that has been undertaken by OCC and see what on the ground action has occurred as a result of the investment that ORC have made into this organisation. So I think there's an opportunity to understand that better, but we do know that there is a lot of work going on to support catchment groups who are obviously achieving good water quality outcomes, but we probably just need to look into that in depth a little bit more to understand exactly how much outcome we are getting from this investment. And there's an opportunity to do that through the relationships that we have with them and understanding the work that they do on a day-to-day basis and how we can support that.
Can I just add a little bit more to that, Andrew? Sorry if you probably jump in, and only for people that might be online and not read the paper in full, that statement was certainly not targeted at the OCC work program, and there we refer to all of the funding we provide in this space. We haven't really done a good benefits realisation piece on our eco fund and all of the funding we provide in this space to really ensure and provide certainty to the table that the actions that we are funding are contributing to the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. So it's certainly by no means targeted at OCC. It's a statement around our environmental funding generally, and can all just as much apply to the money we spend directly as a council, and something that we need to do in the future in order to really get some clarity around that benefits realisation piece. So I just wanted to make that point that it's not a comment that is specific to ORC in the context of the paper.
Can I respond, Madam Chair? I suppose my only concern, I won't say it in the debate, I'll say it now, is that any of these organisations, they're generally lean and mean, and I'd hate to think that we burden them too much with analysis on every detail that they're doing. Just some photographs and a short commentary, but a narrative to say this is what's happening on the ground.
And I think there's enough, there is enough evidence to understand that the type of activities that are often undertaken by these groups will lead to environmental outcomes. The sort of work they're doing around water quality and riparian planting and those sorts of things are known to have a positive impact. But absolutely take your point. We don't want to turn it into a massive academic audit type exercise that no one has the capacity for. So I think it's a point well made.
Thank you, Ben.
Questions are done then. Does somebody want to put forward a option and move all the recommendations once we've done that? I guess we could do noting the report first. Anyway.
Well, I'm happy to take the advice from CE with this preferred option.
So option 2?
Was option.
So you would like to note the report, move option 1 as the preferred. Oh, sorry, no, I was thinking 2 and saying 1. Option 2 is our preferred funding approach, and directing the CE to progress the adopted option. Yep. Have we got a seconder for that? Yep, Councillor Meafum's keen to do that. Kate, we've got state.
It's interesting when we fund things or partly fund things and use these, and we do this in many ways as our environmental implementation on the ground because it's an effective way of doing things. And I just want to acknowledge the work that the OCC has done in building the capacity in this area and the knowledge of catchment groups, and how vital they will be in the context of non-regulatory improvements to our environment. It's happening on the ground already in some places, and it will continue to happen. That is the sweet spot of success, and we should be and using it at every step rather than the regulatory background. It seems paltry that we're worrying about a few $100,000 here when we put so much into regulatory space, which doesn't necessarily give you the same results, because most people would like to be at the other end of the scale and working at a higher, at a non-regulatory space. I just wanted to use this opportunity to acknowledge Anna Robinson, who is leaving the OCC, I gather, and her contribution to setting this all up and getting going. She's been, Sam and her have worked really well in the community, so connections right through, and getting people out to think about the space has been really great, and she'll be a big loss. But I'm not surprised they're moving on. They have had huge amounts of kilometres to travel. Otago is widespread, and it is, and often they're working outside of normal business hours. So I just think she's got a really good opportunity, and doing something wonderful she's doing. But adding someone else in to take some of that load, I think, is absolutely important. This will be a much busier space coming with the government, where they wanted to take catchment groups, and we need to prepare Otago to be in the best place to take those opportunities forward. So I'm really supportive of this.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Meafum.
Look, I will support option 2 here, but when I first read this, I was a little bit disappointed that this money hadn't been spent through the catchment group, because I was aware of the Aroha Kaikorai Valley catchment group and the work that they're doing on the Kaikorai stream, which is in need of a significant amount of resource to to also know that the Oroka Public Valley failed to be supported in the Eco Fund. I thought they were being shortchanged a bit. So I just want to bring that up. I will support option 2, but just have some reservations around the allocation of the money to the catchment group. That's all.
Councillor Scott.
I'd just like to say a few things in terms of the debate. I'd like to firstly say there's been a lot of good work that's gone into establishing and running the OCC. I'd also like to say that the OCC has a strong governance group in terms of various personalities from around the region. And one thing, for example, there was a meeting just recently where was the financial scrutiny on applications. They're not just divvied out. There was strong scrutiny, and there was a request for further information in those particular examples. So I actually see it as a pat on the back to the OCC and not spending the 2, 3, 4, because when they do spend it, they want particular value, and that's what's being proposed here in terms of that 0.5. And discussions have already been had in terms of investigation, suitable candidates for that. I'd also, just make the point in passing, just to mention if the OCC wasn't actually here, the OCC is actually filling a unique need for us in terms of the overall jigsaw, and in terms of any Otago Regional Council assessment. I welcome that assessment. I think everybody that's read the science reports recently, it's actually difficult to see improvements and improving trends in water quality. That takes time. But what the OCC is particularly focused on, as well as the projects, it's about building environmental capacity in the catchments. For me, I just jotted down just here and now. For me, it's about a community organisation helping the community build environmental capacity. It can't get any better than that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Councillor Laws.
The problem you've always got when you fund anything for the first time to any degree is where is the empirical proof that the money will make a difference? And that's noted in this report, that there's no detailed analysis assessing the extent of any positive environmental outcomes as a result of the work of OCC. But it's always a question of faith to a large extent. We think this is a good idea, should we fund it? And should we, at the end of that funding, assess it? I find it ironic that we think about that when you consider that would also be a very fair criticism of the way in which the ORC spends its money and whether there's any external empirical evidence that makes a blind bit of difference anyhow. At the end of a particular year, you measure it against self-standards, and then the reason that you've met those self-standards is that you're doing any good. Another question. So it would be odd to bring to the OCC an empirical, if you like, test that the ORC doesn't observe itself. For that reason, I will be supporting option 2.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Anyone else then? No? Okay, we will put those. Oh, sorry.
Have one moment. The technology.
Oh, okay,
has just-
sorry. Yep, we'll just wait a second.
Right off the line.
Oh, sorry,
No, that's
Kate.
fine,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
I'm sorry.
absolutely.
I did
You're
want
welcome
to
to.
reply, and the reason I asked the question why the money wasn't spent, and I really appreciate Otago Community Trust, Otago Catchment Communities has written what they've written, but there is another tiredness and in the community who are being pulled every which way to do things at the moment. And I just wanted to acknowledge that that has been really hard work out in many of us catchment groups to get projects going. Things are tough, and you also need co-funding, and that's really tough at the moment. So just because the model, in the funding model, may have had some hiccups, it certainly doesn't mean the purpose and the function has. And keeping the money there, meaning that they can keep on using it. And it may be that maybe still more delays. Getting money out of any rural community at the moment to co-fund is really, really tough. So I don't expect that, I hope that we wouldn't be withdrawing this money. We brought it for a particular purpose. We got considerable support for it to be added in, and to keeping it in, whether it's our hands or OCC hands, is, I'm glad that this will look at doing, is important to show faith in them. Just as an idea, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Wilson. We'll put it now then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're up to 10.4 membership representation review, and I'll just note that we've been joined by Stephen Hill as well online, which is great. Welcome, Amanda. I will hand this over to Amanda to introduce. Just recognise that the task before us today really is a yes or no one. We can't really make changes today. If we did, it would need to be brought back to the council in July to be considered. So it's possible, but we would have to go through a longer process. Yep, thanks, Amanda.
Thanks, Gretchen. I probably don't have too much else to add, just other than noting the public notice that we included as the attachment. Those dates will change a little bit, just to align with various internal processes, so they wouldn't be the final dates. Happy to take questions, and welcome to Stephen, and Stephen will be able to answer questions. Stephen's doing 3 membership representation review council meetings at the same time at the moment, so well placed to answer.
Thanks for being with us, Stephen, and thanks for the intro, Amanda. We'll go into questions. Councillor Wilson.
One question, and thank you. It's a very clear process, but I'm just intrigued by the proposal to consist of the panel to hear the submissions to consist of all councillors. Is that something that's normal, or is normally a smaller number of people on a panel for this? And I think it's for Stephen.
Yeah, I was going to say, I understand for membership representation reviews, it typically is the whole of council that would consider those submissions. But Stephen, do you have anything else to add?
No, but it is preferable, yes, that the whole of council that conducts the hearings, as it will be the whole of council that makes the final decision on the final proposal.
So you said it's preferable. Is that what always happens? They often put it just in a smaller panel.
No. In my experience, it's usually a panel of the whole of council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, I was just happy to move the motions, but with one slight correction in C, which says there will be 12 councillors elected as follows, and the first point should be 1 councillor elected by the electors of the Moeraki constituency.
Yes.
Oh,
Sincere
yeah.
apologies. To the Moeraki member, yes, we will
Fancy me
absolutely
picking
make
that
that
up.
change.
Yeah,
Apologies.
yeah.
That's got through a number of reviews.
I'm happy for the Molyneux constituency to vote for me as well.
That's only just happened in the last hour since the last debate. Mr. Finance Chair.
Okay.
So happy to move.
Let it go. Yeah. Good spotting, Councillor Malcolm. Yep. You're moving. Sorry, we now need a seconder. Councillor Wilson. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Malcolm?
Look, no, I'm very good. We've been through a very robust process. It's really good to get it now out to the community. It really is quite exciting to see the growth that is happening in Central Otago and the likes, and we've got to show the people of those areas that are growing substantially that where the representation balance is more aligned to where the people are. So no, it's a good process, and it'll be very good to sit as a whole council and listen to the submissions should we get any.
Very good points. Seconder want to speak? No, sorry. Okay, no. Okay, anyone else would like to speak at this point?
I'm going to vote for this motion, but it's, as you know, is not my preference, and I don't necessarily think we're going the right way. But there wasn't support for another way, so I've accepted this. But it'll be very interesting to see what sort of feedback we get from Queenstown Lakes. And when I went to my own advisors and people I talked to a lot up there, I don't there wasn't huge concern at this point, so I'm relatively comfortable that we go this for now, but I do expect in 6 years' time, things will look very different again. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Forbes. Anyone else? Nobody at this point. Yeah, it is important to point out that there's consultation that goes on. So this isn't the final decision, obviously. And yeah, as Councillor Forbes has pointed out, we really do encourage communities to have a think about what fairly represents them and give us their feedback on that. Our ears will certainly be open because yeah, there isn't a perfect model here. As we can see, that we're aiming for a plus or minus 10%, and we are still quite a long way off on a lot of these. But we've tried to come up with what we feel is fair in terms of representation as a proposal that we can then seek feedback on. And yeah, as we can see, the significant change would be that we're proposing is one councillor less in Dunedin and an additional councillor in the Dunstan ward constituency, sorry. And yeah, as Councillor Forbes has said, does the Dunstan constituency boundary fairly represent, I suppose, the communities that are in that area? Well, yeah, this is what we think works. We'd like to hear what others think works. Another issue that's been bandied around is Mosgiel, and whether or not Mosgiel is actually a community of interest with Dunedin or whether it is a community interest with its catchment of the Taieri, and therefore ends up being in the Molyneux constituency, not the Moeraki constituency, but yeah, so yeah, there's a lot to consider in there. I think we've had some really good discussion as a council, and we've tried to think about what sets our community up well for being represented by us around the table. Also being mindful, I guess, of resourcing too, so that we could add an extra councillor probably to the table. Dunedin there has quite a significant minus, and yeah, I can't remember the exact figure there off the top of my head as I'm speaking. Amanda, do you? It's yeah, anyway, it's quite close to the 10% still. So yeah, but we could retain a councillor in Dunedin probably and add an extra one into Dunstan, but that costs more as well. And yeah, I guess, yep. So there we go. The next step will be consultation, and that's important. Okay. We can put the motion.
I'll get a right reply now.
Oh, sorry, sure.
It's going to be said, it's being said. Yeah, what we are going through a process. We have been through a process. What I think these boundaries clearly reflect is not only the growth in population, but reflects the huge area that the rural councillors have to cover. And that often gets overlooked when we look at a purely numerical basis. If we go back to the previous consultation on this matter, the Moeraki constituency, I'm pretty sure, had a population figure of at least the same as what Dunedin will have now of 8.59. So you've got to remember that the councillors within that Dunedin ward do not have the constraints of huge distances to travel to service their ratepayers. So I just think this fairly reflects where the majority of the environment is out in rural Otago. So we're certainly going in a very good direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Good points. Right, so we can put these all, just double checking, we can put them all together. That'll be okay, wouldn't it? Yep. Okay, so we'll do that. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Stephen, as well, online. We're on to paper 10.5, which is ORC's draft strategic climate action plan. Author of this one is coming forth, which is Hilary Lennox. Thank you. Okay. Hilary, would you like to kick us off on this one?
Kia ora koutou. So thank you for your time today. We're presenting the draft strategic climate action plan, which has been pulled together really over the last 6 months or so with a very fresh-faced looking strategy team. So as you know, there's been a bit of turnover on our team, but the current team have done very well, I think, to pull this together in quite a short space of time. And I would like to acknowledge the guidance and support that has been provided by the councillors at the 2 council workshops that we've had, and then the additional support that we've had from the councillor working group, Councillor Malcolm, Councillor Forbes, Councillor Weir and Councillor Somerville, who were providing feedback, commentary, guidance, input right until the bitter end. So thank you very much for everyone for all your support on this. And we are here to take questions, but I note that this is a draft, and the next stage is for the draft to go to our comms team for the design work and then out for public consultation, but noting that there has been significant input as well into this from our stakeholders that we engaged with as part of this process. I think at last count there was at least 35 organisations, groups that we talked to and right across the spectrum. So, yeah, we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you. Look, I'm aware of this, and there's been a substantial amount of reading to do this week, but when we were talking about this last, I think was it, we had just had Pierre, who's been here again today, talking to us about electricity. All of our solutions seem to be dependent upon electricity, and yet very, and that when this was raised, it seems that we are relying on electricity as an alternative source of fuel, but we've really got no idea or no planning about where it's going to come from. And that was raised in the discussion last time. Is there an action in here that actually gets us to better understand what the capacity and the capabilities of having low emissions are? Because we're not,
Hi, thanks for your question. Melinda Price, I'm part of the strategy team. I talked to you all last time. So on your question around energy, yes, that's been we definitely went back and reflected on that, and that is in the strategic climate action plan. In the action table, there is an action around how we will investigate options related to energy security. And also we note that the electricity grid is something that MB does a lot of work on, and central government, and a huge theme across the SCAT is how we engage with central government to provide a coordinated response and make sure we're influencing up and communicating up the issues that we see in the region around where we need more support from central government. And so the engagement with MB will be part of that, particularly with the second emissions reduction plan consultation from the government. That's something we'll be engaging with them on.
So thank you. And there's 2 parts to that. I get that. So the Pierre talked about 2 parts. I think one was it's also the distributed network. We had that discussion on that day. Is understanding that. So we have an action plan. Presumably, if it's just us talking to MB, and that's fine. I'm sorry. I would be grateful at some stage if someone point out where that all is, because it didn't leap out to me. Oh, sorry. Fifth last on investigate security issues in the region to determine whether there is a barrier to reducing reliance on solid. No, it's not about solid fuel burning. This is about energy. I mean, if we're going to have a whole lot more electric vehicles, we're going to need a lot more capacity coming in here and servicing this area potentially. And what that looks like is what he was, I think, talking about. And understanding a distributed network, should there be climate change and things that take out, or an ag event that takes out the security of the system, is where I thought we were going to be looking at. And I'm sorry, there are so many things listed there. It's a very, very busy plan to itemise. So I just wanted to make sure we are honouring what he was talking to us about.
Yes, so there's the investigation of the energy security issues, and in the work that our science team will be undertaking around energy security in the region, and whether there's the grid can handle the capacity issues around when we start to see the increased reliance on the grid, and what we can do there. So we're exploring the work which ORC can do in that space, and then as I mentioned, engaging with MB in that that's reflected across the goals around how we collaborate with central government and all the TLAs in the region on this issue. So hopefully that is reflected in the action plan.
And might end up being a planning tool enabling that sort of thing, or is that something further down?
Yeah, so across the strategic climate action plan, there will be the primary action that we're looking to take in the early stages of implementation is around that gaps analysis of what more do we need to do to achieve these goals, and looking at what are we already doing, including those tools like what we're doing in the planning space, and what should we start to do or start considering to be addressing these goals long term is something that we're hoping to see out of that gaps analysis.
Thank you.
Councillor Scott. Oh, sorry, Councillor Laws, you were next actually, then Councillor Scott.
Sure. I'm a bit reluctant to vote for this today, and please let me explain why. I don't think we've addressed in here the critical issue, which is the transition. And it's the problem the central government's got itself into at the moment as well, and the costs of that transition. So it's all very well to have fine words and plans and strategies and visions, but until you start talking about how does this impact ordinary people, what are the direct financial costs that are likely to be imposed upon them, all this is a bit airy-fairy, and an inadequate consultation as a consequence. So I'm keen on looking more at, when you talk about this plan, and I've gone through here, what are you expecting to result both for a direct impact upon ratepayers and residents, and then the costs associated with any of the actions that might be considered? That's the first question. The second question is related to section 2.1 on page 195 of my report, where it says, and I don't know what this means, ORC enables mana whenua to exercise rata tira taka and increase their climate resilience through the identification of risk to the values of mana whenua, which seems rather philosophical rather than practical. I understand the second bit, which says collaborate on Māori-led adaptation planning, which I understand is identifying basic cultural areas and say, well, we might need to protect that particular area if there is some form of flood or weather event. But the first one, risks to the values of mana whenua, what does that mean, please? So two issues, costing, and I think, why isn't it here and doesn't it need to be? Because people need to know what you're talking about when the rubber hits the road. And two, the values of mana whenua.
Thank you for the questions. So on the first question around the budgeting, I guess, behind this plan. So there's a few different elements here. As this plan is a long-term, how we can shape the ORC's work to be delivering on these goals. Those things around collaborating with central government on the big things that they're working on right now, things like the inquiry into the costs of adaptation that's currently coming out from central government. Obviously, we're engaging in that because that is around how central government might help local councils to fund these costs and what that should look like.
So that's one element of how the budgeting around this will kind of change over time. And then now at the moment, we've got some existing budget put away for the immediate implementation of this, which was already built into the LTP. And that will be funding the immediate things like that gaps analysis that I mentioned and the emissions inventory, so we can understand the basis of what needs to be done, what are our climate change risks and what are our emissions, so that informs the work forward. And then we should have that work done by the time we're starting to think about the next LTP. And so that will inform where we may want to make changes across the ORC and inform the budget moving forward there. On the goal focused on Ngāi Tahu adaptation, and that one was developed in partnership with Okaha and the local Runaka. And when it's around the values of Mana Whenua, I believe that speaks to that the values to Mana Whenua are not just, for example, the site where the marae is, it's around the wider environment, around the people and the future generations, and that's for us to work with them around what that looks like over time. And so we need to engage with the local Runaka to understand that a lot more and have that actually developed in partnership. So it's held up in a goal to highlight that that's a priority work program for us.
Does that mean that the values of non-Maori will not be considered in this plan?
No, that does not mean that the values of non-Māori will not be considered, but it's a reflection of the T2DT partnership.
Well, I don't think that's an answer, I'm sorry. Whereas the values of non-Māori to be considered in this plan?
The values of non-Māori, so this plan is a plan for the Otago Regional Council across the Otago community, and that includes all peoples, and there's specific goals there relating to that T2DT partnership, and recognising that the whole strategic climate action plan looks to address all peoples in the Otago community.
And there's public consultation as well. Yep.
Good answer. Perfect. Well, you think it's a good
Okay,
answer.
sorry, we did have a list of people who want to ask questions. We got Councillor Scotland known. And Malcolm.
Cool, thank you. Thank you for this report. It's good and tidy, but I still find it a little bit frustrating. I do apologise. And I always, I'd like to think that we could continually challenge ourselves to do more, particularly in the mitigation space. I mean, what we're primarily doing at Vision is information, work with PT, coordinate different things and get our ORC organisation in a better place. Now, I can live with it to a certain degree, but I just wish they weren't 10-year goals. Like if you said to me it was 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question is, can we make the 10-year goals 2-year goals? And so I don't know if you listen to Pierre that comes along and we're right on the cold face of climate change. Can we bring some of this forward? Or how nimble are we in terms of our goals and the action plan? Or is this it for the next 10 years? Is there a couple of questions there, Madam Chair?
There were at the end there. I've heard some questions. Awesome. Yeah. Can we bring the time frame forward and something else? Thank you.
Yes, so the strategic climate action plan is set up with visions that are intended to, or a vision that is intended to endure across kind of really long term. Then we've set 10-year goals that underneath that we have the implementation plan or the action plan, which is that more short term. So the short term action plan will be updated over time to reflect the actions and what we're doing in our LTP. And that will be updated towards those 10-year goals. We wanted to make sure that the 10-year goals were longer than the LTP cycle of updating, so that it acted as a kind of long-term, what are we working towards across all these cycles and all of our work planning, and so that we can show some ambition of what we can achieve beyond just what is budgeted for right now, and show some direction towards that. So the strategy is sort of there's the vision, then the goals, and then the action plan is updating over time.
Cool, I loved your
Hopefully
word ambition. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Noon, then Malcolm.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Emma. My focus is on the biodiversity aspect, and we talked about this at the workshop, and in the document, anytime it refers to biodiversity, it's Indigenous biodiversity, and I cannot quite understand why we limit it to Indigenous, providing the exotic biodiversity isn't an invasive weed, for example, or it's a pest plant or whatever, or pest animal that potentially. So, and I know this is a consultation process, and I appreciate that maybe people out there that feed in through this process will identify that. But I just think that limiting it to Indigenous biodiversity doesn't fully reflect the reality. That makes sense? There's a question there. So the question is,
Sorry, what?
is it too late to change that aspect? Every time biodiversity is mentioned, I would much rather have it not limited to just Indigenous. I appreciate Indigenous is really, really important, but I believe that exotic species that aren't harmful also play a really important part in climate change.
You almost managed to shape that into a question. Can we include non-Indigenous species in the strategy? Yep.
Thank you for your question. This is something that was raised across our engagement, and as we mentioned in the paper, one of the points where we saw different views from across the community of those targeted engagement sessions. In response to what we heard since that last workshop, we did update the vision to be around biodiversity generally, and still have that biodiversity goal around Indigenous biodiversity to reflect the role of ORC. According to the Act, which the name escapes me right now, but according to one of the acts, the RMA. According to the RMA, our role there is around Indigenous biodiversity, but we recognise that we have other roles according to other acts that are more broad. And so we tried to reflect that specific Indigenous biodiversity role, and then that the vision sits across that wider, and that those other areas that we operate in biodiversity are often related to the communities and businesses more widely, and those non-Indigenous species. And so hopefully that comes through across all of our other goals and across all of our other work. But on your question, is it too late to be changed? Nothing is too late to be changed. We're still, this is to seek to go out and do that public engagement, and we'll be coming back to you in October, I believe, with hopefully an updated final draft, but until then, it's moving.
Are you suggesting I may not need to ask this question again? You don't need to answer that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor Malcolm, then we have.
So under 7 on page 170, we say that notes engagement with Kotahu is still underway. So we're before we take this document out to consultation, where are we at with Kotahu, and when will they have their part into the consultation document before we take it out?
So we've already had feedback from Okaha and Te Marama on the goals that are in this draft strategic climate action plan. So we've already had some feedback. We are working, or we've started to meet with the Runaka to talk about what adaptation planning looks like at a Runaka level, but that we see that as being an ongoing project that drops out of the strategic climate action plan. In terms of further engagement feedback from Mana Whenua on the strategic climate action plan itself, we will be requesting that comes through as part of that public engagement process, but we'll be inviting them to give any comment in the meantime. But all of that will be considered along with any other feedback that we receive through the public consultation process, because as I'm sure you can imagine that in drafting this strategic climate action plan, we field a lot of views from a lot of different angles. And so it's about considering it all together, and figuring out which is the best approach based on what is being asked of us from lots of different parties.
So are we confident that we'll have input into the draft that will be quite close to the final position of Kaitahu?
Yes.
I say that with and not to demean any input that they may have, but if I'm going out to consult with my community, which I assume they wish to be part of, if all of a sudden we're going to come back and completely change that document, that would that's just wouldn't be acceptable to me. And the fact I would far rather lay this on the table and wait until they have their goals set to us before we go to public consultation, because it seems to me, and on item 20, you're saying this is proposed as a standalone goal. So we're saying that Tahu are going to have a standalone goal in this, and to me that really irks me. In that I would have thought that our climate change ambitions would have had a goal that suited all of us. That's what we'd be aiming to get. That and if we're actually honouring the treaty, that we as a community would be heading to the same goal. So yeah, I mean, if I would need to be very confident in the statement that Kaitahu will have a position to go to consultation as close to their final position as they possibly could, subject to minor grammatical changes.
The reason why I say yes is just because we've not had any indication from Okaha or Te Marama that there's anything in here that is that would not be consistent with what they would expect. So and they've provided some feedback around some of the wording, but they've not asked for any big changes.
And so sorry, just something.
Just in response, so we can have a degree of confidence through the engagement to date, and we can also look to the 2015 Ngāi Tahu Climate Act plan. It wasn't an action plan, but there's a piece of work that's already been done by Ngāi Tahu in the space that can give us a direction to understand at that level what their priorities will be. We can't guarantee, as we can't with any of the groups that have been involved in the early stakeholder engagement, that other things won't come out during consultation, and that happens all the time. The different people get involved, or something happens in the external environment which might change the priority for them. But I think we can have a degree of confidence because of the conversations we've had and because of the work that Ngāi Tahu have done, which is well ahead of most agencies, being a 2015 document, that we've got a good sense of what those priorities are.
So then if I just go to 21, where we've had various engagements arranged with Te Marama, Puketereki, Otako and Moreki, and all of those have been postponed. So what was the reasoning behind that postponement?
We've met with sorry, they might be a little bit daunted now, but we've met with Puketereki and Otako and with Okaha and Te Marama. The only one we haven't.
So that's
possibly a little bit out of date now.
That's okay. Yep. Thank you.
The next one was Councillor Weir, I think.
Yeah. Just wanted to confirm, so going back to the Indigenous biodiversity discussion, confirm that there's nothing in the plan as it stands currently that would exclude exotic species in any way, and also confirm that that exotic biodiversity is captured through other goals around economic benefits and mitigation benefits and benefits to that Indigenous biodiversity, even if it doesn't have that special, I guess, legislative and scientific and cultural status that the Indigenous biodiversity does.
Yes, can confirm that. So, and biodiversity will be an element across all of it, and we will be looking to integrate this across all of ORC's work, including our biodiversity work, which addresses both. And their specific goal is reflecting kind of the additional role that we have in relation to Indigenous biodiversity according to the RMA. And so, yeah, it's across the whole thing as well.
Thanks, councillor Forbes, then Wilson. Oh,
Well, I don't have a question. I'm just ready to put the motion when you're ready.
okay. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I found reading this document easy when it was part, but the action plan itself I found really difficult. And I've been trying to work out why I find that. And then I realized, so my question is, this is for all of Otago, but within the ORC as part of that context, am I right? So we talk about businesses being part of this and we talk about communities being part of this. Am I right? It's not just for the ORC?
This is just an ORC strategic climate action plan, so it only influences what ORC does and ORC's work. We did engage with all the TLAs in the region and others to make sure that it's consistent with others in the region and that it looks really similar and it puts us on similar trajectories. But ORC, this is only controlling ORC's work to the extent,
So when we put our goals, ORC operates low emissions, efficient and affordable public transport services that are widely used by the Otago community and visitors. And I'm trying to remember where I saw the sentence about businesses and communities. And the only reason is, look, it all makes sense and I can read and understand the goals, but the question I had is, as soon as it gets into the action plan, we put it into coloured, coded things that are a very different order and a different outcome, but I presume are related to our strategic goals, but aren't inherently linked to anything else. Yeah. And that's when I really lost the ability to read it particularly well. And I'm just checking why that is.
Could be my fault. So the action table, you'll see in the fourth column, there's a link to which goal or which goals. And so we've played with that action table a lot to try and put it into some sense of order. And we started off with trying to put actions against goals, but then some actions contribute to lots of different goals.
Yeah.
And so we moved away from that idea. We didn't just want a big long list of actions. So we just tried to group it last minute according to some sort of theme, but noting your feedback is really helpful. And we're going to be doing a lot of design work on this. So before it goes out to public consultation, the look and feel will be very different. And so it's good to get some feedback on how easy or not it is to read just now.
Thank you. And can I just reiterate my question earlier? When you talked about energy, when I've gone back and gone through here, it ties it to solid burners. We're not limiting ourselves just to an alternative to solid burners, are we? Solid heating.
So the action that we put in there around energy reflected a conversation that we had with the science team around what they could undertake, and possibly what data they already have, and what they've kind of already built into their LTP planning, but that doesn't reflect a limitation on what we can do in future. And so we can take on that feedback around broadening that and talking to the science team about what more we could do there.
I am unsure if we're focusing on solid fuel burning, how that is going to ensure that we're emissions reduction when it comes to transport if we do not have the capacity. Now, as part of that gap analysis, I think there's a part there that we have to understand that better, and that's where Pierre, I think, challenged us. The other question I had is, and he gave us some good examples of people doing some leadership on this. We've also had at the Balance Farm Awards the people who are converting farms into electric farms and understanding those case studies that we can, we're working with the farm community, and I'm again not sure how we roll that out, but yeah, understanding that capacity and systems, but that sort of thing is really important as well. So I think energy is a huge part of climate change and it's nailing it, yeah.
I was wondering if you want to talk about the public consultation and whether you could please fill us in on what you might envisage would happen for a month of community consultation. Thank you.
Yeah, so what we have planned is that the end of August, after consultation on the year plan, is while waiting until the end of August, then we will be kind of opening this up to the public, putting it on our website, putting a survey there and promoting it through our various kind of social media channels and other to kind of welcome that public submissions or engagement on it. The survey we've prepared is running through the various aspects, but also the kind of wider topic to gauge the feedback on the SCAP itself, but also feedback on the issue to make sure that what we've drafted here as the SCAP is actually addressing the issues the community sees as most needing to be addressed. And then also give us some information on who those submitters are. And so that survey will be part of that public engagement and any other feedback we receive through those channels.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've we've gone to one more question.
Yeah, just on the timing of that consultation, if you're picking September, and I presume, you will be wanting some rural feedback on that, just happens to be the probably busiest time of the year and we've just had this with a Waitaki catchment group that we're looking with ECAN, and that's one of the particular things they pushed out to make sure it wasn't in that August-September period.
So I think we have had quite a lot of feedback already from the rural sector, obviously not necessarily from individual farmers, but from industry groups and representatives. And we have let them know when the public engagement, the public consultations phase of this will happen. If they request more time, that is something that we could look into, but we haven't had any indication as of yet that that's what they need.
Thank you, and good point to raise there, Councillor Malcolm. We do want to ensure that we get the best feedback that we possibly can, so we can take that on board. And what you said about extending that if we need to, that's good to know. There's a bit of flex there, 1 month or so. Hopefully gives people a little bit of time to, if what they're able to submit is really well structured and takes them through the process in a way that's doable, that would be good, yeah. Rightio, so we've got one more there. Oh, sorry, this is going. There's a questions or a seconding Alexa?
Well, it's a question.
Okay, we'll quickly round off the questions. Yeah.
First of all, I apologise. I didn't make the workshop etc. So it looks like you've done a pretty good job. I just had a quick question around how we're approaching methane and whether there's been any changes in our approach to methane, given some changes at the governmental level.
So the Strategic Climate Action Plan is the plan of two halves. Really, it has the mitigation side and the adaptation side. The mitigation side is looking across all emissions, and so it's not limited to carbon dioxide. It's also looking at other emissions like methane. When it comes to the actions that we have and the tools and levers in our toolbox, there's no kind of prioritization across the different gas types, but it's looking at what ORC can do and what we can influence. And so methane will be something that we consider as part of that when we look across our tools, but I need to go through and kind of look at the actions around which ones are targeting which gases. Obviously there is a lot of work going on at the central government level, but also within the sector, if we're talking about biogenic methane, within the sector itself is doing a lot of work in that space. And so we've obviously engaged with the agriculture sector already as targeted engagement. We had a lot of them come to our session and lots of engagement, which was really useful, and a real attitude around how we can work kind of collaboratively and cohesively with them. And so that was a major focus there. And so how we continue to work on the issue and add value to it, making sure we're not duplicating and we're not getting in the way of the big kind of moves forward in that space already is something we'll be looking to do as we implement this plan.
Look, it's funny you just explain, because we talk about the plan as for ORC as opposed to Otago as a whole. Can you just give us a quick rundown how it fits in together? Because I'm sort of like where the climate strategies and action plans all over the place. So how's our plan? How's it going to work in conjunction with everybody, with everything else that's going on? Does it just relate to just stuff that we actually do, or is it stuff that we influence?
Good question. Yeah, so it's around, it's a plan for ORC and how we work, because that came from the a recognition that we can only control what we can, and we kind of there's limitations there, but that does bring around looking across everything we do, and whether that's influencing, whether that's leading, whether that's partnering, and across our ambitions, where do we need to think about those different capacities in which ORC works in. And so it's a plan for ORC, but looking across how we influence, obviously, the whole region as well, because that's a lot of our work. And recognising that our roles and responsibilities overlap and cross over with a lot of others in the region, like the TLAs. That's why we undertook really quite comprehensive engagement with them all to make sure that, you know, we've set this goal, what does your goal look like? Make sure ours looks quite similar to Central Otago District Council or whoever it may be, so that it puts us all on the same path, while ORC is not trying to tell other TLAs what they can and can't do in this space. And you know, it's working within our limitations and trying to be as cohesive and ambitious as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a mover, and I have Councillor Weir raising their hand to say that they would like to second this, I think. So I can see you've got your hand up there, Councillor Laws, so I'm hoping that it's to speak to the rather than a question.
Yes, it is.
Yep, oh, that's good. Yep, we're getting into the debate part of it now. So Alexa, did you want to speak first?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to say that I think this plan is off to a really, really good start. I think we have to remember there's 650K for this over 10 years. We're not talking a big amount of money, and the goals, I think, are open enough to provide strong direction for other parts of the organisation and with TAs across the region. There's already some strong climate action groups out there, climate action plans out there, and I think you've created something that doesn't step on those toes but is inclusive of them, so I thank you for that. I'm very pleased to see the two halves, to be equalising our thinking around both mitigation and adaptation. It's far too easy just to sit in the adaptation space, so it's really good to see that. I think the other real thing I really like about the way you put this plan together is it looks to coordinate our data and our science and to make that more available, and that'll end up leveraging that. It'll make it more available to other agencies that may not know of everything that we have. So I really like what you've done there too. And I think with the actions that you've got, it is focused around enabling and empowering others to increase their resilience, to provide, and for us to be able to provide the relevant information. So it will work out to really maximise the use of data we already collect, so that's a real plus. So it seems to me like it's a coordinating plan, although it's listed as actions. It really is something that really coordinates, and I think that's probably the best we can do right now in the first generation of this. I don't know how we effectively manage climate-related biosecurity threats, but you know, all giving it a go. The actions I think are really well laid out and are achievable in that coordination role, so that seems good to me, and will have influence through advocacy and policy. I'd like to see some of the language in the draft's preamble. I think the language and the actions and stuff is more thought out than probably the preamble yet and the other bits, and I'd like to see that tightened up a bit. And can we find another metaphor rather than driving? The plan drives things, and as drive, you know, I just really want us to lose that sort of language now. We don't need to drive the plan. We don't need to drive forward. We can use something else like it's an informed plan. So I just had to put that one in as a bit of a wordsmith myself, and I think I am. So anyway, that's that. But apart from that, I really am very happy to move that this plan is accepted and gets going. I think you've done a great job in difficult circumstances. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weir. Do you want to speak? No, because you're the seconder, but it's okay.
I mean, we've worked really hard to get the plan to where it is today. So I've had some late nights answering emails and developing the plan further and stuff. I'm stoked that we're now one step away from actually being able to show it to the public and get what they think too. Which will be the most important part so far. I do just want to sort of highlight one goal and one action that I think helps me at least see the future of this plan, and that's goal 1.3 in action. And the very first action here, so that goal is that we work in partnership with Mana Whenua and coordinate and collaborate with other agencies and communities to deliver cohesive climate mitigation action. And then that first action is to undertake a gaps analysis for each goal, so including this one obviously, and the work programs that we've got, and identify what we need to do to actually get there. And so that one action is sort of the stepping stone to a lot of the shorter term actions or milestones along the way to those actions that I think Councillor Scott was maybe hoping for, and some of the other community aspirations around or expectations of us will be realised once we've done that gaps analysis and we're able to really timeline those goals. I'm sure the comms team will make it look a whole lot prettier and sort of easier to read for that public consultation, but I think actual content in there and the way that it is laid out is really, really good. So I'm stoked. Thanks to the staff and everyone who's been involved in the workshops and stuff. Cool.
Thanks, Councillor Ware. Thanks for waiting, councillors.
Thank you. Listen, I won't be voting for this, and not because it's not a good idea, but because it's premature, I think inadequately drafted, and is not able to really inform opinion or to address the consultation needs of our community. But I do want to go back to what happened last month to give you a good example of why this is premature. Last month in Parliament, a cross-party group of all of the parties in Parliament decided to create a select committee that would look into climate mitigation. And essentially, that was in response to what they called the loud and clear feedback from councils like Otago, insurers, iwi, communities, that the government needs to provide a framework and guiding principles to drive climate mitigation and climate adaptation work. It seems slightly mad to me, and that's the only word I can use to describe it, for the Otago Regional Council to think that it can plough off independently of all of that and consult with the community when the guiding principles are to be established by a cross-party and quite non-partisan select committee of Parliament. And that is due to report back, I think, at the start of next year as to what those principles are, and then drive, you would expect, the sort of statement or the sort of plans, the sort of visions that this is hoping to be. So that's the first thing. The second thing is because it's, and that's why I say it's premature, and that's why government is looking at that, for God's sake, ridiculous, the ORC is going to go off and spend money on a sort of make-work scheme while we're waiting for those principles and visions to come back, and funding mechanisms as well. The second aspect of this is that there's nothing in here, and that's why I asked the question, about the key issue of climate change from a council perspective anyhow. I mean, there's nothing the council can do to save the world, sorry. There's not a blind bit of stuff that the IRC can do. Nothing anybody can do in this organisation that is going to make a blind bit of difference to climate change or to the levers that drive it either. So the best that you can do is look basically at climate adaptation. But the other issue here is the just transition. And it is the issue that Parliament's grappling with at the moment, central policymakers are grappling with at the moment, all the political parties. How do you get from where you want to go in a fair and equitable manner to where you want to end up? And those are national principles that go to who's going to pay what. Those issues haven't been resolved at a national level yet. It's discussed only in a sentence, cursively, in this particular paper that's before us today. But it's that issue that everybody in Otago wants to know, what's it going to cost me and my family? And what are the sort of choices that I am required to make, or at least have an input into, in a detailed and defined way? For that reason, I think this is an inexpert draft. There's got a lot of work still to go, and it needs to wait until those guiding principles come out from that very important cross-party select committee at Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Metham, then Somerville.
Yeah, look, my understanding that this is an ORC policy, and it involves the internal management and focus internally how the ORC deals with this, as opposed to being a national sort of, or a wider policy around climate change. But in that context, that it's internal, and it was a question I raised the other day when we were talking about this. Under 2.7, ORC has delivered on the community's expectations to be climate resilient in its operations and infrastructure. And further down it says our infrastructure includes both the buildings we work in and our infrastructure which serves Otago communities, including flood and drainage infrastructure. Now, my question the other day was around our building. We're building a new headquarters for ORC, and the question I asked was, are we putting solar panels on the roof? And the answer was no. So the feeling that I have is that we have to avoid tokenism here. It's going to cost us to put this policy in place. It's not going to be free. There will be a cost involved. And if we're going to be sincere about this, then we got to put solar panels on the roof of the new building.
Councillor Somerville, we're next.
Thank you. Look, I'm very pleased to see this coming along, and no doubt it will develop over time. We have heard that it's a plan for our organisation, and so naturally that includes our organisation's own emissions. And with our role in natural hazards, of course, on that mitigation side, we have a huge role already. But I think as a regional organisation, we're actually very well placed to assist others within the region. We have that regional overview, and we are in a position to be able to influence things. And one of those ways, as is clear in here, is about providing good information so that other people can make good decisions for their future, whether that's around their future mitigation plans or adaptation plans. And I'm just thinking of one example at the bottom of page 187, says consolidate research on agriculture and local food resilience in Otago, considering climate impacts, including climate forecasting, soil moisture and growing season estimates. Now, if we're able to provide that sort of information, that helps our people, our groups, our businesses make decisions for their successful future. And that's a good example, I think, of not how we're making that change, but how we're enabling and encouraging others to make useful change as well. So I'm very pleased how this is working out. And as I say, no doubt it will develop in time, but there's no reason for any delay. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm going to support this because I think it's something we should have done a long time ago, and I've advocated for some work on this space. I'm slightly concerned going out to community though on something that in one level we've been told is ORC focus and therefore should be in-house, and then we talk about it being working with our communities and working collaboratively and cohesively to give joint action really, and that's what 1.3 goes on to say. The easiest way of getting feedback on this would be to prioritise and to ask people to prioritise, I think, the projects, but also to say what's going to have the biggest effect. And otherwise it's a very long list, and it's really hard to really work out how one would give feedback on it. There are some things that I don't think have been considered. things like how does a ride share scheme work in rural areas where you're never going to have PT or have the opportunity for active transport. Those are really big issues in the rural sectors. I'm intrigued to know how our ride share system works at the ORC though. Anyway, I think it's a good start. I think it needs quite a lot of work before it has gone out to public consultation, but I'll put that down as something the design team are going to create because it's a huge list and it's almost scattergun without everyone without actually understanding what's going to have the biggest effect. And so without that guidance, we're asking people to consult on something that's so big and so hard to understand that I'm not sure that it's fair to ask our community to spend the time on it.
Councillor Callagher and Scott.
I agree. I'm not going to support it. Not taking from the work that's been done already. We're not ready to go out yet. I think the comments of Councillor Laws are valid around the central government direction. We burden our ratepayers enough as it is with direction that they have to be involved in. I don't think we have enough clarity in what we're going to be providing here to be able to get robust enough responses. I think too, in just focusing on what we do internally, it will evolve into some outward focused issues for our community as they attempt to undertake their own activities. So I won't be supporting. Thank you.
Go. Excuse me. Was there someone? Oh, sorry, Councillor Scott.
Cool. I will be supporting it. Look, it's not perfect. I think we all know that. It's a start. Thank you very much for all your work. In terms of the public consultation, I haven't read about that detail, but maybe the practical solution is it's only an online consultation or something like this, as opposed to, community halls or whatever. I'm not sure what you propose, but so if people wish they can. And this is a final point. I mean, I 100% disagree with what Councillor Laws said, and he says it doesn't matter what we do, it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. That's absolute BS.
No difference at all, not BS.
If all individually we make a difference around the world, we can solve this if we all take individual responsibility. And that even includes you guys up in Cromwell, Michael, shaking your head doing sarcastic emails. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we're assuming that BS doesn't stand for Brian Scott.
Close.
Brilliant summation.
Anyway, from me, I would just like to say, actually quite similar to Councillor Wilson, that for many years our communities have been asking for us to have leadership in this space, and we have got to this point. I don't think it's time to delay. I do hear though what Councillor Callagher and others have said around making sure that the consultation is in a format that people can understand and can engage in and isn't so massively everything that we gain useful feedback as well, and that it's meaningful and it results in actions. Communities do need that in terms of what we're feeding back on, but it's not time to delay. That's my feeling. We do have a mover in Alexa and a seconder in Elliot. Let's put that then. We'll put them all together. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
No.
Yeah, thanks. I was just waiting there because I thought you were trying to get your mute off.
On you? No, good on you.
Yeah.
I was trying to decipher my BS.
Thank you. So it's carried. Did you want to have your votes recorded again, gentlemen? Yep.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yes, please.
Yep, good one. All right, well, it's not quite afternoon tea time either in honour of Brian Scott.
It's always afternoon tea time.
Yeah, we've got another climate report. At 10.6, annual report on climate collaboration. Thanks. If you'd like to introduce this one, go for it. Otherwise, we have read it. Yep.
Thank you. So this is an annual report as a performance metric in the previous long-term plan or the current long-term plan. And so it provides a summary of collaborative work that ORC has been undertaking over last year with the city and district councils. There's we anticipate this sort of work to ramp up now that we have a little bit of direction or a better idea about where we want to head to with this draft strategic climate action plan and some of those additional collaborative initiatives that we've identified in there.
Thanks, Hilary. Any questions?
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Laws. You can kick off then.
I just want to know how that Zero Carbon Alliance is going. The one that is meant to reduce Dunedin to zero carbon emissions from the ORC, the DCC and Otago University. And how that's measured. So has there been a reduction in greenhouse emissions over the last year from the Zero Carbon Alliance?
Are we able to answer that?
So in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions that have resulted from the Zero Carbon Alliance, I'd have to deflect that question to the Zero Carbon Alliance because admittedly I've only been to one or two of the meetings. It was a predecessor on this team that used to attend those meetings, so I don't have the answer to that question. In terms of the work that the Zero Carbon Alliance has been undertaking as a collaborative initiative, the group has been meeting together and that's working very well. And as a group, we've been reporting back on what our individual organisations are doing in the climate space. But again, further detail on that, sorry, I haven't prepared exactly what they've been up to, and I'm quite new to the group.
It's just the aim of the Zero Carbon Alliance. Don't get me wrong, I think it's I think it's a crock. But the point is the aim of it is to achieve organisational and citywide emission reduction goals. And I just wondered if those goals have been set and what progress has been made along that line.
So the Zero Carbon Alliance partners, some of those organisations have set emissions reduction goals for their organisations, and they're already making quite good progress towards reducing some of their emissions. We, as a partner in that alliance, don't have an emissions reduction goal yet, but we've proposed through the Strategic Climate Action Plan that we should. And I think when we signed up to the Zero Carbon Alliance as well, that we said that we would. So that is something which we think has been high priority for this organisation. In terms of the citywide emissions, that is something that the Dunedin City Council measures. They look at the district-wide greenhouse gas emissions, and I don't have the data in front of me, sorry, in terms of what the city's emissions currently are or how that's changed recently.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Any other questions, Councillor Malcolm?
Oh, yeah, I suppose that if we're allotting, no problem with what is trying to be achieved, but what if we are allotting staff time and resources, surely we should have some measures that show us the result of the actions or what we're trying to achieve. So if no one's achieving anything and jumped on board, why would we be part of it? Or we're anticipating X result by then, and this is what we're doing towards it. So understanding we've got new staff members on there, but I would have thought that if we're going to be involved in something using ratepayers' money, we should be having some outcomes specified somewhere. And
we can bring a report back in the future once we've sort of caught up and been to a few more of these meetings in terms of a summary of the activities of that Zero Carbon Alliance and link through. Obviously, if we do, as an outcome of our strategic climate action plan post consultation, include the emissions reporting, then we'll have something specific to ORC, but we can also bring back information from the Zero Carbon Alliance meetings so council's aware of what's being discussed and achieved through that forum, given that we voted to become part of it.
It's just that they do, sorry, just to explain, Otago University does measure. It has done for the last 6 years, but I haven't seen anything coming out of the DCC or the IRC. And last year, the report said that they were emitting more carbon than the year previous at Otago University.
Yeah, I specifically asked the question re governance, and that if we're part of a project, that if we can understand the measures that are coming through, at least we can understand whether we need to resource further, or what we need to do to make that initiative. So we've seen value in the initiative. So let's be in a position where we can decide whether we need to resource further or assist. So that's probably what I'm looking at. Thank you.
No, thank you. Councillor McCall, question?
Yeah, I've just got a quick question. I've put a big, when I was reading, put a big arrow just on by the very beginning, executive summary around scoping a regional sequestration study. So that's under the actions that have been done in 22-23. I'm just wondering where we're at with that.
That study hasn't been complete. Oh, sorry. We have a draft report that was given to us last week at the officer level for us to consider. So it's being worked on, but it's not finalised yet. And so it's being considered by staff on the strategy team, but also across the OCOG network, because it was co-funded by the different agencies.
So we'll get access to that work at some stage.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's only the scoping of that study, though, isn't it? That's not actually the doing of it. Scoping of regional.
Sorry, the report, that might have been for the previous year. The work's actually been largely completed now.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a noting report if somebody would like to move that at some point. Councillor Weir, you're happy to do that? Actually, Councillor Forbes, do you want a second? But you've also got a question.
Yes, I just had a bit of a question, and it's only a tiny one. It's Destination Queenstown now moving in its role from an RTO to a destination management organisation, which every RTO is doing. But they've got their plan, Travel to a Thriving Future. Do you have anything to do with that, which is a zero carbon? It's not even net carbon, it's zero carbon plan for tourism. Does that feed into any of our working at all?
It hasn't for the last, none of these particular projects that I've been reporting on for the last 12 months, it doesn't necessarily feature in any of those, but through the actions in the Strategic Climate Action Plan, we talk about supporting the businesses across the region. And so
And they were one of the organisations that we targeted in that early engagement. So we have already spoken to them this year, and they feed into that first draft of the Strategic Climate Action Plan.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Weir, do you want to speak to your motion at all? You're just noting the report. Yep. You're okay? Yep. Anyone else want to speak? Okay, we'll put it then that we're noting the report. All in favour? Aye. Against? No, carried. Unanimously. Thank you. Shall we have a wee break, because there's a bit of a natural change in the topics that we're going to be looking at. Yeah, so I'll move to adjourn. How long do you want to?
3:30.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think we need 20 minutes to 3:10. Sorry, Councillor Malcolm. I know you wanted to honour Councillor Scott, but seconded Councillor Noon. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks. Yeah, we're just going to be recording now. Thanks everyone. Thanks for rejoining us online as well. We're underway and we're up to 10.7 resource management amendment, freshwater and other matters bill. We have Fleur in person today. Hi Fleur, and Anita there as well. Nobody online as well. Well, from the policy team, I mean, we've got people online. Thank you. So if you'd like to introduce this one, we did have a meeting for any councillors that were interested the other day as well, where we could go through what are the implications here and also signal where we might like to go. So recognise that some councillors weren't able to attend that. But yeah, Fleur, over to you.
Sure, thank you. I'm happy to take the paper as read, but I will just add a few little points. So you should have received the draft submission on Monday via email, and it's in diligent, and it is on our website up against this council.
On an email, man.
Yeah. So the draft submission covers 3 of the bill's topics, as was discussed at that session last week. So it covers the removal of the hierarchy of obligations from consent decision making, changes to the intensive winter grazing and stock exclusion regulations, and changes to the process for making national direction. Te Uru Kahika's draft submission covers these topics, and as well as the changes to the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity changes, and the consenting pathway changes for coal mining. So staff didn't consider that these additional topics have significant impacts for Otago, and so therefore council can rely on Te Uru Kahika's submission on those matters. We do have a draft of that submission, and it covers kind of all of the topics pretty well. Also at the session last week, that councillors asked us to seek Mana Whenua's view on the removal of the hierarchy of obligations. So I did do that. And their view is that they do oppose the removal, but they also just wanted to be careful that Te Mana o Te Wai doesn't get seen as kind of an iwi concern. It underpins how freshwater is managed, and implementing it will assist council to achieve improvements in freshwater management and the environmental outcomes that council is seeking to achieve. So they were kind of a bit wanted council to be cautious about necessarily including their view. Just in the submission there was a placeholder for that. So that's all, but happy to answer any questions about the bill or the submission.
Thank you, Fleur. Council Methon.
So Fleur, the hierarchy of obligations, we've got it also in our regional policy statement. That's what you're saying.
That's
and so whatever government does to that hierarchy won't have any impact on us?
It will depend on how they change the hierarchy. For this particular change, it won't have an impact on consent decisions if it's relevant for a consent decision to consider it.
Existing consent decisions?
Well,
future.
Yeah, just to assist, so because we have to consider our RPS when we're making decisions on applications, because Mana o Te Wai is in the RPS, we have to consider those policies when we're making that final decision on consents.
So we have to change our RPS?
No, so the bill does not change the requirement for regional policy statements or plans to implement Te Mana o Te Wai or the hierarchy of obligations, so that does remain. And they've been very clear that that remains. It's only for consent decisions.
Councillor Weir.
Just on that's where we're supporting to Kahika's submission, and the conclusion sort of talks about their points on the coal mining consent pathway and the SNA timeframes. I'm just wondering if you might briefly be able to summarize what those points were.
Okay, sorry, just missed that. for the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity, the submission is quite unclear in that it notes that there are diverging views of member councils, so that some oppose it based on significant natural areas have a critical role in biodiversity decline, and then others who do support the amendment so that it can be achieved through local alternatives. So
not a committed position.
yeah, I mean, as we discussed last week, for Otago, again, it's in the regional policy statement, so the impacts on us are relatively small, and most of our TAs have already got significant natural areas established.
I didn't know, I just had a question around the table around who's Te Rākei. So that's the group of regional and unitary councils in New Zealand that work collectively in terms of the special interest group network and have strong connections into ministries and working on these things. So there's some coordinated work from those groups, but it never takes the place of an individual council submission, and that's been very clear. But it's the collective sort of special interest groups around different areas that we work together on a number of things, and this is one of those things.
You must have a credible hearing.
I know
Yeah, most things.
It's a bit of a worry, to be honest.
Just on the coal mining one, so the submission recommends that government takes a more proactive role in providing guidance on addressing downstream greenhouse gas emissions. So, which is sort of kind of probably out of the scope of the bill as such, but it's just kind of making a comment about it.
Okay, we've got as recommendations here, noting this report and approving the submission. I realise people are sort of mulling over that and thinking, and then delegating to chairperson and chief executive, signing off the finalised submission, which would get lodged by the 30th. Do you want to ask a question, Councillor Malcolm?
Thanks.
Sure, go.
So you had, just going back to the placeholder for mana whenua position, so that's not going to be exercised?
If that's the advice, then no, you're right. I would just delete that. Or
So the question was asked when we had the online session, which I think we had four around what was the position, and what we've heard the advice is that they would caution us against including their position in our submission. So I think my recommendation is we would take that advice and leave it out.
Council Ware's signalling that they're happy to move. Councillor McCall, seconding. Yep. Any other questions quickly then before we go to Councillor Ware if he wants to say something?
Sure, yeah. I mean, the submission's on something that's pretty relevant to regional councils, and so I think we should be engaging in this as one of a suite of changes coming through central government that we need to be engaged in and wary of. I think the submission itself is, my personal submission would probably say some other things, but as a regional council, I think it highlights the areas that would be an issue for us functionally, and areas that the amendment bill could be constructively improved. So, good submission. Good.
Thank you. Councillor McCall, you're next.
Councillor Laws. Just really quickly, I'd just like to say, well done. It's a submission that says everything we had to say in a succinct way, and I actually read it on Monday and thought it was earlier than that. So I think it puts our position, and it's important that we do partake in the discussion as well. So I'm really pleased about that, and well done. I'll support it, obviously.
Councillor Laws.
On every piece of legislation that affects us in the way in which we have governance responsibilities over this region, we should, as a matter of principle, always submit. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Anyone else want to debate this? No? Okay, well, we've got mover and a seconder there. We'll put them all together, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Well done, thank you. Oh. Team 10.8, Hey Mahi Rodrika, significant engagement in Māori participation policy progress update. Councillor, what's your hands? Yeah, thanks. Good one.
I was just going to say, did you turn off my video for a reason? Was I doing something embarrassing?
Oh, did we?
It's being you,
I'm
Mike.
not sure we can do that on purpose, sorry. Would you like it on?
Well, you won't be able to see me otherwise.
I think that's at your end.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
There you
Councillor,
go.
there'd just be so much
Didn't
disappointment.
do it intentionally, sorry. Good one, right, so welcome along everyone, great to see you all here. And yeah, this is a important paper we've got here today and I'm gonna hand it over for you to introduce. And then we've got our recommendation there to approve.
Kia ora, good afternoon everyone. This paper introduces and discusses the draft engagement approach, which is a key mechanism for implementing He Mahi Rangita, ORC's significance, engagement and Māori participation policy. Council have already provided some really valuable feedback at this morning's workshop, and that will be integrated into the continued development of the approach. We know that good engagement is happening all across the council, but we have got feedback that tells us that we can improve our approach around community engagement. The draft approach that we've developed pulls together all of the good practice that's already happening and integrates this into the development of an effective and consistent approach which enhances whole of organisation practice. The approach responds to key recommendations that have been made and already identified gaps in engagement and aims to reduce things like siloed working, supports community council relationships, integrates Mataraka Māori in our practice, builds institutional knowledge, and implements evaluation and reporting mechanisms for continuous improvement. Whilst key components of the approach have been developed, we want to recognise that engagement is iterative and these will be refined, and new resources and support mechanisms will be built in line with international best practice and in response to community and staff need. Very happy to take any questions.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I supported where we're trying to get to on this, and but there's two bits that are, I've been wondering why something's missed, and I think I finally worked on it. We have had challenges in the past from a number of community groups that we don't get people together into the middle of the room and we start processes generally putting people in corners, and it's particularly unhelpful. It means that we're putting people into battle rather than and defending positions rather than working out solutions together. And it just occurred to me that that's a philosophy that underpins good community consultation, that we can, if we get people in the room to agree on what they agree on first, rather than on the differences. And that's a fundamental policy or theme that I really liked. And it's been presented to us as an opportunity to do this stuff better in the past. Is there any room for that in what you're providing for in this report?
Absolutely. There's no reason why we can't explore that further and look at where we would want to integrate that in and how we would want to integrate it in.
Thank you. The other question I have is, it's fine to do engagement, it takes up significant resources in the community. Engaging is one part, acting and listening is another. And in your idea of monitoring and the effectiveness of this, I'm wondering how we do that. I'm hearing from parts of the community that are burnt out. They're over consulted and they don't always feel like they're getting listened to. And I can reflect on the one statutory process we've just gone through and our responses are no change. Now, that's fine if it's a submission process where we've gone out and said to anyone, Joe Bloggs, do you want to come and tell us what you think? But when we're going out parties to say, can you help us get to the better point? I find that sort of response really tough. And so I'm just wondering how does this process ensure that people feel like they've been heard and that they will come back and keep on re-engaging? Because that is equally important, that we value their voice, that they are heard and can see themselves to be heard.
There's a number of components to it, but one of the first really critical aspects around engagement planning is identifying what level of engagement you're looking for and whether you are looking for a reciprocal, whether you are actually looking for feedback to influence a plan. And that's really around setting your expectations really early on around what is negotiable and non-negotiable. So in that really early planning stage, the resources and toolkits support staff to really start fleshing out that detail so that when we are asking the community to partake in an engagement process with us, we're being really clear about what it is we're asking and what they are able to influence. And secondly, a big component of building an engagement approach is around providing better feedback and closing the loop with communities so that they understand I think a lot of the time they have influenced decisions, but it's perhaps not communicated with them where they've done that. So we're hoping to bridge that gap by letting community know what difference has been made from that engagement process, how they have managed to influence.
Sorry. Thank you. That all sounds really good. Oh, thank you. That sounds fantastic. And congratulations if that's the aim. The question is it what has stopped that in the past? Is it an institutional structure thing? Is it lack of staff? Or is it a lack of a methodology or process?
I suspect it's a combination of all three and sometimes one and or the other. I think but I haven't been at Otago Regional Council long enough to know why that hasn't happened, perhaps as well as it should with some, but we are aiming to address the gap.
Thank you.
No other questions? No? Oh, sorry, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, page 211, page 26. Mana whenua have been informed by IOC development engagement approach, which has a bicultural lens. So what we see in this approach and what we see in what you've given us, how far again, and we're seeing the final product and if there are changes to it deemed necessary by Mana whenua, when do we see that?
Through the chair, so the approach is grounded in a Māori framework, which is equally applicable to non-Māori in terms of those principles, and that's shown in the table. And we don't expect that this approach would change in terms of the overall approach, but where we might get further input is in the implementation of engagement activities that will come in the future. So there will be no changes to the proposal that's presented to you today, but we would be seeking ongoing feedback like we would for other areas, including yourselves, in terms of how we deliver that approach and what will work best for the outcome that we're trying to achieve.
Okay, so further to that then, if we go to page 219, where we're developing a separate practice toolkits for Māori engagement and community engagement, which sort of goes probably against what you've just said, and that you're using one concept to do both. So to me, that's saying that we're actually going to engage with Maori here and engage with the community here. So I'm really uncomfortable with that, because if we're trying to get people together, well, why are we doing it separately?
Through the chair, there's a whole integrated engagement approach where we see the whole of the community and iwi Māori being part of that. Where the delineation comes through in terms of the actual toolkits and resources is really around building capacity and capability with staff, with understanding best practice for community engagement and then best practice around iwi Māori. They're not separate approaches, but they can be integrated at different times. It's about integrating Mataraka Māori into our standardized community engagement practice, but we're not separating the two out, other than from building capacity, capability and understanding within staff.
Right.
Sarah, do you have anything to add? No?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that explanation. So I suppose the test will be when we go to under this process, when we go to our first consultation on the subject, that we actually have both in the room together. Like we did with our land and water plan, when we asked iwi to come on board and explain Te Mana Ota why and work with the community. So if that's the approach, I'm very happy with that, and that's what I like. Yeah, so I'll reread that with your lens on it then. So it's good, thank you. I have got more.
I've got one while
Yeah,
you're
but-
waiting.
Yeah,
Or
you
unless
go.
you
Yep.
want to keep
No,
going.
you go,
Yeah.
you go.
I was just gonna, on the what can community expect as part of this, which is paragraph 27 around a coordinated effort across different engagement activities, providing a better experience for community members. How would that work?
Through the chair, what we're talking about is members of staff being able to speak to other activities that are happening across the organisation. So we want to build a coordinated understanding across all of the different departments with who is doing what, why they are doing what they're doing. We have a number of mechanisms for doing that. We now have a cross-council community engagement group, which consists of 18 members. And we're also discussing engagement huddles. So it's really around being asked questions at a community event about a different project, and staff being able to adequately answer those so that we have a joined up approach.
Thank you. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, so then going back to 218, where we've got the Maori worldview and the Western worldview. So we're saying recognition and value of Maori diversity and self-determination. And then we go to the Western worldview, diversity is recognised and self-determination enacted. So is that the only thing I'd like to see probably added to that would be, as you have down below, equal rights and opportunities for all, would be self-determination enacted for all.
Through the chair, we'll take that recommendation.
Yeah, cool. And then if I go down a wee bit further to where I've got equal rights, and I'm probably concerned. We're content reflects dual heritage, and we just heard from Councillor Forbes about the huge Filipino community up in her way, and we've got a similar one in ours, and the Pacifica community, where it's just more than dual now in New Zealand. So if we go even particularly in Dunedin here, where the Chinese community was exceptionally strong in the formation of this province, where do we actually see that that's reflected?
Through the chair, it's just the next bullet point down in terms of equitable representation of community voices. I think it's saying that we acknowledge that we have Māori and non-Māori heritage in New Zealand. And so, and then underneath that, we're talking about the diversity of those expressions. So it's not discounting one or the other. The dual, I guess, is Māori or Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people. So that's what that's referencing to, but below that covers and further down in terms of protection of diverse cultures and religions as examples of diversity.
Yeah.
That's all encapsulated.
Yeah, so I'm just sort of looking at that word dual probably isn't the right word in that space, and just.
Through the chair, we'd be very happy to change the wording of that to reflect.
I understand what you're trying to do. Yeah. That's all for me at this stage, but I'll come back with some more.
Okay, yep. Councillor Laws, then Wilson, then we'll see if Councillor Malcolm's got more.
Yeah, I'd like to go to the four guiding principles because am I to understand this correctly? That your communication strategy and your engagement strategy and your consultation strategy is defined by the four guiding principles on page 218. Is that correct?
Through the chair, they are principles in which we're applying the way in which we engage, and they are equally valid to all sectors and the diversity within our communities. They're general principles, yes.
That's a yes, is it? So they are the principles by which this policy sits on top of.
As guiding principles, that is correct.
Okay. So explain to me then how these principles work in reality. You're consulting on, let's just say, a new piece of legislation that's come out. I'll give you something specific. A replacement for the Resource Management Act or amendments on it. The government have enacted it, as they say they're going to do. There are changes in policy and practice at the ORC as a consequence. How do these four guiding principles then deal with that when you're talking to largely the agricultural community about the changes in the Otago Regional Council's role in it? I'm struggling to see how the Māori worldview becomes relevant when you're largely talking to a non-Māori farming community dealing with, say, farming practices. Could you explain that to me?
Sure, through the chair, and I'm not sure if you were able to attend the workshop this morning, but we talked a lot more around how this would work in practice there. So that would really be around, so yes, these are good guiding principles, but the application of those would depend on the circumstances and the tools in which we described this morning at the workshop, give a bit more of a tangible flavour around how we would do that. So we are not seeking to apply each principle to every set of circumstances. They're just ways of working that guide the methods and the tools that we use to engage with people.
What do you mean by principle 2? The right to exercise authority, tino rangatiratanga.
So what we mean there is things such as that we understand that people are different and that people have different cultural practices, and that there is diversity of thought, and that we acknowledge that and we try and implement an engagement practices that allow that to be that diversity of views and understanding of how things operate to come out. So
Councillor Malcolm just before too to add in a bit for all as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just thinking of the Filipino community is an excellent example in my neck of the woods. It would be much more numerous than the Maori community up here. So are they, what principle guides the ORC in that? Is it the Western worldview or the Maori worldview in terms of consulting, say, if you wanted to consult with a Filipino community or seek their engagement in a particular issue?
Through the chair, I think obviously we would be looking, the principle behind it is that we're looking to understand what guides people and understand that there are differences and build on that. So we're not going to apply a Māori worldview to a Filipino community, and we wouldn't do the reverse. What we're trying to understand here is that people, and impress that we understand that people are different. They have different norms and cultural practices, and we need to take those into consideration in order to do good engagement.
So the Māori worldview of consultation, that's only for Māori who are resident in Otago? Is it for mana whenua, just Ngāi Tahu and their derivatives? Or is it all Māori who are living in Otago region irrespective of their cultural, their iwi background?
Through the chair, that would include iwi Māori and mana whenua, depending on the circumstances and the legislation, if we were consulting on something specific. But when we refer here to the Māori worldview, we're talking about iwi Māori as well as mana whenua.
And principle 4, the right to cultural and religious freedom, which seems an extraordinarily odd thing for the Otago Regional Council to have as a guiding principle. Does that mean that you are now going to try and incorporate all the different religions, multitudinous as they are in the Otago region, and engage with them separately?
Through the chair, no, it doesn't. It means that we will practice without bias and be respectful to any culture.
So you don't have the expertise to be respectful to every culture and every religion. That wouldn't exist on the communications team of the ISE, because most of you wouldn't actually have had too much individual knowledge of that, would you? Like, how do you communicate with the Jewish community?
Through the chair, no, we wouldn't have that expertise. We are not the communications team either, but again, it's about approaching and asking the questions before we start engagement. Is there anything we need to consider? It's about working with people and listening across all of the people that we work with, just like we don't organise in general meetings in busy times of the year for the farming calendar. We observe, we know when other cultures and groups within society have points in time in which it's not good, Chinese New Year, to undertake an engagement exercise. So it's just having that understanding. And we wouldn't assume to be able to speak for any particular culture, no matter whether we're part of that culture or a different one. It's about going into that conversation opening with an open mind and asking the right questions at the start.
Thank you. Yep. Councillor Wilson.
So at the bottom, page 206 of 414, which go haven't we? The number 9, paragraph 9, the policy aims to, and it says, inform the council about the expected public engagement before making decisions. That sort of gives the idea, which is my point this morning, that we will know about things that are going out for engagement, and then it will come back to us after the engagement for decisions. And yet I go back to that picture this morning, which doesn't show that. I'm more confident now that I've reread this in light of that. But this one, I didn't put them together properly. That is what's in the report is what is expected rather than necessarily what's on the diagram. Thank you. That gives me some confidence. I don't want to reiterate, but I'm probably going to sound like I do. If I look at the purpose, the vision in page 209, the visions, the second one is interesting wording. ORC is an organisation that engages effectively by improving the way in which engagement is undertaken. I think the saying we can continually improve our engagement would be good. And how you measure that, and you know, this is the work of 100 hands, and I like that title, but making sure that we know that it's a well spread number of hands, and I'm just really interested in how we're going to measure that sort of stuff, because it's having nice engagement looks great, but how are you going to know that you're doing it well and getting sorry, in here there isn't the feedback loops that like we've talked about. I'm just really checking that we're going to have those feedback loops.
Through the chair, we're introducing some guidance around evaluation of engagement. And so we trialed a little bit of that evaluation framework with some of the engagement with strategic stakeholders for LTP. It talks around evaluating in 3 different ways: process evaluation, impact, change evaluation, and impact evaluation. And so there is a number of different mechanisms for analyzing engagement and being able to categorize it into different types of evaluation, and they're quantitative and qualitative. But certainly from the LTP, we had some kind of numerical data, but we also had a lot of qualitative data that allowed us to see dialogue and speech, but also behavioural change as well. And so it very much depends on the setting, but there was a number of different ways to evaluate.
Thank you.
Right, I'm just double checking because I said I'd come back to Kevin, but did I say council where? Right, so councillor Malcolm then.
Yeah, I'm just reflecting on that vision, because to me it doesn't. ORC is an organisation that engages effectively by improving the way in which engagement is undertaken. So, short of the engagement that you're doing, I just wondered if we need to change that to say ORC is an organisation that engages effectively and strives to improve the way it engages, because that's saying we're not doing quite a good job of them. Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say, but
yep,
yeah,
got some nods happening there, so that's all good. Yep. Anything else, councillor Malcolm?
Yep. If I go, the part that I'm really struggling with on page of your diagram, engagement framework, elected members, and I just don't know if the wording there, priorities set by Mana Whenua treaty partners guide and shape the work that Otago Regional Council of Otago Regional Council. To me, that seems to be not necessarily in alignment with what we have to do as our treaty obligations, but also giving a greater hierarchy to Mana Whenua than to the community at large. And so that gives an assumption that all Mana Whenua's priorities are of far greater importance than what the rest of the community has. And I'm yet to disagree with any of their priorities, but I'm just saying that the way that is written,
it is written that way, and it reflects. I think it reflects the strategic direction we have around partnership. It certainly doesn't mean to diminish the influence of the community who are reflected in that circle to the right of the one you're referring to, councillor. But having that in there speaks directly to the partnership strategic focus area, which is something that we committed to in the last triennium, and then again as part of this long-term plan. So it is deliberate in that sense to really give meaning to that partnership. But it's certainly, as indicated in that green box down the bottom, it is a combination of central government, Mana Whenua, and the community that drives that. Those circles just give a bit more of an explanation about what that is, but it links to that decision that council's made about creating that meaningful partnership.
yeah, understand that explanation, but to me, it just gives a hierarchy of greater importance than to me, that's not a partnership. That's that's giving it greater importance than the partnership. So I'm
You can talk
leave
about
it as
that
is, but I'm
more if
just
you want in
yeah.
debate. Cool. Have you got any other questions?
No, that's good. Yep, sorry.
Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. So we say earlier in the paper we are trying to avoid silos, but then when we get to 4 guiding principles, we really do create 2 silos. There's the silo of Maori Worldview, and then there's the silo of everybody else. So my question is, well, what will be the visibility of how we engage with the community under everybody else versus the visibility of the Maori Worldview engagement? Is that done at partnership level in-house within the organisation? And the other silo is everybody else done publicly? Or have I got that very wrong?
Through the chair, so we were using those guiding principles, and in order to, I guess, demonstrate that they were applicable to Māori and non-Māori, that's why we've separated them, but they're not mutually exclusive. So they underpin our work, and that does not mean that they are separate or we would exclude one or the other as we do our engagement. So it was really more of a way of demonstrating the exact opposite, in that you can take those principles and look at them from different dimensions, but they're equally applicable to both groups. So we wouldn't be looking to do, in general, anything fundamentally different, and there will be some circumstances in which we might choose to engage and in different ways, but ultimately this council makes those decisions. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm sure it does.
We may have confused you by trying to not confuse you and sort of explicitly show that those principles apply to everybody. But we used a Te Ao Māori lens and then a Western lens to describe the principles to you. It doesn't mean that we would undertake engagement in siloed ways. It's just a way of describing the model so that you can view it from a Te Ao Māori lens and a non-Māori lens, and hopefully understand it, but we may have some further work to do.
Thank you.
Might be. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, we might have been done on the question. Oh, councillor, where you did have your hand up, yep.
Sorry, I was just wondering, at the end, there's sort of some, what looked like potential further steps, and I'm trying to find it again now. There was stuff around, youth, rōpū and other measures of engagement and stuff. I'm just wondering, it mentioned those as opportunities. So I was just wondering if we had any idea of when those opportunities might arise.
Through the chair, there's opportunities that exist already that we're leveraging from, and so I think they're currently in development, and as it says, the rollout of those will be very dependent on capacity and time. But yes, they're ongoing, and we've already started the process.
Thanks. Somebody care to move?
No, I just want to ask one question of Kevin's.
Yeah, we just need to keep going as well. Yep, you're happy to move, you're happy to second. Yep, Kate, you're the last question.
Oh, sorry, look, I taking up Kevin's point, and I've just gone through the strategic directions and the long-term plan. And it's not that I don't want to cause untoward issues if there isn't one to be had. And I think the word guide is probably a strong word when it's informed. I'm just wondering if that is a better way of actually talking about that partnership. And there are some things that they possibly don't even want to engage on. So it almost sounds in the way, especially because it's in bigger circles, bigger writing, that they're the person almost. And I appreciate and respect the relationship and our investment in that relationship. But I think everything in the strategic plan is about informing rather than it doesn't say the word guide anyway. And I think it probably will stop some angst which is unnecessarily being considered.
Okay, mover then, if you want to say. Seconder. Oh, sorry, did, no? No, okay. Anyone else then like to debate? Councillor McCall, Councillor Laws, then Councillor Malcolm.
Hang on, who's moved it?
Councillor Ware and Forbes the second.
Actually, maybe McCall should second, so I'm going to believe in a minute.
So you're underway, you're trying to talk.
Yeah, that's what I was moving. I'll dealing with support. I assume Can we have some clarification, please? Are we moving, what are we moving?
All the recommendations.
So is it just option one, is it?
Well, we haven't moved any adjustments, so they're kind of the same option at this point, but yeah.
So just for clarity, Kate's noted a few changes that happened through that discussion. There were some minor tweaks, including that last one from Kate, I think. So they taken it as being included in that recommendation.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Yep, thank you.
Councillor McCall?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm happy to talk. I think it's really good that we're doing a bit of work in this engagement space. At the end of the day, the council's relationship with their community is of utmost importance, and we need to do what we can to make sure that we nurture and feed that relationship. Also, it's of utmost importance that we maintain integrity and our commitment towards the partnership with Te Mana Whenua, with our partners, and that they're held at that partnership level with us. So we like to see that and it's worked, as Councillor Malcolm said, it worked really awesomely through the long-term plan where we had both in the room working together, and that's the way we wanted to go forward. And it's just really, and it comes down to our obligations under the treaty, and there's obligations that flow through from central government right through to local body government to where we are now. But other than it being coming from the central government level, we at this table have made a commitment to the partnership in our own right, and we want to stand by that commitment as we move forward. And it is very important that we understand and recognise the differences, and that we provide communication lines for all sectors of our community as we can. So I think it's a step in the right direction, and I fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor Laws. It was, then Malcolm, then Wilson.
Sure, excuse me, just need to get Kate out of the way. Listen, I'm deeply uncomfortable with this because I think it is a radical agenda, and that's the proper word, to redefine the Otago Regional Council's relationship, particularly with Māori, when there's no mandate to do so. But also to assume, and in fact it admits it, this paper on page 12, on paragraph 12, to actually go beyond the statutory regulations and to start a new way in which the council engages with Māori in particular, and then the wider community in general. The Otago Regional Council, as I keep telling you, is not a signatory to the Treaty of Waitangi, never has been, and has no statutory responsibilities under the Treaty of Waitangi, or Te Tiriti o Waitangi, or whatever you like to call it. The relationship is between the Crown and the Māori people, and it is handled at a central government level. The Otago Regional Council, though, have decided that that's not good enough for them. They're going to form their own treaty partnership with local iwi, Ngāi Tahu, who make up, in actual fact, a minority percentage of the Māori who live in the Otago region. And as a result of that change, this particular communication strategy has been evoked. I find it impossibly woke. It's absurdly an airy document, when the real problem here is that ordinary Otago people, Māori and non-Māori, according to the Versus Perceptions survey that we undertook, don't trust or like the Otago Regional Council, because when they do try and have some say, they feel they are ignored or sidelined. That was the overwhelming and primary lesson from the Versus Perception survey. And as a result, we get this. Now, I can't see any of this addresses the issue, which is that people in the Otago region, when they are consulted or communicated with, don't feel that the Otago Regional Council is sincere, because they don't see any evidence, and boy has that been proven today, that the Otago Regional Council changes from its preferred course of largely staff-driven actions and makes any difference or listens to the community. This is hypocrisy with a capital H. This is suggesting that there is some form of communication strategy that is going to make every Otago resident trust, respond, and engage on a greater level than is current. But ta-da, you know, when you had an overwhelming series of submissions, for example, on rates rises and things like that, what did you do? Off you went. So this is what I would expect from a Sociology 101 lecture. It is certainly not an engagement or communications policy that's going to work. It might suit those who've done Sociology 101, but it does not address the fundamental principles that were raised in the Versus Perceptions survey made available to all of you this year. I won't be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm.
Look, sorry, I've got a late question.
Hi.
Which is
Mike. Yep.
Which is around so page 215, place for whakawhanawa tangata. So what is your translation of that in relevance to this? And I understand it to be making and maintaining relationships, and so how do you describe that?
Whakawhanaungatanga is about engaging with community. So the question was, what is it? Is that what you're asking, sorry?
Yes, so you're saying it's just that, yeah, but I just look at
it's an approach on how you will look at approaching all community, not necessarily directly just with Māori or it's any ethnicity or community. It's a way of understanding that there are different ways that we do need to engage.
Yep, cool. So if I thank you very much for that clarity, and that's how I picked it up to be. So look, I'm comfortable to get this out to consultation and move forward with it with the additional changes that we've made. But I just wanted to emphasise that the key part to me is ensuring that we are bringing the full community along together and showing our partners that we are comfortable with that partnership, but we need to be doing it with the whole community. So that's what I want to see being driven as the result of this, which I'm comfortable that it's heading in that direction. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, I think.
I had some concerns about this when I first read it and looked at it, because I wasn't quite sure about joining all the dots and listening. I've been given confidence with my questions today that you understand that. This is a big move. It's an improvement. This is a statutory requirement that we have this, and we look at it every year. And if we don't do it, we just go back to what we had, which will just be more of the same, which wasn't great. I'm slightly disappointed about some of our emphasis on Māori values, which when I sit around this table or when I observe people like Edward's way of doing stuff, which is consensus. And if only we could work that collaboratively around this table sometimes, or more often, it would be great. There are things we can learn and do better if we watched and listened. And so I am really happy to have those differentiated or the different ways explained and challenging us to think of different ways of doing it, which is great. I hope that as much as we may have 100 hands on this work, we will have 100 or maybe 200, 100 ears listening and responding. And we may need to have quite a few cups of tea as well. Slow the process down to get the decision right rather than rushing through just to fit our own timeframes. Those are all good thoughts. Thank you for your answering my questions, which give me much greater confidence that this is ready to go out. What I really now look forward to is understanding how our previous paper on the strategy for climate change action plan is going to be articulated and done, because that is a really hard, almost first branch of the first cab off the rank for this. So that's going to be a really interesting process. And so thank you for the work. I will be supporting it.
Thanks. And Councillor Kelleher is next.
Thank you. It's too late in the day for big long speeches. I won't be supporting it. It's too divisive and woke. We could do better than this. it's not inclusive of all of our community, so it will be against. Okay.
Thanks, councillor Kelleher. I'd just like to say that I think this is a really good piece of work and one that we have asked for from this council as well. And I think we might be overcomplicating what we've got here, which is yeah, it says on paragraph 3, we've received feedback indicating our current engagement efforts can be improved. Some ORC projects are demonstrating excellent engagement and outcomes, and others are seeking more assistance to deliver more effective engagement. What can community expect is in there as well, and it's not hugely complicated what we can expect as a result of this. We are looking at being more visible and actively present from our council at regional events. So that's not too complicated, is it? We want to coordinate effort across different engagement activities, providing a better experience for community members. We talked about that. That's so that if you turn up to an event and someone asks you about pests and you're someone who that's maybe not your expertise, you at least know what's going on in our council and you can talk about that coherently, that sort of thing. More accessible opportunities to engage both in person and online to accommodate diverse needs and preferences. Hey, that's pretty simple too, and we've talked about that. That's actually for everyone in the community. Feel that if you're part of Otago, we actually care about all of you and we're going to be inclusive and involve all of you. You're welcome here anytime. Right, the other thing is that we're going to use a variety of engagement activities such as public forums, workshops, surveys, interactive, blah, 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 anything we can think of in there. We're going to use a variety of approaches to make sure that people do have a chance to be heard and involved. And that is all people are going to be involved. And what can staff expect is the next header. And that, because this is quite a lot of this is about our internal organisation and what we can provide for support for our staff, recognising there's a range of skills in staff from, you know, someone who's a recent graduate or is a really great technical expert, but perhaps isn't so used to the engagement space. So what can we do to support those people? That's in there as well. The next bit that is really important is that we do have partnership and that actually we have set, well, we have it, it's a legislative thing for the Local Government Act. We actually need to involve Māori in decision making. So it's not just a thing that's, you know, an option. And it's also something that we want and that we've developed actively over many decades, to be honest, in our own council. So we have a strategic plan which has actually been signed off today as well through the LTP, and one of the strands there is partnership and is deliberately there. We care about partnership in this council and it's right there, and I just wanted to say that up front from my place today in the chat that it's important to us as well. And we have signed it off and it has been through public consultation that is one of our areas that we're focusing on. Thanks. Right, so anyone else want to speak?
Well said.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else want to speak in debate? I know it's getting late in the day, and that wasn't short. Sorry, Councillor Kelleher, you did very well with being short. Yep.
Just like a final word.
Yep, Councillor Forbes.
I think you've done a great job again. It's really, really nice work. We are obligated and privileged and really lucky to have to consider the different ways that our partner looks at the world. And that is a huge advantage we have. And all of this paper is good, but it just amazes me that every paper that comes to this table that considers our responsibilities under Te Tiriti, we see this sore fester. And I'm a little bit sick of it, which is why I haven't commented too much on this. Anyway, I'm delighted to see this go on, and I just would like to point out that we don't have Te Tiriti or a Declaration of Independence that came before that with the Filipino communities or the Brazilian communities or the UK communities. But we do want all those communities to be part of this too. So we have two ways of looking at the world. How lucky are we? Thank you very much, and your nice paper. And I'm very happy to be seconding you and moving in this direction.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Nice one. Sounds like everyone's done with the debating on this. I'm gonna put it all in favour, aye, against.
No.
No.
Recorded in guessing, yeah, thanks. Yep, good one, okay, thanks everyone. Welcome back, Anita. We're up to 10.9, Dunedin Future Development Strategy. Yeah, we are noting that the Dunedin Future Development Strategy has been finalised, and that is pretty awesome. Obviously, I'll hand over for you to introduce, but yeah, that's been quite a process journey that we've been on with the Dunedin City Council as partners, and just wanted to thank Councillor Noon and Councillor Wilson, who were our members on the panel for this as well. Thank you. Over to you, Fleur.
Oh, thank you. We will take the paper as read, but I just wanted to introduce council to Efi. So Efi Ukozoni has been with us since October last year. And so she wrote this paper and was involved in the hearing process. And so can probably answer better than us any detailed questions about the FDS, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you, and welcome along to council as well. Great to see you. Are there any questions? Council staff.
To be honest, I haven't read it. I couldn't find it.
Is this a question, Councillor Scott?
It's just between Bill Clutha and Oamaru, Dunedin.
Sorry, I shouldn't have.
I mean, the plan you couldn't find.
I've been to the website. What are the key points from the future development strategy that I should be aware of?
I'll just, before Evie talks you through perhaps some of the key points, we did circulate the strategy separately by email about a month ago, so apologies for not recirculating it. We did share it all when it went out.
Another one, sorry, we will hand over, and you're welcome to touch on the highlights of the future development strategy. Another way would also be for our panel members to reflect as well, if they'd like to. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
We would be happy for the panel members to do that if they'd like.
Sorry, you're on the spot now, Andrew.
No, it's all cool. Can I just talk about the process for a moment? The NPSUD, National Policy Statement for Urban Development, creates an opportunity for two local government entities to work collaboratively together along with Mana Whenua, Kāinga Ora and Waka Kotahi. And I suppose the important thing is that ORC, DCC and Mana Whenua were represented on the hearings panel. So that was a refreshing approach in my view, being able to work together at such an early stage, because a spatial planning document is about as high as you can get in terms of the helicopter view. So it's very high and very wide and very long-term look at where the city development is going, whether that's in a residential sense, industrial sense, commercial sense, transport sense, underground infrastructure, etc. So good to be involved in that process. And I suppose the key take-homes were there was a report from surname Yeoman, can't remember his first name, but he was the expert that provided us Rodney Yeoman. So he was the expert that provided sort of capacity projections over the next short, medium and longer term, so basically over a 30-year period. And it was his advice to us, there was adequate zoned land, particularly in the residential space, for that period of time. And I think that that evidence was also peer reviewed, but there was no
Into the future.
Yes, yeah. So there was no evidence provided through the process by submitters to actually support a cross review to that. So that was pretty important information for us to have, and that obviously helped to guide us. So I suppose the other important thing is that the process is reviewed every 3 years, and so things do swing around, and there's a massive change in population growth and demand for extra zoning of those particular areas. You know, you can revisit it obviously. So yeah, Kate may want to add to that as well.
Yep.
Well,
Thank you, Andrew.
The other interesting issue was transport, and the hub or the issues in Mosgiel were highly talked about, and then the also the potential for a Kiwi Rail Port Otago hub potentially there or somewhere feeding in, and then the roading network. So all of that was timely because it's fed into the regional land transport plan as well, and discussions around that. So that's yeah, it's a good pragmatic way of getting us all on the same page and having a document that we sort of can then use as a base for planning forward rather than reacting.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the intro on the FDS and where we've got to. Yeah, that's great. Flo, did you want to build on that?
Oh, I was just going to add that in addition to transport, I guess the other key area for ORC is in relation to blue-green networks. So that's sort of the other key area. Most of the implementation actions are part of business as usual activities and are already factored into the long-term plan. So just for your awareness.
Any other questions then, Councillor Weir?
Yeah, I've got one broad question and one kind of question that is a bit in the weeds, so if you don't have the detail, that's totally fine. But when it first came out, I noticed one of the highlights, one of the bullet points that sort of came out was around Mosgiel to Dunedin Rail being explored. And I couldn't find any actual details in the actual future development strategy about that. And I was just wondering if you happen to know any of the details. I know that there's that All Blacks training. I don't know if that's part of that already or where we see that into the future. Yeah, and so it would obviously fit into that. I'm just
sorry. Yeah,
got
that question.
So yeah, we're not sure of the detail, but I wonder if it might have been something raised by a submitter.
Yeah, my recollection of the my recollection of the discussion was that from an ORC perspective, we were obviously focused on passenger transport by way of the bus service and looking at obviously making a commitment to improve that service going forward. So that's where it landed. It's not a priority of the ORCs at this point in time to push the rail connection, Dunedin, Mosgiel, etc., or Port Chalmers, for example.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. Yeah, all good. And then sorry, the other question was just around those blue-green networks and which of our, I guess, plans or policies that part of the FDS might feed into.
Just wondering
that's kind of most of these teams.
Sorry, our experts would be sorry, our experts will be in a better position to answer that because they're not sure about it.
I think the actions sort of cross a whole lot of sectors. So there'll be some that the EI team pick up. There'll be some potentially that engineering might pick up in terms of flood banks. There'll be some that will be impacted in terms of the land and water plan and how we manage water quality. So there's kind of a spectrum and it depends on the activities. But as Flew mentioned most of that's just built into our BAU work as opposed to being specific and deliberative actions outside of that.
Thanks, Evie and Anita. Any other questions? No? Maybe we should, shall we ask the panel members whether they'd like to move? Yep, Councillor Wilson's happy to move and Councillor Noon's happy to second. Would you like to speak further to it, Councillor Wilson?
What I didn't note, I think, councillor noted, the submissions were high quality and really good engagement. And I'd like to also, the work of Mana Whenua in presenting was really helpful when it comes to both roading and cycling networks, but also the water space and wastewater, some really interesting work there, but mainly for the DCC.
My only comment would be just acknowledging the DCC planning staff. They were put under a fair bit of pressure by the hearings panel to meet a pretty tight time frame in terms of one day receiving submissions and views on various matters, and then basically asking them to be back on deck 24 hours later with a staff view. So yeah, just acknowledging the staff there did a tremendous job.
Thank you. We've got some other speakers. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, fine. Thanks, staff, and our two hearings panel members for their work through this process. Reading through all the submissions, it seemed like there were lots, and all of them were responded to directly, which was quite impressive. And the actual results of the strategy with regards to the upzoning and some of the transport measures that we see in there really, really encouraging for the future of the city. So just hope to have this on the table. Good.
I just wanted to say as well that it was really, really good to go through this process as councillors and also with Mana Whenua in our workshops that we've had together and working in a really meaningful, collaborative way, thinking about the future of this city. And yeah, I think it really did work well, and fantastic to have this here today. Obviously, it's already been finalised, but yeah, great to be at this point. And once again, a huge thanks to the DCC for coming along on that journey with us, to our staff as well, and to all our councillors, but yeah, particularly to Kate and to Andrew. And yeah, that's great to be here today. So rightio, I think we can put this, which is noting, as we've said, that the strategy has been finalised. I'll put it all in favour. Yes. Aye, against, carried. Yeah, it's a big breath. Anyone needs a wee stretch? That's totally understandable at this time of the day. Right, yeah, that's right. We've got only two more papers. 10.10 here is funding agreement with MPI for wild and conifer and wallaby programs. Oh, sure, yes, sorry. That's right. We're just noting that we've got a double Gavin on this one. We've got Gavin Audio online, and we have got Dr. Gavin Palmer here in person, and Libby as well. So yeah, welcome along. Over to you, Libby.
Thank you. So this this paper is just to seek endorsement of council entering into services agreement with MPI for our wild and conifer and wallaby programs. So we've previously had 4-year agreements with MPI on those programs, and this is just for a 1-year continuation of the work that we're undertaking in those areas, which we have provided information in the past about those programs. So we can just take this paper as read. And, oh, sorry, there were two options provided. One is that we enter the agreements, and one is that we don't. Our recommendation is that we do enter into those agreements, which I believe is option 2. Yeah. And so yeah, we'll just take it as read. And any questions?
Questions, Councillor Scott?
Cool, thank you. Can I ask, what is the change in funding for the Wilding Plains and the Wallabies compared to previous years? And are we on top of the implications of any changes?
I'll pass that to Gavin Udy to answer online.
Kia ora koutou. After the Jobs for Nature funding that we've been receiving over the last few years, so that comes to an end on 30 June. And MPI has around about for the Wilding Conifer program, it has about a $10 million baseline nationally, of which Otago is expected to receive approximately $1 million annually. For the foreseeable future, there's no time frame being put around that as yet about how far.
And what was it last year?
It's the same amount last year. So we had exactly the same amount last year. And it was identical also for the Wallaby program. We had $700,000 last year, and we had a provisional budget this year of 24-25 of 700,000 as well.
Okay, so far so good. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor Metham.
The only question I have is just in regards to our funding plan in our plan. Does this have a negative impact or a positive impact, or is it just neutral?
So this has been allowed for in the long-term plan, and it's the same as what we had expected. We do also have an ORC contribution to our Wallaby program, where we provide $250,000 to that, which is incorporated in the long-term plan as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
I assume that, okay, first of all, so this is just basically a stopgap measure until MPI get their act together, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct, yep.
So when they do get their act together and the new service agreements come out, we've budgeted a sum of money for 9 years after this next financial year, is of $500,000 a year, right?
We've budgeted, I believe, I need to re-look at the figures, but we've budgeted.
I'm looking at paragraph 47.
Business as usual, education and compliance at 500.
Yeah, I'm just checking that that's all of it, or is there more that we're rated for in the long-term plan that's just been passed today? Is it 500,000? Because that says education compliance associated costs. Is that just holding the line?
Yes, so this is in relation to our biosecurity program that we deliver. So that is outside of the funding. It's not directly controlling wallabies or Wilding conifers. That's in us following up where there's non-compliance with our rules, which doesn't always mean that we'll do control work, which these programs are for.
Yep.
So do education and compliance work around our Wilding conifer program, and so we've estimated that the cost of that would be the amount detailed in this report.
Okay, so how much then have you budgeted in the long-term plan for Wilding conifer control from this year going forward?
We have budgeted nothing for Wilding conifer control funded by ORC.
So so that would mean that next year, when we think the new service agreement from MPI might come up, and they might offer some sort of dollar for dollar funding or something like that, we would have to rate that separately at the next annual plan going forward, would we?
Yes, if there was a lack of funding from MPI or we wanted to do more, we would need to incorporate that into our annual planning, because we haven't incorporated it into the long-term plan.
Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Laws. I can't see any other questions at this point. Oh, yes, I
Some
can.
clarification, I'm not making this up, I hope, but Wilding Conifers in the plan under a different, wasn't it, did we group it in with?
By security, we took it out.
By security.
We took it out.
Took it out, it's a separate rate.
It's a separate rate, so we have got targeted funding for Wilding Conifer control.
Not for control. So what we do is we fund some of the community organisations that support their communities to undertake wilding conifer control. So that includes the Central Wilding Conifer Group, control group, the Wakatipu Wilding Group, and the Upper Clutha Wilding Tree Group.
Okay.
And some of that funding goes towards those groups and enabling them to do work to support removal of wilding conifers across the region.
Thank you.
Could I ask just a corollary to that? Did we make a boo-boo? Richard?
What do you mean? No.
In what way?
Well, we've put no money for control in our budget from the financial year 2025 onwards.
So we have made no assumption at the moment around what MPI's future wilding conifer funding model might be. We've got an agreement in front of us that effectively just carries over the existing arrangements while I would use a slightly different term than they get their act together while they work through the requirements for the new government, probably the way I'd put that. Once they've done that and we understand more about that program, you're right, Michael, if they come up with a different model that says we'll do it, but it's 1 for 1, then there's a conversation for this council to have. But as Kate pointed out, we've got $2 million set aside in year 2 for environmental projects that we're also developing a framework for. So we have moved towards rating for projects with environmental benefit, which could be used for this purpose along with other purposes. So there is some provision there, but you're right that we've made no direct provision.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Yeah. But we are funding those groups. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask in our long-term plan, the 230,000 on rates, is that to support the community groups? Is that as in cash or as in kind?
So that there's, I think it's 250 we've allowed for each year, and it's to support the groups with funding.
As in money?
Yeah, and then we also have staff that provide in-kind support on top of the 250.
So what sort of level is it in kind for the staff support? Is it?
So Given provides a lot of support to those groups with planning and ensuring that the funding that they need into the areas through MPI's funding.
Yeah.
That's one example of support we provide.
So I guess that just comes out of the general biosecurity rate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Councillor Malcolm?
So we're signing this agreement to continue this funding. So are we comfortable, and this is probably to Mr. Donnelly, that we have the correct, we can apply the correct insurance covers? And I go to page 304, and are we comfortable with the uncapped liability in paragraph 16.3 of the, which is on page 303, where there's an uncapped liability for damages to others or third-party physical property, personal death and injury, willful default, and the like. So are we comfortable that we've got those covers in place, or have our contractors sufficiently covered that we're not going to be tapped out?
You got what you, sorry, have you got that in front of you, Nick, and able to answer that now? Or anyone else?
Sorry, I'll just.
I can help. It's been through our legal team to review, and they have confirmed that we are good to go.
I'll add to that after our discussion yesterday. We will send it back through.
Yeah.
Perhaps just to add to that, that's identical to the clauses in the previous agreements.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Kevin.
I know that. Yep. Thank you.
Good question.
Happy to move.
Thank you.
That we go
You're
ahead.
happy to second, councillor
Option two.
Wilson?
Option
Yep,
two, yep.
option two,
Yeah, I just
which
can't
is
flip
the
that page.
signing.
Yes.
Yep, and you would like to speak?
Oh, well, I'm just going to do that for both programs, but if you want to do separately, because we've got the Wallaby one as well.
Oh, rightio, yeah,
Is that too confusing for Trudy?
I can do that, do whatever you would like to do.
sorry, what are you moving, councillor Malcolm?
Well, that's notes report. Option two.
So on Wild and Conifers,
Yeah,
yep.
and allows the chief executive to progress the adopted option.
Mhm.
So that's 1, 2, and 3 on the Wild and Conifers.
Okay,
And then with your indulgence, when you get to the next paper on.
sure.
Yeah.
Yep,
Look, we're in, there's been tremendous, if you look at the work being done throughout Canterbury and Otago on wild and conifer eradication, it's been absolutely huge. Our trick will be, or our challenge will be, to ensure that we continue that progress, and we need to continually lobby. I reckon a pretty proactive government to ensure that those gains don't get lost in the system. So we need to continually put out what has been done, show the advantages of that. We know the cost analysis benefit of removing Walden Pines is huge. So let's keep promoting that and ensure that we get that further support from central government. So we're not having any greater imposts on our locals, but happy to proceed.
councillor Wilson, you seconded, do you want to say anything? No, anyone else want to speak here? Councillor Laws?
Very quickly. First of all, I mean, of course, it's a stopgap method, but we are going to need a long-term funding mechanism to be able to address something that we are not on the top of, particularly to do with wilding pines. And can I just say, if you want to see how bad the project gets when a regional council ignores it, go and have a good look at the Mackenzie country now. The Canterbury Regional Council have been derelict in their responsibility to that region, and wilding pines are out of control in Mackenzie country and may despoil that unique environment within the next 4 or 5 years completely as a result of the lack of investment. So, yeah, this is priority number 1 after rabbits.
Thanks, councillor Laws. In fairness to our neighbours, they have got a program of works in the Mackenzie that is quite significant and have just attracted some more funding towards that, I think, through the government as well. So plans for an even more intensive program in that area. So yep, but anyway, I just think we do need to sign this agreement. We need this money, we need our programs to keep going. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's, yeah, not really even maintaining the gains with this level of funding. It's not enough, that's right. But to say that we're not on top of the of wild and conifers, actually we could be. We've got a really well planned program, and we have demonstrated that it is possible to get on top of wildings in Otago, and we've got areas where that has happened and where we were handing back to landowners the responsibility entirely. So yeah, it is possible. But yeah, no, we need this funding, and we're going to grab it with both hands and thank the government for providing it to this region. Yeah, thank you. Anyone else before we put that, councillor Forbes?
Just very quickly, and I apologise for not being here for the first part of this paper, but the this funding, and we need it, grab it with both hands, totally support that, but we must bear in mind that it won't maintain the gains. There's a lot more work to be done. This is only a bit of what's needed. Just wanted to drive home that point.
Rightio, we have mover and seconder, no one else putting hands up, so we'll put it then, all in favour Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Malcolm, did you want to move the Wallabies?
So I think just not,
Or
or
have you got some
are we going to
questions?
226, are we? Now. I've just sort of lost where
Let's
we,
move 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah,
we're
one,
doing
two,
One,
and
2 and 3 on
three.
226, and then you were gonna
Good.
move
oh yeah,
Four and
four
five around
and
Wallabies, I
A.
think. Yep.
4 and A should read 5.
Yeah,
Four and A.
yeah, happy to move in that direction.
Good one. Do you want a second to get, yeah, thanks, councillor Wilson. Did you want to speak to it, councillor Malcolm?
Oh, yeah, look, I am in receipt of some very good stuff from the governing body that I will circulate now that I've had a chance to read it. The Wallaby program, yes, our wallabies are very expensive to shoot. And I hopefully I was told by Mr. Udi that the last one will be the most expensive. And I am just hope that we do finally find that last one and we might get a bit of a discount somewhere by getting them quicker than we thought. The reality, this pest is a scourge. It originates from across the mighty Waitaki River. We have to control it. We're doing exceptionally good work in controlling it. More needs to be done, and we need to continue to lobby because it is a national problem, and we need to continually approach the government agencies to make sure, and our politicians to make sure that we are actually continuing to beat this pest up. So 700 is barely enough, but I think with the intent of government to make sure that they have noted this as a pest of importance, that will be ongoing and will continue the good work that our teams on the ground are doing. So let's get into it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Wilson?
I just want to highlight the need for there to be a perception change about this as a pest animal. It is a pest animal, it is not a pet. It should not be a pet, it should not even have sanctuaries for it. And you just go over the Waitaki and you see a big yellow barn with the wallaby as if it's a nice icon of something. We really have to change that perception. There's an education piece in there. The frustration is that we at times get mocked because we spend so much money when we shoot so few, yet we don't mock an army who doesn't actually go to war. This is about stopping it coming in here, and they're effectively doing that. What isn't effective is some people's attitudes about moving them, and some people's attitudes of looking after them, and that is really, really disappointing. We need to change that mindset. It is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to speak just briefly on probably both these two, the whiting pines and the wallabies. I think at the end of the day, yes, we have to continue because the job's not done yet. But I just want to really what I'd like to say is this is a national problem that has to be tackled at a national level, because at the end of the day, at a regional level where these things are happening, there's not the funding there to be able to eradicate or make a difference. So it's actually going to come up to central government funding and actual landowners stepping up and taking an active role as well, because at the end of the day, we can't just keep going back to the ratepayer all the time for more and more and more and more. So we've been through our long-term planning process. We actually have to start saying with some of these projects, when is enough enough? So and we've got to look at other options rather than just going back to our ratepayers all the time. Thank you.
In terms of that national approach as well, in Otago we don't have many wallabies. That is fantastic. Other areas of New Zealand do have many wallabies, and actually regardless of what we do, we need a national overview and approach to managing that pest as well. So yeah, that's another point around boundaries and what effective control means. So yeah, thank you. And again, another chance for us to convey our appreciation for the funding and grab it with both hands. Of course, there's always you know, you could always ask for more money, but you have to say thank you when it comes your way as well, and that's the opportunity for us to do that too. It's important, and we really need it. Right, anyone else want to speak on this before we put it? There you go. Rightio, then we've got 4 and what is 5? We'll put that all in favour.
Yes.
Aye, against, carried. Gavin, your last paper, I think. Yeah, wow. And wild and conifers as well is something you've probably been dealing with your entire career with ORC. So very good. Thank you. Thanks, Libby. Thanks, Ali, Gavin. Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, final paper. So lucky. It is 10.
Tie the boat up and let's get home.
1-1. The most important paper of the day. The annual report from our harbour master, and on a specific thing as well, which is around water engagement, education and recreational users safety campaigns. So yeah, over to you, Steve, and welcome as well.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Lucky last, probably. Yeah.
Yep.
This is the first time we've supplied an annual report of this nature for the on-water education activities that we carry out during the year. And it comes as part of our audit requirements as well. So essentially taken as written, and I'm happy to take any questions.
There there are some questions.
Yeah, I've read the
Thanks,
report.
Councillor Meekum.
Got a question. We've got there that you will be developing a safety campaign for recreational users online. So is there any kind of response that is required from somebody who completes that? And the reason I say that is I was up at the Hamilton Field Days just a couple of weeks ago, and they had a health and safety requirement for people going onto that site before they got there, and they used an app where you had to actually get 100% of the answers correct. Otherwise, you were given a barcode to get into the site. So, you know, that was good control, and it was really effective. But is there any kind of control like that around your online training?
I think the quick answer to that is no. I think the online reporting part of the website is basically the development of a plan that's publicly available to see where and what our on-water engagement will be on an annual basis. So it's less about the actual health and safety environment, it's more about keeping the public informed of harbour master activities in the safety education realm, which we don't currently do. So that development of that operational plan is for that side of it. It's obviously quite dynamic, dates, locations, but it's something we don't have, so it's production of an overview. The health and safety side of what we do, we don't do that so much. We do have an interaction portal for survey, sort of collecting data that we can use and have used in the past on a national basis, but it's less driven by the health and safety aspect.
Okay, thank you.
You just note on paragraph 6 there that under the new long-term plan, the current level of service, which is this reporting, will change to the development and delivery of a safety campaign for recreational boaters and water users, and that's going to be developed by the 30th of August. So how is that developed? Does that use the expertise of your team to come up with a targeted program that you then deliver, or do you work with others to figure that out? How does that work?
Yes, certainly. Sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel. So we're fortunate that we've been heavily involved in the national safer boating campaign over the past 4 or 5 years. And pretty much the remit that they have in their operational plan to cover off recreational engagement and education is of a similar thought process to where we'd like to go. So yes, we utilise the people around us, and certainly my internal team. We've got a relatively good amount of experience in this area now, and then we potentially might speak to the neighbours and just seek some advice on when we finalise that plan.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Can I just clarify, you're talking about recreational boat users in this case, and we've got non-recreational boat users as well. Is that more a function of the Coast Guard to worry about those? And I mean, I'm acknowledging the work Gisborne crew have had over the last couple of days and up there near Mahi Beach and the work with fishermen going missing. What is your role when it comes to that sort of event?
Okay, so that comes under search and rescue, essentially. And we are an asset for the search and rescue resources to deploy if they want to. That's led by the police, and they make the call on whether they utilise Coast Guard, Surf Life, ourselves. If you're on the water, you would generally go anyway. We were actually stood up yesterday for the Tyree Mouth incident, and just about to put in the water before they made a decision to use Surf Life, so we were available. But yeah, it's a police search and rescue decision, and we're an asset available as and when.
And the reason I'm asking that question is that often we look at education to be about wearing your life jacket and things like that. And I've enjoyed seeing your posts on that. I'm wondering whether there is a, do we get into that space of the consequences? Ad campaigns for road safety, if I relate them to that, we have, you know, put your buckle your up. Do we run campaigns in your of accidents really? Because I think the consequences are often misunderstood or not understood well.
We are able to access the national data from Maritime New Zealand on the recreational boating safety campaigns. So that gives us a good idea of where those potential issues are and where to focus particular conversations or campaigns or safety evenings. So as an example, you know, we've had some issues at the Tyree Bar over the past couple of years. We've really successfully run a number of bar seminars there with other agencies as well. And we've improved all that process, and that's coming off the back of learning, you know, the lessons from any specific incident. I would say that we are in a better place to understand where our trends might be within Otago, because we're running a database for maritime incidents, which is starting to formulate a picture, and then we can dial into locations, vessel types, incident types, and what are the commonalities, where do we need to focus that campaign sort of thing. So we've sort of done that a little bit in our media campaigns each year, where we'd like to target life jackets or communications and stuff like that. And that's about as far as we've taken it at the moment. But it is an ongoing thought process every day in our office, to be fair. We'll look for the lessons to be learned of the people who've fallen overboard nationally this week and locally, and we'll see where those investigations go, and any recommendations that come out of them, we'll educate and inform as best we can off the back of those.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Noon, then Kelleher.
Thanks, Steve. Under the Marine Transport Act, is there any requirement, and I'm thinking about the education programs, etc., and we just had a conversation about biosecurity, and you would have heard it. It's another role that we play. Is there any requirement under the Marine Transport Act to ensure biosecurity issues are promoted, or I'm thinking DIMO, etc., and that sort of thing in your role, or is that a completely separate, it's looked after completely separately, or is there a bit of an overlap between the departments?
No, it's looked after completely separately, either through our own local biodiversity or through Maritime New Zealand. And the only time we are obligated to come to the table is through the oil spill response mechanism. If there's a response mechanism for anything, you know, biodiversity in the water or oil pollution or something like that. So other than that, we don't, it's not specifically in my remit.
Can I follow that up with a question probably to the CEO or to Joe maybe? What would be wrong with Steve having some in his back pocket, some biosecurity pamphlets to hand out to boaters and water users, because it's a space that we're obviously in wearing another hat, but if we could wear a couple of hats at one time, I thought there may be some efficiencies.
Yeah, and certainly where we can, we do that, and the Harbour Master team have really good on the water and at the wharf engagement in Central Otago over the summer period. So any opportunities we've heard today where we can continue to share organisation-wide messages, we will look to do that moving forward.
We're actually just about now. We're actually in conversation with our own internal biodiversity team to make sure that we're in a position to do exactly that and up the information when we're engaging with those people, because you're right, we are overcrossing our own internal stuff when we're on the water. So we're in a good place to deliver their message as well as ours. So we've had discussions about that and how we go about doing that ready for next season. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. I see you putting up signs on maybe it's replacement of signs on rivers. How do you decide what's written on those signs? Are they existing signs that have been upgraded? The river has already been designated. Like I look at the Ophir Gorge and I'd be desperately hoping the sign there says "Do not boat down here." So are they? Who creates those either designations or what those signs say?
Yeah, really good question. I think firstly I would say we've come a long way in that arena in the past 3 years, understanding what the best wording is, how it's produced, pictorial pieces, pictures, all that sort of thing. But really it's, Ophir came about with concerns about people canyoning down the canyon. And once you get past a point, you're committed for a long time and there's no get out. So the signage was requested by local police and community, and we developed that in conjunction with our general boating safety sort of information. So there is some really clear guidance and legislation around how to deliver that type of signage through Surf Life, and they have a remit to do that. And we're just dialing into how they do that and formatting that so that when we do go to replace or renew, generally it's renew, to be fair, a lot of the time, because it's been so lax over many years. We're always looking to upgrade and upskill our skill set in those arenas, so the better we can make that the clearer the messages for people on a safety basis. So we've had some coroner input and stuff like that, and we've looked at it in quite a lot of detail, and we're connected now with the Surf Life team. We have a standard actually legal remit to supply safety messaging on the beaches and from the land side. So we're looking at how that crosses over into the marine safety sector as well. There's a general set of boating safety education, and then there's more specific stuff like at Tyree or Kaptani, where the bars are, it's more specified on that type of activity.
Thanks. And do you have that at the logical point where they would go in?
Yes.
So like at Ophir, it would be up at somewhere up in your own car.
By the car park and where you jump
Exactly.
in, as close as we can get it.
As opposed to getting to the first rapid.
Yeah, we try and do that all the time. Cape Saunders, you should come to Cape Saunders with me. That's an interesting one to get to. But yeah, there are lots of places, and yeah, obviously we try and put them in a place where it's either the first thing you see when you pull in the car park, or the last thing you see when you pull off the ramp in your boat.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I was wondering, because we've spoken about it before and how successful the YouTube videos and things like those methods have been. What's an indicator of how many people or how well are they going?
I think they've been really well received, and we've used a number of them in media campaigns on TVNZ Plus and that over the season, with timely releases on them. So that's been really, really good. It's difficult to say how well they've been received because it's me on your screen coming in through your TV, but most people I've talked to are really positive on them. And interestingly, a number of national agencies have picked up on similar formats to front in their own videos and be in front and centre and realistic about where we are, what we're doing. MNZ have certainly copied that format, and I see the Coast Guard have done a similar thing with bar crossings recently, and they're pretty similar to what we've been driving in the past 3 years and developing the new ones into this season as well. So I think there's a suite of 8 now, and I do try and delegate to Pete sometimes as well, so it's not just me. We haven't got any plans to do any new ones next year, but I think we'll see where the trends go. I think we've got all those key elements covered right now, but they'll be a couple of years old by then, so we'll probably look into the following year before we refresh them and look at doing something new.
Thank you, and I know I'd like to move that we note the report, but and hopefully seek a seconder there. But yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to the work that you and your team have done. And yeah, you're a very humble team. I know that. We were talking before about the council's engagement approach, and yeah, I know that's a small example, is those videos that you've done and putting yourself out there and doing that is out of your comfort zone, I know. But I've heard that you've had huge success with those, and that actually across our council it's making some waves as well in the way that we engage. You know, a lot of our community doesn't go to traditional media, they don't go to the news, they don't go to the newspaper, etc., but they do go to short video clips often. And in areas like, even in civil defence I was hearing about recently, they've looked at your videos and said, hey, is this something that we need to be thinking about in the way that we reach communities? And so it's having a big impact, and that's one small example. You've done a heap of work around signage and all sorts of other ways that you've been engaging and making a difference. So please thank the rest of your team as well, and thank you for being with us right through even till past 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
Councillor Doan.
I just want to concur with what the chair has said and just add a little bit. It only seems like 5 or 6 years ago, we just simply weren't fit for purpose in this space. You know, basically missing in action, I don't think would be an exaggeration, but we're now actually providing a service like we should do. And yeah, just feel really pleased for Steve and the team that you've got to a stage where we can provide a professional, appropriate service for the region. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, well, I will move then. All in favour? Aye. Again, oh, the seconder was councillor Noon, sorry. Against? Carried, thank you.
Thank you.
We are coming to the end of all the papers. Thank you very much. I'm going to quickly close with karakia. So
Exactly.
So who's even white are going to win.
Oh, no, we
Post meeting.
We wear different jerseys, are we?
just gonna say kia tau te rangi Māori e ki runga i ngā iwi o te ao. Thanks everyone. Now we're finished.
Carry on that argument.